Chapter
Hello
1301 Role
We
Model.
are pushing 2 videos a day with little to
While
no
his
budget.
visit to Zen Alpha
You can help
3
with
had
buy
been
me
an
a
eye-opener,
coffee or Patreon.
VS did not
Link in
enjoy
the
his visit
descriptions.
very much. The pathetic degree of complacency among the locals really depressed him. The Caymaners eschewed mechs as much as possible. They didn't even make use of display mechs whose only purpose was to look impressive and imposing for their owners. He did not regret the visit, though. The Cayman Republic's complacency and dependency on a superior state for protection opened his eyes to how blind a state could be when they forget they lived in a hostile universe. Even the Friday Coalition has enemies. There are also the masses of alien races that are hungering to regain the territories humanity stole. Even if humanity maintained a long period of relative peace, it had never truly ceased fighting against the aliens. Both sides simply opted to have a strategic break in order to reorganize their civilizations and rebuild their depleted forces. To lose the edge that the human race had developed during the Age of Conquest did not seem wise to VS. Centuries have passed since Cayman has last fought a serious conflict, he scoffed. VS had a feeling that the MTA and CFA didn't like to see this either. This was probably why they did not try very hard to stop human infighting. As long as states kept fighting against each other, they continued to remain in fighting shape. That might not seem important now, but if the alien races ever decided to launch a counterattack, then most human states would be ready to resist. As VS returned to the Barracuda that currently orbited Zen Alpha 3, he met a curious Gavin. Did you have fun on the surface? Not as much. VS shook his head. Cayman's mech culture is on life support. This place is different from the Bright Republic. They never had to contend against the equivalent of the Vija Kingdom. While they share an uncomfortable border with the Hexadric hegemony, it's beneath the second-rate state's notice to invade the Cayman Republic. Well, I have seen everything there is to see. I'm dying to visit the Kinner tribe. They're a lot more desperate. It'll be interesting to see how resilient the Kinners turn out to be compared to the Caymaners. Before you retire, we received a comm request from a new contact. Gavin informed him. We aren't sure whether you wanted to talk to him, so we kept him on hold until you returned. Oh? Who wants to call me? Is it one of the mech designers on the list? Have any of them changed their minds? No, it's a more significant figure. A journeyman called Tristan Wesseling wanted to speak with you directly. As far as we could gather, he's a direct disciple of Master Katzenberg of the Carnegie Group. I'm not sure whether it's wise for us to engage in conversation with him considering your current relationship with the Coalition. VS hadn't been able to talk to Tristan after the end of the trials at the pit. The Rim Guardians booted him out of their clubhouse first. Though Master Olson formally cut off his connections to the Friday Coalition, VS did not hold any animosity against them. It would be nice to VS to talk to a mech designer he considered to be a peer. It's fine. He's an acquaintance from Centerpoint. Accept the comm request and route the call to my stateroom if he's available. If that is what you want, I'll contact him and see if he's available. As soon as VS entered his stateroom and hung up his shawl while throwing Lucky in the air. Meow! As Lucky scrabbled for stability in the air, the compartment's projectors came to life. The familiar form of Tristan came into view. VS. Tristan. Both of them studied each other for a moment. You don't look like a Hexer lover. Did you seduce Miss Woden or did she seduce you? It's complicated. I used a matchmaking service and they thought it was a good idea for me to meet with her. As for what ensued, all I can say is that Gloriana is intense. Miss Woden is one of the most eccentric Hexer mech designers to have emerged in recent times. She only works on custom mechs, you know. I'm aware. I don't mind this limitation. Sometimes one excellent mech is more valuable than a million normal mechs. You misunderstand. Tristan shook his head. I didn't mean to suggest that Miss Woden's design philosophy is a detriment. In fact, it's the opposite. Aren't you aware, VS? Though VS hadn't thought about it before, Tristan's prompting quickly reminded him of a very important aspect about custom mechs. Designing custom mechs for regular mech pilots is just the start. The best custom mechs are those tailored for expert pilots and higher. At this point, Gloriana advanced fairly recently. As an inexperienced journeyman, she lacked the qualifications to become involved in the development of expert mechs. Yet soon a time would come where she progressed far enough to receive the acknowledgement of the seniors or masters in charge of the development of expert mechs. As a contributing designer, Gloriana could bring a lot to the table as long as her design philosophy didn't clash with the other designers involved in the project. Once she contributed to a number of successful expert mech designs, by the time she advanced to senior, she would definitely be able to head an expert mech project as its lead designer. And for good reason. A mech designer who forswore designing mass-produced mechs and focused solely on custom mechs to the point of basing her design philosophy around it would definitely be able to excel in this aspect. An ordinary mech designer with a more normal design philosophy simply couldn't compete against her in this area. Others were already aware of her potential in this field. This must be why the MTA favored her. Even if her hopes of advancing to master was low, her design philosophy already added a lot of value at the senior level. Miss Woden is a very desirable mech designer. She rejected a lot of suitors, you know, Tristan remarked. It's very surprising that she settled for a brighter of all mech designers. Because of her potential to design fantastic expert mechs? Yup. Many influences are eyeing her ability to take expert mechs to the next level. An effective performance boost of 5% or 10% is extremely significant at high-level combat. It's enough to drastically swing the outcome of battles between expert mechs. VS hadn't fully thought about Gloriana's significance. It turned out that she was quite the hot potato. Does this mean I'm in danger or something? Miss Woden has already claimed you as hers. If anyone touches you, it's an affront to the Woden dynasty. They'll be forced to respond, causing the hegemony to enter into turmoil. No one wants to see that happen. That did not sound very reassuring to VS. Although VS likely wouldn't face any open attacks, that did not rule out dirtier means of eliminating him. He had plenty of experience with assassination attempts. VS rubbed his face. He was exasperated. Thanks for the warning, Tristan. I'll be sure to make the right precautions. No problem. Tristan smiled. Anything for a fellow mech designer. Personally, I dislike mech designers who engage in dirty dealings. They have no honor. If they want to steal Miss Woden away from you, they should challenge you in public. I'm grateful for your vote of confidence. VS ruefully smiled. I have to ask, why are you still so friendly to me? I'm no longer Master Olsen's apprentice. I've even been kicked out of the Clifford Society. We're mech designers, Tristan emphatically stated and spread his arms. Friday Man, Hex or Brighter, those are just labels. Even if we will face each other on opposite sides one day, that will not affect my respect for you. Your performance during the trials thoroughly proved you're worthy of my regard. Trust me, I have a good eye for that. In other words, Tristan believed that VS would rise high one day and wanted to make sure there would still be a connection between them if that happened. This was a very calculated decision on the part of Tristan. Master Katzenberg's apprentice was very keen on building up a network with notable and promising mech designers, and didn't mind if some of them belonged to the opposite side. Such an open-minded and far-sighted approach to establishing connections drew a lot of admiration from VS. He should take a page out of Tristan's book. Well, if you don't mind becoming friends with me, I'm okay with staying in touch. VS smiled. Both of them implicitly understood the underlying truth behind their relationship. Each of them saw value in maintaining a friendly connection with each other. The moment one of them died or became worthless, their friendship was as good as dead. This was the nature of friendship based on mutual interest. VS should know, since he already forged a more comprehensive pact with Calabast. After both understood each other's intent, they began to settle down and chat. VS took the opportunity to ask what Tristan heard about Gloriana on Centerpoint. So she basically went to a bunch of public venues, most of them frequented by fellow mech designers, and bragged about her new boyfriend. Yup. She wasn't even subtle about it at all. Tristan nodded. She crowed your name out loud whenever there was an opening in a conversation. Since a lot of influences are keeping track of her, the news spread rapidly. Hearing this prompted VS to conclude that Gloriana acted very deliberately to spread news of her new relationship. This was a woman who knew what she wanted and wasn't afraid to take decisive action. What do you think? VS curiously asked. I haven't heard much about Miss Woden, other than that she's very picky and demanding. While you're definitely lucky to have her as a girlfriend, she's definitely a high-maintenance girl, if you know what I mean. VS chuckled. I'm very much aware of that possibility. Seriously though, you're very lucky to have found a girlfriend who matches with your personality and your design philosophy. Some mech designers have little choice but to pair up with people who only fulfill one or the other. There is nothing wrong with mech designers marrying people who aren't mech designers or whose design philosophies don't match, but it's wasted potential. As for mech designers who marry to advance their design philosophies rather than out of love, their lives are probably less fulfilling than others. VS added. They can get quite dysfunctional. Tristan agreed. Mech designers at our level and higher are all good enough to receive galactic citizenship. When two of our kind disagree with each other but are forced to make nice just because their design philosophies work well with each other, all kinds of ugly situations occur behind closed doors. VS read the implicit message behind this example. It was a warning to him that he should take care to never reach this point with Gloriana. That reminded him of something. By the way, have you heard of a fellow brighter mech designer of mine by the name of Patricia Schneider? Master Null's apprentice? She's quite an intriguing mech designer. She does remarkable work with heavy mechs, and she's been involved in several design projects led by Larry Raywind. I'm interested to hear how she's doing. She's a former classmate of mine. How is she doing? She's been doing quite well for an immigrant. I heard she recently got married. I missed her wedding as I was already on Centerpoint. Do you know who she married? Just some Lamar graduate. As far as I know, he's just an apprentice. Tristan replied dismissively. I think they both married for practical reasons rather than for love. Miss Schneider needed inside access to the Friday Coalition, and the only way to do that was to marry one of our domestic mech designers. Are you sure that's the case? VS asked huskily. He was stunned by this revelation. The man she chose is a nobody, VS. The lucky fellow hasn't caught the attention of any masters. He likely lacked the confidence to make it anywhere in the mech industry. For this reason, he probably agreed to marry Patricia because she's apprenticed to a master, and therefore a better mech designer. Her chances of advancing to journeyman is a lot higher, and if her relationship with Master Null is as close as the rumors suggest, then reaching senior is not out of reach. VS entered into a slightly turbulent mood. After Patricia told him that she was about to marry, he stopped inquiring any further into her situation. Although getting closer access to the Friday Coalition definitely played a part, he long thought that she truly married for love. Chapter 1302 Class Ongs. VS quickly calmed down after he heard Tristan describe Patricia's marriage. Though he felt uncomfortable about her decisions, Patricia was her own woman. It was fully within her right to marry any man she wanted. For her to marry some random apprentice mech designer who graduated from Limar was her prerogative. Why should he care so much about the man she chose to spend the rest of her life with? It was none of his business. VS had his own relationships to deal with. He could hardly spare any attention to Patricia's circumstances, especially since it became even unlikelier they would ever cross paths in the future. Both sides got something out of each other, so VS could hardly fault the practicality of the pairing. Still, VS expected that Patricia would marry someone better. "I've heard rumors that Master Null favors Patricia a lot," Tristan continued. "If he isn't so insistent on hiding his identity in order to avoid his old enemies, he might have even taken Patricia in as his direct disciple. Hearing from you that she's your former classmate, that doesn't surprise me anymore. Where the hell did the two of you even study to become this good?" "Just an average institution in the Bright Republic. The two of us are just abnormal." VS shrugged. "It's not important. I'm just happy to hear that Patricia is finding success in her own way. I hope she doesn't take too long to advance to journeyman." VS noticed that ever since he became a journeyman himself, his perspective on apprentices and lower had shifted. He hung out more with other journeymen who all regarded apprentices as kids with relatively little importance and took over their attitude. As someone who only recently crawled out of the ranks of apprentices, a part of him felt offended by this treatment. Yet as a journeyman himself, unrealized potential was still unrealized. They still had to pass the extraordinary threshold in order to gain notice. This was quite hard for most apprentices. Compounding the situation was that mech designers did not have an equivalent rank to expert candidates in the mech piloting profession. Expert candidates only possessed a fraction of the potential of expert pilots. However, their emergence proved that a particular mech pilot possessed a definite potential to become someone greater, and thus could always count on enjoying better treatment and much more investment in their training. Not so for apprentices. Most only had a vague clue of how far they progressed, and no one took their judgment seriously. After a bit of chatting, Tristan passed on one more remark before he ended the call. "Don't neglect the Rim Guardians. Even if they're often bullied by the other meshers, they are still one of the most well-equipped organizations in the Galactic Rim. They have access to tech, exotics, treatments and other goodies far beyond any local power. Best of all, they're quite willing to share in their bounty to their allies as long as they're helpful in some way." VS sighed. "I know. Thanks for the reminder. The problem is that it's not so easy to earn their favor. The best things are always the hardest to get. You should be grateful that you even have a chance at all due to passing the trials set by the Rim Guardians." The call quickly ended after that. As Tristan's projection winked out, VS digested what he learned. He scratched his chin. Tristan's conduct is already that of a mech designer ready to strike it out on his own. Even if he's a direct disciple, he is one of the youngest and is unlikely to inherit Master Katzenberg's mantle. It's no wonder he's eager to forge a lot of ties. VS did not understand much about the situation facing direct disciples. They acquired their design philosophies from their masters. Did that mean they were stuck with it forever, or could they pursue a side path in order to differentiate themselves from the main branch of their inherited design philosophy? Something like that would be useful to know, but VS forgot to ask for clarification from Tristan. "Well, I'll probably have more opportunities to talk to him later." The Barracuda transitioned into FTL and went underway. It would take some time for VS to reach the territories of the Kinner tribe. He particularly looked forward to reaching the Bloodstone system. Everything he heard about Bloodstone stood in sharp contrast to the peaceful and indolent Zin Alpha he just exited. Bloodstone 2 became known as the planet of red rocks, or more dramatically, the planet stained in blood. Such descriptors reference the frequent amount of conflict that took place on the central planet of the Kinner tribe. Though the small third-rate state managed to achieve more stability, that did not mean that Bloodstone 2 lacked any blood to dye its rocks even redder. The planet and the rest of the star system acted as a center of business for many mercenary outfits. All of the relevant Kinner institutions related to their famed mercenary practices operated out of Bloodstone 2. The Mercenary Association also set up a regional headquarters there, adding more support to the lively mercenary trade. Naturally, with so many mech pilots gathered in one place, a portion of which consisted of foreigners, the mech arenas soon followed. Not only did the Kinner tribe host some of the most exciting mech games in the star sector, they also offered many venues for mech duels. Mech pilots dueled each other to earn more fame, to resolve vendettas, to improve their evaluation, and most importantly to raise their value in event a wealthy client bought their service for life. If I didn't know any better, Bloodstone can aptly be described as a slave market for mech pilots. The only difference is that the slaves are willing to indenture themselves, VS muttered. The mech pilots who willingly pledged their loyalty to their buyers did so for the future of their children. A small number of citizens of the poor state managed to become wealthy, powerful, and influential due to the continuous sacrifices of their parents and grandparents. Every Kinner dreamed of giving their offspring a better life. They had to make a lot of sacrifices, but it was intimately fair as those who worked hard managed to pass on their gains to the next generation. In this way, the poor and beleaguered Kinner tribe managed to carve out a niche that no other state was willing to fulfill and stay upright even when surrounded by different threats. This kind of hard-working attitude against adversity reminded him a bit of the Bright Republic, except the Kinners were subject to much more pressure. His perspective had become colored by the societal revival theory. Ever since Lord Javier brutally laid out how the upper echelons regarded human society, and their beliefs on how they ought to strengthen it, VS could no longer go back. The higher he climbed and the more he saw of the universe, the more he began to agree with the assumptions of the theory. It was as if he was slowly turning into a stuck-up member of the upper class he had always despised. Maybe I'll reach a point where I'm virtually indistinguishable from the likes of Senator Tovar, he whispered to himself. Should he fear this development, or consider it as a given? The higher his status, the harder it became for him to sympathize with the masses. Becoming a galactic citizen starkly separated him from the majority of humans relegated to living out their entire lives as space peasants. He recognized that his mentality on society and people shifted drastically from the beginning of his career. I was so innocent back then, VS reminisced. Times were simpler and I didn't have all these powerful entities intertwining themselves in my life. He couldn't afford to return to that simple mindset. He might have been happier and more optimistic back then, but he was so naive that his present self wanted to punch his earlier self in the face. After he spent enough time moping about his mentality shift, he began to dive himself back into work. Aside from studying up on bestial mechs and smart metal tech, he also went back to the variants he designed for the Skull Architect. Compared to his own creations, VS did not really put his full effort into his variants. He mainly focused on improving the technical and usability aspect while substantially holding back on applying his design philosophy. VS nonetheless spent a handful of weeks inspecting the variants and making sure they performed soundly. His inability to fabricate prototypes of the mechs in order to test their performance in reality hampered him quite a bit, so he substituted that with as many simulated tests as possible. The new subskills he picked up recently helped out a lot in eliminating dozens of tiny flaws he had overlooked. His lack of passion and energy for the variants became evident in his lazy naming sense. He named his variant of the Casker Pike the Molar Pike for reasons he didn't quite know. His modifications to the space-borne missiler were mostly basic. He reined in its mobility and introduced various quality-of-life improvements to the software of the mech. His main focus for the Molar Pike was to turn it into a mech that even mech pilots untrained in missile weapon systems could pick it up easily. For this reason, despite the rather notable drop in maximum performance, VS expected its effective performance in actual battles to be substantially higher. It's not as if most pirate mech pilots can draw out even half of the potential of a Kasker Pike, he muttered. He applied the same approach to the Taurus Topaz, a variant of the Taurus Ruby. Out of all of the Skull Architect's designs he had come across so far, the space-borne striker mech design intrigued him the most. Although it featured a bloated internal architecture due to being armed with both a shotgun and a pair of heat beam projectors, the base model's complicated design neatly showcased the Skull Architect's strengths. Although his design philosophy focused on energy transmission, in practice he diverted towards maximizing efficiency and performance of almost every part. Which part of a mech did not generate or consume energy? In effect, the Skull Architect probably faced a choice back when he was a journeyman. Should he narrow the scope of his design philosophy and work with a narrow definition of energy transmission, or should he widen it to encompass as many aspects as possible? Clearly, Reno Jimenez chose the latter, and it eventually drove him crazy. After interacting with many mech designers, VS came up with the general rule. The more ambitious their design philosophies, the more radical their mech designers tend to become. When VS applied this rule to himself, he couldn't quite figure out his place in the spectrum. Obviously, his design philosophy was anything but modest, but he himself did not consider himself to be an obsessive maniac such as Gloriana or the Skull Architect. I'm not perfect, but I think I can be quite sane and rational when I want to be, he confidently declared. Meow. Lucky, who was floating by his side, clearly disagreed. Oh, shut up you. You're just a cat. What do you know about humans? I'm clearly different. Meow. Lucky appeared so exasperated by VS that the cat turned around and phased through the deck. The pet had enough of his owner's self-delusion for one day. VS shrugged and resumed his final inspection on his last variant. He took the Jinvin, an aerial marksman mech design, and slapped many of the same solutions he developed for his other variants. While he also added in some unique fixes, by and large the Skull Architect's designs all shared the same flaws. Perhaps they aren't flaws according to their original designer. Every mech designer has a different idea on which design choices are right. The resulting variant he lazily called the Ervin turned into a mech that any pirate could easily use to become a terror in the skies. Having finished going over the three variants, VS transferred the relevant files into an encrypted data chip before placing it in a protective case. VS had finally finished his homework. Now, he needed to submit it to his teacher. There's probably a way to pass this chip to a shadow courier stationed in the Bloodstone system. Chapter 1303 Bloodstone. The Barracuda transitioned out of FTL at the edge of the infamous Bloodstone system. As VS observed the local plot generated by a combination of public data and sensor observations, he noted the high amount of traffic. While the amount of vessels in the Bloodstone system did not match the traffic in port systems such as Bentheim or Zin Alpha, it was somewhat similar in scope to the Reynald Republic's Harkinson system. Bloodstone reminded VS of Harkinson in more ways. For example, a lot of ships originated from other states. A lot of them carried powerful people or representatives to this star system in order to contract or buy out a famed Kinner mercenary corps. Naturally, those who visited Bloodstone in person only consisted of a fraction of business conducted on the planet. Many parties opted to solicit the services of a Kinner mercenary corps through the galactic net, especially if they weren't very picky. Those who knew better or possessed more exacting demands visited in person, though. This was because every mercenary corps possessed their own characteristics, some of which weren't mentioned in their public record. As someone who once contracted a mercenary corps before, he knew that there were a lot more variables an employer needed to take into account. Hiring the black marked hoodies mud riders to defend the Mech nursery against Vision aggression still left a bad taste in his mouth. Gavin entered his stateroom after the Barracuda began to accelerate towards the inner system. "Welcome to Mercenary Central, boss." "Very funny, Benny. So you plan to pick up a mercenary corps here, right? They can get rather expensive." "Anything of value is expensive. The Kinners made a name for themselves for offering near absolute loyalty to their employers. That's better than most mercenaries, who generally aren't known for sticking around when a battle goes sour." A battle had various outcomes, of which the worst ones inevitably led to death, capture, or the loss of a lot of manpower and assets. A single ugly loss could devastate a mercenary corps and force their owners and cadre into ruin or worse. With these kinds of consequences on the table, which mercenary wouldn't run when faced with strong adversity? Mercenaries running from a battle, even when they were winnable, happened all the time. Even the Mercenary Association, which attempted to impose some order amidst the chaos, implicitly accepted that such dishonorable would happen. They merely stamped the records of the mercenary corps who failed their mission with red or black marks instead of forcing them to dissolve outright. Unlike the Mech Trade Association, the Mercenary Association lacked enforcement power. They mainly verified information, kept accurate records, and mediated between mercenary corps and their employers. Although the Mercenary Association's services were very useful and welcome, their lack of deterrent meant that many mercenary corps often got away with misdeeds in the field. One had to be very careful with hiring mercenaries, even those who hailed from the Kinner tribe. Visiting Bloodstone in person would help him judge whether he could truly rely on the mercenaries he decided to enlist as his escorts. "So your current plan is to find a medium-sized mercenary corps and hire them to escort you around the Star Sector for a year?" VS nodded. "Their rates will be rather high compared to hiring a regular mercenary corps for the same period, but I'll happily pay a premium for the reliability I can expect in return. And if at the end of the trip you happen to like the mercenary corps, you plan to extend an offer to buy them out, right? The avatars of myth that I've raised is growing far too slowly to my liking." VS grimaced. "Even if another year has passed, I don't think that Melker will be able to finish raising 2 complete mech companies and a single fully trained guard infantry company. Since the avatars are starting from scratch, it simply takes too much time to vet the new recruits, train them up to standard, and instill the right values and principles in their minds. All the while, we constantly have to monitor their loyalty," Gavin added. "A single double agent or rogue mech pilot can do a lot of damage if he decides to go berserk while piloting a mech assigned to guard your life." Someone frequently plagued by paranoia as VS simply couldn't stand such a possibility. Therefore, he instructed Melker to watch out for that and prioritize loyalty above everything else. This was the biggest reason why the Avatar Commander hadn't been able to expand the avatars of myth as fast as he liked. No amount of money or training could accelerate the crucial process of vetting and indoctrinating new hires. Not when the avatars of myth were still very new and constantly in flux. For this reason, VS came up with a possible plan to remedy the circumstances hampering the growth of the avatars. By buying out a Kinner mercenary corps and integrating them into the avatars, his personal troop would suddenly gain a very loyal cadre. The entry of the Kinners into the ranks would stiffen up the foundation of the avatars and allow it to grow faster while still remaining in firm control of the bulk of its strength. Of course, the cost of doing so was very expensive. When translated into a familiar currency, VS might be looking at a total bill of 30 billion credits. The high prices being bandied about at Bloodstone only apply if you want to buy out their mechs, starships, and other necessary assets. Gavin noted. A Kinner mercenary corps is much cheaper to acquire if you only want the people. They can send back their stuff to the Kinner tribe in order to outfit another band of Kinner mercenaries. That's true. This is why many clients that visit Bloodstone also consist of mech designers like me. We've got an abundant amount of mechs and money at our disposal, but we're always short on loyal and dependable guards. I hear that mech designers are treated very well in Bloodstone for this reason. You'll be treated like a prince, boss. I don't think it will be that exaggerated. As a young journeyman, I don't have the spending power of my older and more established peers. Even so, it's no problem for me to look at medium-sized mercenary corps, especially if I can buy them without their shoddy gear. Kinner mercenary corps tended to disappoint when it came to the mechs they piloted. The Kinner tribe still wasn't a prosperous state, and its mercenaries couldn't afford to pilot expensive mechs. The best they could do was pilot budget mechs valued at around 20 million bright credits. The Kinner tribe instituted all sorts of complicated financial arrangements in order to put a mech in the hands of as many aspiring mercenaries as possible. Otherwise, how could the state keep hiring out mercenaries when they didn't have any mechs to perform their jobs? If it was possible, VS would have preferred to replace the mechs of whatever outfit he hired with his own. Yet such an option wasn't realistic. The LMC did not yet possess a robust market presence in the states he intended to visit. Gavin brought up something else. By the way, VS, it's customary for visitors to hire a local guide. Bloodstone is reputed to be a very complex planet. With all the mercenaries and foreigners running around, it can be quite chaotic on the surface. Go take care of it, Benny. As Gavin moved to make the arrangements, VS returned to staring at all the ship icons displayed on the local plot. The ships came from all over the star sector. While none of the vessels hailed directly from the second-rate states, citizens of almost every third-rate state converged on Bloodstone too. VS even noted a couple of lone vessels and small fleets that hailed from the Bright Republic. They're a long way away from home. Each of these people and influences all traveled to Bloodstone for one reason. The same reason VS diverted to Bloodstone as well. Thinking of all the money that must be flowing into the Kinner tribe's coffers, VS scoffed. Even if people aren't able to produce something valuable, they can always turn themselves into products. The Kinner tribe's practices leaned a bit too close to slavery for his liking. VS understood the necessity of it. Yet did the Kinner tribesmen truly support these customs, or were they coerced into playing along? What VS mostly found disturbing was how the Kinners raised many of their children. Mech pilots were a rarity, so the Kinners resorted to unsavory means to accumulate as many of them as possible. Otherwise, the Kinner tribe's mercenary pool would have dried up many generations ago. Too many Kinners grew up knowing that they were hardly worth anything. They grew up in a government camp or institute without ever meeting their biological parents. Only until they reached 10 years old did they have an opportunity to transform their lives. Those who possessed the right genetic aptitude would instantly be taken away and put into a different training regime. As for those who turned out to be norms, some of them went on to be raised as the support staff for the mech pilots. The remainder just became low-wage laborers who were sent out into other states in order to eke out a living without straining the resources of their home states. In short, the life of a Kinner from the underclass was barely better than that of a slave. VS would not want to grow up under those conditions. After a lengthy period of time, the Barracuda slowly neared orbit of Bloodstone 2. Due to all of the potential dangers involved with letting ships from every state orbit over an inhabited planet, the Kinners instituted a policy where they could park. The Kinners forced every visiting vessel to orbit around Bloodstone 2A, a nearby moon. Bloodstone 2A was a small, barren rock mostly used as a moon-sized warehouse and storage space. Its surrounding orbit was littered with ships and fleets assigned to specific orbits to prevent collisions. Anyone who deviated from the instructions of traffic control could be expected to be blasted into pieces by all the defensive installations and mech patrols in the vicinity. A number of space stations orbited the moon as well, providing visitors and commuters with transit to the surface of the planet dyed in blood. It certainly looks like someone dumped a planet-sized bucket of red dye over Bloodstone, too, Gavin commented as he and VS looked out of the transparent wall of the space station they entered. Right now, its orientation offered a distant glimpse of the globe colored in red. It doesn't help that the Kinners love to incorporate the same shade in all of the architecture. All of this combined gave visitors the illusion that they were visiting a hellish planet. The ubiquitous bloodstone that made up much of the rocky planet's surface made for relatively poor construction material, but that did not stop most Kinners from using them as the principal construction material of their structures. Meow. VS readjusted Lucky's body over his shoulder. Yeah. Bloodstone probably tastes bad for you. Meow. Oh? You'll help me pick the right mercenaries to hire? Do you even know what to look for? Meow. Yeah, you did help with selecting the least awful board members for the LMC back then. Not that it helped all that much. Lucky appeared to be looking forward to having a say in the matter, so VS did not reject the offer. He knew that Lucky could be quite perceptive, but VS possessed some tricks as well. VS briefly brushed his hand against his head, careful not to mess up his hair. Almost 2 months had passed since he departed from Centerpoint. During that time, his spiritual energy reserves came closer and closer to returning to its peak level. By now, VS regained sufficient spirituality that it wouldn't do him any harm if he employed some subtle spiritual tricks. At the very least, employing his spiritual vision to see if any of the mercenaries in his consideration possessed the potential to become an expert pilot shouldn't be too demanding. Chapter 1304 Tribal Core. The small party waited for a few minutes before a well-dressed Kinner arrived. Mr. Larkin's son! It is an honor to be graced with your presence. The middle-aged woman in a culturally distinct business outfit spoke and bowed. My name is Calandra Vassus, and I will be your guide for the duration of your stay on Bloodstone. VS shook her hand and noted that her grip was very strong. Calandra carried the vibe of a veteran, so she must have seen quite a bit of action in her younger years. Pleased to meet you, Calandra. We'll be placing ourselves in your care. Good. Please follow this way to the VIP section. One of our best shuttles is awaiting your arrival. We'll be heading straight down to the spaceport before checking in at your hotel. In my experience, it takes clients at least several days or weeks to find the right mercenary corps to hire or buy out. I highly suggest you take your time, as it is costly if you change your mind after everyone involved has signed the contracts. I understand. I look forward to exploring some of the other sites on Bloodstone during my stay. Excellent choice, Calandra praised. We might not be able to offer the greatest comfort, but excitement is everywhere if you know where to look for it. I'll be able to bring you to the best venues on the planet. The Kinner tribeswoman accompanied them to a well-built shuttle. As the vehicle descended to the surface of Bloodstone 2, Calandra began to act like a personal tour guide. Bloodstone has much to offer to its visitors. Aside from our vigorous mercenary market, we offer many amenities to mech pilots. Bloodstone is one of the premier destinations for aspiring mech pilots to learn how to become a true mercenary. If for whatever reason you decline to hire a Kinner mercenary corps, there are other outfits for hire that you consider instead. So a lot of foreign mech pilots in Bloodstone? Yes, though in all honesty most of them consist of exiles or troubled individuals who aren't welcome in their home states, Calandra admitted. If they're so troubled, then who would want to hire them here? Some can be reformed. The training programs we run are harsh, but often succeed in beating the misbehavior out of most of the foreigners who participate in them. The best are picked up to supplement the ranks of our Kinner mercenary corps while the remainder form their own outfits. They're substantially cheaper to hire than a Kinner outfit, so Bloodstone has plenty to offer to customers with tighter budgets. He did not intend to hire mercenaries with mixed and murky pasts. It was all well and good for mech pilots without a home to seek a second chance at Bloodstone, but VS had the capital to pick up something better. However, Calandra's explanation did offer him a great idea. Since a lot of random mech pilots from all over the star sector converged on Bloodstone, a handful of them might have the potential to become an expert pilot. While their attitude, training level, and combat experience may be problematic, the avatars could easily remedy most of their shortcomings. Is it common to hire individual mech pilots? VS asked. His guide nodded. It is customary for clients to hire mech pilots by group or outfit. They're already familiar with fighting alongside each other. I do not advise you to pick and choose individual mech pilots. If you try to put together a collection of unfamiliar mech pilots, their lack of trust and coordination will result in very poor performance, whatever individual merits they might suggest. Is it possible to supplement a Kinner mercenary corps with individual hires? No. Not unless you buy them out. Then they become your property to do what you wish as long as you abide by the contract. If you merely hire a Kinner outfit, you are not allowed to meddle with how they are run. Their mercenary commanders will warn you if that's the case. Sounds reasonable. So if I do hire an individual mech pilot, I'll have to organize them separately? Calandra could see that VS was being serious. Our Kinner outfits do not allow the entry of unknown mech pilots unless they earn their approval. As long as the strangers prove themselves, it may be possible for them to integrate with the outfit. At the very least, I don't think the outfits mind too much if you instruct them to transport the mechs that belong to strangers. A decent amount of individual mech pilots brought their own mechs, though their ownership might be in question. It could be that their mechs belonged to their employers, and they simply made off with the machine. Sometimes, the mechs in question belonged to extinct mercenary corps. The surviving mercenary mech pilots who managed to flee while piloting the mechs did not exactly own the machines. A mercenary corps was a business, and many of them owed considerable debts. Mercenary pilots technically ought to relinquish their mechs in order to pay back those debts, but many of them simply decide to run off with their free machines. The legalities of mercenaries who fall under such circumstances are convoluted and complex, Calandra stated. Some decide they don't want to inherit the burden of their mercenary corps and decide to operate outside the confines of the law. That's how many pirates and dark mercenaries are born. VS nodded in understanding. As for those who don't want to become a fugitive, they make arrangements. The Mercenary Association will often step in and help the mech pilots negotiate with the creditors. Usually, a mech pilot will be able to maintain possession of their mechs by promising to give up a proportion of their salary over a couple of decades. The terms vary widely, but they are usually reasonable enough to make it worth it to the mech pilots. Very clever, Gavin noted from the side. A second-hand mech, particularly one that incurred battle damage from a losing battle, has lost a lot of value. Rather than sell them for half of their original value, why not lean on a mech pilot that may be able to earn back the entire worth of the mech over 20 years or so? Naturally, a mech pilot always risked crippling injury and death, but as long as they remained prudent, investing in them was not necessarily a bad idea from the perspective of a debt holder. The most important reason for mech pilots to play along with this arrangement was that they could preserve their reputation and their standing in the Mercenary Association. They would also be able to own a personal mech, which gave them a lot more agency in every future job they accepted. As Calandra continued to elaborate on the types of mech pilots that VS could find on Bloodstone, their shuttle finally landed at a spaceport. The group exited the vehicle and went through some security and administrative checks before they were allowed to exit the spaceport. As soon as VS stepped outside, he smelled the air and took in the impressive sight.
So this is bloodstone. It smells like Mech's,
VS remarked with a smile. Almost everything was cast in the same shade of dusky rust red as the bloodstone that marked most of the surface of the planet. Almost every building in sight featured exteriors that consisted entirely of bloodstone. Even if they incorporated stronger and more resilient materials underneath, the Kinners still adhered to tradition and insisted on using the stone. Aside from all of the bloodstone buildings, a lot of Mechs wandered around the streets. Many of them consisted of one of the many mercenary corps of the Kinner tribe, but plenty of independent or irregular Mechs appeared as well. As Calandra guided the group to a private aircar, she explained the reason for all the Mechs in view.
Our Kinner tribe does not impose many restrictions on Mechs operating on bloodstone. Enough of our mercenary corps are present on the planet to deter most troublemakers from starting anything. The color schemes and symbols of many of the Mechs are the same.
VS easily spotted hundreds of them from the air. That was far beyond the amount of Mechs that a typical mercenary corps could field. All of the Mechs looked more expensive on average as well, signifying that they weren't typical Kinner Mechs.
The Mechs in question belong to our tribal corps,
his guide revealed as their aircar took off in the air.
Our tribal corps used to be one of our most successful mercenary corps. At a certain point, the Kinner tribe recognized their strength and ability and elevated them to their current status. They effectively serve as our military and law enforcement forces.
That caused VS to become intrigued.
Does that mean the Kinner tribe lacks a unified state military? All of our tribal corps are part of our defense forces. It is not that different from how other states operate highly autonomous Mech regiments. The only difference is that they don't answer to a pompous officer, but directly to the tribe instead.
When put it that way, the tribal corps did not sound so strange. It would be as if Mech regiments such as the Flagrant Vandals or the Apocalypse Heralds weren't part of a greater Mech division. It was a very refreshing approach to organize the Mech military of a state, but VS doubted whether all of the tribal corps in existence got along with each other. Overall, all of their autonomy came at the cost of coordination and cohesion at the strategic level, which was probably the main reason why the Bright Republic and nearly every other state hadn't followed suit.
It is a very novel arrangement,
VS expressed.
Calandra grinned. Tribal corps are our greatest pride. Each of them enjoy a storied history where they work their way upwards by toiling as ordinary mercenaries. It is every Kinner Mech pilot's dream to join a tribal corps.
After a short time, the aircar arrived at one of the upscale hotels of the capital city. VS and the rest exited their vehicle and stepped into the lobby of the hotel. From the outside, the hotel looked like some kind of primitive desert ruin. The decor was a lot better on the inside as the architect and interior designers dispensed with the traditional decor. The interior of the hotel lobby exuded class and sophistication. Although it wasn't the most luxurious accommodation in the city, according to Calandra, it often hosted Mech designers and business magnates. The most principal reason for this was that it was owned and operated by a tribal corps. That subsequently ensured that its security was very high. After VS and Gavin checked into the hotel and dumped their luggage in their shared hotel room, they returned to the lobby and followed Calandra back to the same aircar. There was still a lot of sunshine left from the local star, so VS wanted to begin his tour immediately. Calandra informed them of their first destination as the aircar rose in the air.
Before we start looking for mercenaries, we'll first pay a visit to the Mercenary Association. Some of the mercenary corps for hire will only agree to work for employers who have signed on to the association themselves.
Why so?
Mostly for greater guarantees.
Employers registered at the Mercenary Association will have to abide by a stricter set of rules and regulations. Examples include putting up the full payment along with a generous amount of hazard and conditional pay under escrow, agreeing to abide by arbitration outcomes, and so on. Will that actually make a difference? It does. The Mercenary Association may not be able to enforce their rule and regulations themselves, but they've signed treaties with almost every state compelling them to do so in their stead. This effectively means that each contract you've signed with a mercenary corps will have effective legal force. Every Kinner Mercenary Corps will only consider doing business to employers who register with the Mercenary Association. It seemed the Mercenary Association wasn't as toothless as he thought. They might not possess a lot of power, but their influence was quite substantial if even the Kinners trusted in their services. Chapter 1305 Money Talks. The Mercenary Association maintained a major presence on Bloodstone. How could they not, seeing as the Kinner tribe was one of the major centers of mercenary activity in southern Komodo? Their regional headquarters consisted of a large and expansive complex. In typical mercenary fashion, the Mech on guard all hailed from several different mercenary corps, though each of them carried markings revealing them to be Kinners. Even the guards on foot appeared to be hired hands. VS found that to be an admirable choice. In this way, the Mercenary Association tried to do its best to show that mercenaries could be trusted to guard sensitive and important locations. As Calandra, VS, Gavin, and Lucky stepped out of their air car, they began to cross the extensive courtyard to an administrative center. Just like every other structure on the planet, the administrative center purposed for servicing visitors was covered with bloodstone. Even so, the center had been built in the shape of a fortification, so the internal structure plating must be quite resilient. As they entered the administrative center, they immediately encountered a representative that awaited their arrival. Calandra! Good to see you again? Are you bringing another client? An exuberant man called. Yes. This is Mr. V.S. Larkin's son, journeyman mech designer from the Bright Republic. I've read the files. The man in business attire turned to V.S. and stretched his hands. Welcome to the Mercenary Association. I am Torin Visnev, and I will be handling your registration. Please follow me to my office. As they all began to move, V.S. looked around and saw plenty of visitors entering and exiting the administrative center. Your Mercenary Association appears to be doing brisk business. Mercenaries are always in demand, Torin proudly stated. To most people or organizations of means, it is best for them to cultivate a mech troop themselves. Yet this is far from easy to manage. It takes time, expertise, investment, and more to establish an adequate protection force. VS nodded in agreement. He already experienced the difficulties in trying to raise the avatars of myth in a personal force that could keep up with his growth. Mercenaries aren't the only option out there. Security companies generally have a much higher reputation. They are also more expensive, Torin pointed out with a grin. Aside from that, the main limitation of security companies is that they only accept defensive assignments deployed closer to civilization or a fixed area. Every mech pilot who works for a security company is an employee. They expect to hop into their mechs, go on patrol for a shift, hop out of their mechs and go back home to spend time with their spouses and kids. That was indeed the major limitation of mech pilots who worked for security companies and many other regular mech forces for that matter. Mech pilots refused to commit to frequent, lengthy deployments. They would have applied for the military if they were willing to endure these challenges. And mercenaries are different? VS asked, though he partially knew the answer already. While Torin replied, they finally reached his office and began to sit down on the chairs that floated down from the ceiling. Mercenaries are willing to go through lengths that others don't, for a price. Torin grinned. Even if they wish to start families, at this stage in their lives they are willing to undergo substantial hardship, separation, and risk. They're much more independent and daring, and for this reason they won't mind being on deployment for years at a time. For a price, of course. Of course. VS smiled. Yet, while all of that sounds good, in practice their reliability tends to be a bit inconsistent. Torin momentarily dropped his smile. That is mostly on the fault of the clients. It saddens us that many clients often underestimate or underreport the actual risk degree of the assignments they hand out to Mercenary Corps. While the Mercenary Association maintains a policy that mercenaries must do their own due diligence when evaluating and accepting contracts, we do not hesitate to sanction a client if they supplied inaccurate information. Hiring mercenaries could get very expensive, especially over longer periods of time. VS could easily imagine the more unscrupulous clients misrepresent the actual danger of an assignment in order to save some money. Unfortunately, such malpractices frequently led to the deaths or flight of mercenaries on assignment. Perhaps this was why the Mercenary Association maintained a system of recording red and black marks on the records of different mercenary corps. It would be unfair to force them to dissolve after being screwed by their clients. I suppose that is what my registration is supposed to reinforce, correct? VS guessed. Torin nodded. Exactly. The Mercenary Association maintains an active treaty with the Bright Republic and many other states. So long as you register with us and sign the relevant documents, you will have essentially agreed to subject to our rules and regulations. If you ever break them, we can lean on the Bright Republic to sanction you on our behalf. I understand. Calandra already informed me of this arrangement. Great! Since you know what you're here for, we can immediately move on with the formalities. In the next half hour, VS signed a number of contracts and agreements. He formally registered as a client in the Mercenary Association. With his membership to the association, he gained access to much more services, but in return he needed to pay a modest amount of membership dues. Fortunately, to someone as rich as VS, he could easily bear the fees. Great! Torin said as VS signed the last virtual document on the data pad after Torin briefly explained all of the clauses. You have made the right decision. We here at the Mercenary Association believe that mutual satisfaction is always assured as long as both sides are honest and transparent to each other. Registering with us will mean that many mercenary corps, including this planet's famed Kinner outfits, will become available for hire to you. Mind you, as a newly registered member, you still have a way to go before you can hire the more demanding outfits. He nodded. Just like collaborating with his peers in collaborative design projects, the mercenary trade also depended heavily on trust and reputation. He would have to conclude numerous successful assignments with smaller mercenary corps before he entered into the consideration of larger and more prestigious mercenary corps. Torin began to guide VS and the others back to the entrance of the administrative center. I'm thinking of hiring a Kinner mercenary corps for a year before contemplating whether to buy them out. Do you have any words of advice? I figured you would have that intention. They are Bloodstone's specialty product, after all. Torin eyed VS with an appraising expression. Despite your youth, you possess several advantages as a client. Mech designers are known for being loaded with money. Poor and destitute journeymen practically don't exist. As long as you make your status known from the start, I'm very certain that many Kinners will seek your patronage. Calandra can tell you more about that, I'm sure. Calandra grinned. It wouldn't do to have Torin steal all of her business. You're going to be a very popular man among the mercenaries, Mr. Larkin's son. That's because in Bloodstone and the Kinner tribe, money talks. Torin rubbed his fingers together in a universal pay-me gesture. The Kinners only care about two things, their children's future and money. Any client who can satisfy both will receive their eternal gratitude. They eventually reached the exit of the administrative center. VS said goodbye to Torin and thanked him for his advice. As the group entered an aircar that would bring them to their next destination, Calandra elaborated on Torin's previous remark.
Kinners love to work with mech designers like you. While novices and apprentices are rather iffy, journeymen can always be counted on to pay generously and without much fuss. Not only that, but due to your profession, you can easily supply your mercenaries with newer, better mechs. For this reason, high-ranking mech designers are one of the most desirable clients a mercenary corps could have.
VS nodded in understanding. Mech designers possessed an abundance of wealth due to their business endeavors, but could be killed as easily as a regular human. The MTA did not extend much protection to them because they were perfectly capable of ensuring their own safety by putting their earnings to use.
So as long as I make it clear I'm a mech designer, I'll be able to attract more interest.
Yes.
I suggest you put a badge on your business attire. The MTA should have given you the right to bear the insignia of an officially recognized journeyman mech designer on your person.
That was one of the many perks he received when the MTA recognized his journeyman status. It was just buried underneath all of the other minor benefits he received. VS called up the interface of his smart clothing, which was currently configured in a stylish and luxurious green business outfit, and added a hexagon-shaped badge with a recognizable symbol onto the breast of his suit.
Excellent.
Calandra smiled in approval.
As Torin previously mentioned, money talks, and high-ranking journeymen are practically walking bags of money in our eyes. Ordinarily, many people will try to swindle you, but with a guide like me around, I'll make sure they'll charge you fairly for their services.
VS smiled back.
I'll be counting on you for that. You too, Benny. Don't worry, VS. I've studied and memorized all the customary rates for mercenaries.
Gavin proudly beat his chest. Although VS was inclined to believe in Calandra's goodwill, she was a Kinner after all. As a local, VS did not expect her to work too hard in making sure he got a good deal. Having a second person on hand to help him check and negotiate the prices would help keep his supposed guide honest. This implication did not escape Calandra's notice. She sent a knowing glance to VS and Gavin. Even if she knew that her client was on guard against her, she endured this kind of treatment many times. It came with the job and there was no reason for her to be offended about it. She quietly buried her more sketchy plans. The aircar only made a short trip before descending back to the ground. The Mercenary Association headquarters wasn't situated very far from the oldest, largest, and most culturally significant mercenary halls.
Welcome to Askaya Halls, the principal gathering place of mercenaries on Bloodstone.
Their guide introduced to them as they took in the hustle and bustle of mercenaries and clients entering and exiting the ancient-looking Bloodstone halls.
It is here where the first Kinner tribesmen gave their oaths to foreign clients looking for mech pilots to bolster their forces. A new industry was born since then, and Askaya Halls became the premier destination for qualified Kinner mercenary corps to ply their services and servitude to interested clients. This is not the only place where we can find mercenaries, right?
VS asked.
Correct. Askaya Halls is where our most honorable Kinner mercenary corps showcase what they can offer. While they do not come cheap, their strength and reliability are absolutely not in question.
Gavin frowned.
Many of those mercenary corps are priced out of our budget, though. We don't intend to buy an entire mech army. My demands are more modest.
VS nodded in support.
I'm currently looking for a more modest-sized mercenary corps that's only a couple of mech companies strong. More would be impractical.
Their guide nodded.
I am aware. You will be able to find such mercenary corps as well at Askaya Halls. Even if you decline to hire any of them here, at the very least you'll come away with a benchmark of what our best has to offer.
The group began to enter one of the smaller halls after a leisurely walk through the dusty, unpaved path. The Bloodsmen that whipped over their clothes failed to find purchase on V's smart clothing, though Gavin was not as well off. The inside of the hall seemed chaotic to VS. Despite being the gathering site of the more reputable Kinner mercenary corps, they seem more like drunken pirates lounging haphazardly at the piece of turf they've claimed. Calandra explained the reason for the lack of order. This was how it looked all those centuries ago when we first hired ourselves out. In order to commemorate that occasion, we have kept everything as it is. The crude surroundings also reminds us of the sacrifices our people have to make in order to survive. Bloodstone wasn't called the planet dyed in blood for nothing. An endless amount of Kinners had been sent out into the galaxy from these halls, only for their blood to spill all over the stars. Chapter 1306 Iskaya Halls. Being a Kinner was a harsh life. VS understood this. Yet despite their hard living and lack of refinement, VS admired the Kinners so much more than the indolent Caymaners. Living under the shadow of the mighty Friday Coalition, the Cayman Republic may not hold much value. However, their proximity to the second-rate state gave them an unprecedented degree of security as well as extremely lucrative business ties. For this reason, the Cayman Republic developed in peace for centuries. They neglected their armed forces as well as their Mech community in favor of increasing the standard of living of their citizens to the highest level among third-rate states in the Komodo Star sector. Perhaps only the citizens of the second-rate states lived better than the Caymaners. Yet all of their focus on economic and cultural development came at the cost of their ability to stand up and survive on their own. Most of their industry and trade revolved around consumer goods and commodities that made many citizens happier, but did not help a bit in strengthening their military might. The Kinner tribe developed in the opposite direction. Situated a distance away from the second-rate states, the small third-rate state did not enjoy the protection of any big brothers. In fact, its territory was so poor in resources that everyone expected it to be thrown in the dustbin of history and time. That it managed to hang on and thrive by dint of their mercenary trade drew a lot of admiration from VS. The Kinners had no use of frivolous luxuries and pointless consumer goods. They only cared about increasing their strength and providing the next generation with better opportunities. All of those adherents of the societal revival theory would definitely salivate if they visited the Kinner tribe. VS himself was already doing so inwardly ever since he stepped foot on Bloodstone 2. Calandra guided the group deeper into the hall in order to approach the lounging mercenaries playing pirate empires or chatting with their friends on comm. Not a lot of clients had entered the hall this early in the day, so VS quickly got to talk with a mercenary corps representative. The Kinner tribesman's eyes lit up as he spotted the approaching visitors and their guide. Calandra! Who might you be bringing to us today? This is Mr. Larkin's son, a journeyman who has come all the way from the Republic. He is in search to hire a mercenary corps of your size for a year, with the opportunity to buy it out at the end of the mission. So it's one of those situations. The mercenary nodded in understanding. The other representatives in the hall had pitched their ears and heard Calandra's deliberately raised voice as well. Well, you've come to the right place. The Kinner merc began to introduce the outfit he belonged to. The Roaring Crashers, as they called themselves, explicitly specialized in offensive operations. The Crashers maintained both a space-borne and land-bound Mech contingent, and they were open to attacking both land fortifications and space fortifications. Every Crasher is a Kinner of honor and courage, the representative boasted. As long as the mission intel is accurate, you can depend on us to crack open any bulwark. VS shook his head. I apologize, I'm not looking to storm some pirate den or something. I'm mainly in the market for guards and escorts as I tour through the Star Sector. Ah, I see. I'm afraid the Roaring Crashers won't be able to fulfill your request. Guard and escort duty bores us. The Mug's face fell. Calandra drew VS and the rest to another gathering of mercs. As you see, Mercenary Corps can specialize in many mission types. The Roaring Crashers, for example, are very notable for their willingness to take on high-risk offensive operations. While they are very demanding with regards to their prices and conditions, they have enjoyed a lot of success acting as the hammer of their well-heeled clients. A mercenary corps like the Roaring Crashers could help reinforce a risky offensive operation. Their main draw was their willingness to face danger and their easy availability. For these reasons, hiring them was extremely expensive. VS had no desire to pay so much for something he didn't need. Mercenary corps that oriented around more routine missions may not be as ferocious, but they were a lot more affordable. His guide brought him to another spokesperson. The stern-looking woman who represented her mercenary corps looked like she had gone through a lot of rough scrapes. She regarded VS as if she was assessing his threat. "You've got good judgment, mech designer. Calandra is a great guide." "Thank you. Can you tell me about your mercenary corps?" "Sure. The Emerald Bears came about just over 30 years ago with tribal assistance. We started as a scrappy outfit numbering just half a mech company's worth of space-borne combatants and a creaky old converted carrier. We mainly started escorting small trade convoys carrying sensitive goods. The pay wasn't all that bad, but we frequently encounter opportunistic pirates and robbers." "And you beat them without issue?" "Most of the time. We did well enough that we quickly earned the capital to expand our mechs. That allowed us to take on more elaborate missions. While he mainly focused on developing our space-borne company, we also raised a land-bound company and some guards in order to provide the kind of protection that clients such as you are looking for. Nowadays, we've mostly moved on from escorting trade convoys and entered in the business of protecting VIPs. In our short but storied history, we only failed a handful of times." Not every escort or protection mission ended in success. Mercenaries inherently engaged in risky business. Even if they did the best they could, the opposition might still be able to overpower or outwit their defenses. The Emerald Bears could do little about it except to incur a red mark on their record. However, their failures did little to stop their growth, seeing as they still qualified to hawk their services at Askaya Halls. "What are your rates?" VS asked. The female merc quoted a number of prices in local currency as well as coalition credits and hex credits. While VS could somewhat bear the price of hiring them for a year, he felt quite leery about buying them out. Even if he bought them without their equipment, the Emerald Bears still charged a princely sum for their mech pilots. The woman noticed his hesitation. "All of our mech pilots are veteran Kinner mercenaries with at least 10 years under our belt. They've also gone through a lot of supplementary training that increased their systematic performance. You will find none of our mech pilots to be lacking in any way." Though VS believed everything she said, the price premium the Emerald Bears charged still fell well outside his psychological limit. He accepted that acquiring the services of a good mech pilot should cost something. Yet did VS truly need a mercenary corps as good as the Emerald Bears? Inwardly, he didn't think so. While he wasn't always conscious about the prices he paid, at these sums VS did not wish to squander his money. Eventually, he begged off every offer. "My apologies, but the Emerald Bears seem to be a bit too excessive for what I seek." "Ah, is that so? Well, we're always here as long as we are still accepting clients. If you ever change your mind, you'll know where to find us if you are in need of excellent guards." As Calandra took him to a variety of representatives, she managed to gain a better idea of what VS was looking for. Many of the mercenary corps available for hire were either too large, too small, too expensive, or too shabby for his tastes. "I see now that Askaya Halls likely has little to offer to you," she said after she brought him to multiple smaller halls over the course of several hours. "I hope the visit has still been fruitful for you. These mercenaries are our pride and joy." "The mercenary corps that I've encountered here are some of the best in the business that I've seen," VS conceded. "However, it is unnecessary for me to hire the best.
It is not as if I wish to enter into a high-risk region like the frontier or the Nixian Gap. I'll just be touring through some third-rate states. Even if they aren't free of risk, I don't think it's necessary to enlist a mercenary corps that is prepared to wage all-out war. After Calandra inquired more about the kind of mercenaries VS sought to hire, she led them back to an air car and programmed in a different destination. I know exactly where to bring you. Askaya Halls is where all of our best and more reputable mercenary corps ply their business, but the bulk of activity takes place at Ornament Halls. That's where most of the middle-tier mercenary corps have set up. Their price-to-performance ratios are quite high. Sounds exactly to my liking. The site of Ornament Halls was littered with ancient structures. According to Calandra, the Kinner tribe used to conduct their most important rituals and ceremonies here. While they had since moved on to more impressive sites, Ornament Halls remained as the most frequented mercenary gathering place on Bloodstone 2. The amount of traffic at this site surpassed that of Askaya Halls by a considerable degree. Whereas Askaya Halls mainly attracted major clients with big budgets, Ornament Halls seemed more like a bazaar where tons of middling clients haggled face-to-face with the mercenary representatives who set up shop in or outside the halls. A lot more mercenaries from each outfit were present here, giving clients a greater sense on who they could hire. The mercenaries didn't spend their time sleeping or playing pirate empires either. They actually made an effort to look more presentable and ready to answer any questions a potential client might have. All of this seemed to VS that these middling mercenary corps needed to exert a lot more effort to get hired. The competition between mercenary corps is more intense at this tier, Calandra explained as she led them through a crowd of Kinners, clients, freelance mech pilots, and other people. While you can still find plenty of Kinner mercenary corps here, a lot of foreign outfits have set up shop as well in these halls. As they passed by numerous mercenary gatherings, VS noted that the foreign mercenary corps charged considerably less than their Kinner counterparts. In fact, many of them charged a third or less for the same services a Kinner mercenary corps demanded. Are any of these foreigners to your liking? Calandra asked. No thanks. VS shook his head. I came to Bloodstone to hire a Kinner mercenary corps. While these non-Kinner outfits all seem decent, I'm specifically in need for men and women I can trust. I'm still open to supplementing my escort with individual freelance mech pilots, though. I see. Ornament halls offer plenty of both, have no fear. The group entered one of the busy halls where Calandra guided them to a mercenary representative that had just turned away a potential client. Unlike the reps at Askaya Hall, the mercenary did not recognize Calandra, though he did identify her role. Greetings, Mech Designer. I speak on behalf of the Vert Ion Stone Guards, a proud Kinner mercenary corps of over 20 years. Tell me about the Stone Guards, VS asked, intrigued by their name. We Stone Guards excel in protecting our clients. We offer comprehensive protection in space, on land and indoors. We have protected many mech designers like you, some of which contracted us to escort them into the riskier parts of space. Are the Stone Guards open to being bought out? I'm afraid not. The Merc shook his head. We have ambitions to grow into a tribal corps. We can't do that when we never have the opportunity to return to the Kinner tribe for the remainder of our lives. Ah, I see. I'll be looking elsewhere then. Take care. As the group moved away, Calandra made an important remark. Many Kinner mercenary corps dream of being elevated to a tribal corps, but few manage to do so. The mercenary business is simply too dangerous and attrition can be frightening. It's a worthy dream to pursue regardless, VS replied. Everyone should set a lofty goal for themselves. VS had already done so himself, and many great people did likewise. Chapter 1307 Shopping for Kinners. VS talked to many Kinner mercenary reps. Each of them offered something interesting,
but not all of them expressed willingness to be bought out.
It's not that most Kinner Mercenary Corps are unwilling to sell themselves, Calandra explained. In fact, at least half of the reps who denied the possibility would have said yes to a more promising client.
So I'm not good enough?
You are a very fine client, Mr. Larkinson, but older and more renowned people and organizations offer much more certainty. Any Kinner Mercenary Corps will know what to expect when they plead fealty to clients with records that go back decades.
In other words, VS was largely a question mark in the eyes of the Kinner tribesman, who knew whether he would rise to success or run his career into the ground the next 5 years. He didn't blame the Kinners for their reticence. They took their oaths and obligations seriously, so it was exceptionally important they went to bed with a client who would still be around for years to come.
What about the Kinners with looser standards? Gavin asked. I've noticed that not all of the reps seem as picky as you suggest.
You've heard what they offered. It's not as good as the others. Their guide gestured with her hand.
To be honest, even if every Kinner Mercenary Corps can be relied upon to fulfill their mission faithfully, not all of them are as skilled, lucky, and fortunate as the ones who get to demand higher conditions. The mercenary sector is an inherently risky business. A single setback can wipe out an entire decade's worth of progress. Sometimes, even Kinners have had enough. They're more than willing to sell themselves to a reasonable client in order to hang up their mercenary coats.
Gavin smirked.
They're also considerably cheaper than the more successful Kinner outfits. I think we can find some good bargains among those who are tired of working for different clients every few months.
Though Gavin had a good point, VS wasn't sure whether that was a good idea.
The less demanding Kinners tend to suffer from several problems, though. We've met outfits that are stuck with damaged mechs or ships, lost half of their mech pilots, suffer from low morale, and so on. I'm all for shaving a few bright credits from the final bill, but I don't want to deal with too much dysfunction. Let us explore ornament halls for the Mercenary Corps you feel more comfortable with employing then, Calandra announced. I think I know just the outfits that will meet your needs.
The group spent several hours talking to various mercenary reps. VS encountered outfits with names such as Stellar Blaze Flyers, Alfred's Alphas, Bloodstone Bloodstriders, Huntsmen in Black, and more. A few of them seemed suitable to VS. Although he didn't sign them up right then, Gavin noted down their contact information so they could always get back to the outfits if they made a decision. Still, as much as VS found each of these Kinner Mercenary Corps suitable to escort him, he still found something lacking. When Calandra noticed his hesitation and asked him about what he missed, VS hesitated over his words.
It's different to describe. I guess I'm just trying to find a spark between us. I don't want to be surrounded with faceless, unfeeling guards all the time. I think I know what you mean, the guide said thoughtfully. You are looking for protectors who can be your companions as well as your guards. Right. Rather than serving me because of their oaths or their contractual obligations, I want my protective detail to care about me and my mission. Most of these Kinners give the impression that they know nothing about life except fighting and training. Gavin concurred. They're very dedicated, of that I have no doubt, but they're too different from the mech pilots we're used to back home.
Calandra ruefully shrugged.
It's all they know. Too many of our children grow up in massive camps. Too many of them are born from cold, heartless artificial wombs instead of actual mothers' wombs. We try to give them the life they deserve, but our resources can only be stretched so far.
The somewhat crude Kinners gave VS the impression of elite mech pilots, but without the impeccable skills. They dedicated their life to the mercenary life primarily due to their upbringing, not because of their own choice. Was there anything wrong with that? Not necessarily. The Kinners may possess a distinctive culture that compelled them to dedicate their lives to service, but at least they possessed a lot more personality than the elites VS encountered before. The Kinners were quite capable of finding reasons to live. Even when they were deprived of many of the amenities that Briders and other people took for granted, they still faced their lives with hope. If not for themselves, then at least for their children. Yet even so, VS still found them to be lacking in some way. They continued to approach and chat with different Kinner representatives. VS did not express too much interest in them because they were simply more of the same. It wasn't until they approached the 30th or so representative that VS looked up a bit. His spiritual senses, which he put on a low blast, suddenly encountered a notable presence. While he had encountered a handful of Mech pilots with spirituality, they mostly turned out to be rather anemic. Even if the Kinners enjoyed better training, it was doubtful if they would ever be able to develop a force of will. Not so for the man who sat on his chair with a dour expression. Although his demeanor did not do him a lot of favors in attracting interested clients, to VS the man practically shone in the dark. This was a man with an uncommonly high degree of spirituality for a normal Mech pilot. In fact, in terms of magnitude, he could even put some expert candidates to shame. Yet with such abnormal strength, VS clearly recognized that the man had not developed anything close to a force of will. "Who is he?" VS asked his guide. Calandra followed his gaze and clicked her tongue when she saw who had caught her client's interest. "He's a bit notorious among us Kinners. He's not a mere representative, but the commander of his own outfit." "That's unusual. Mercenary commanders don't show up here in person. Because they have better things to do. The only reason why the commander is here is because his mercenary corps is in disgrace." "Tell me more." Though Calandra seemed reluctant, VS nonetheless insisted. "His name is Oren Mare. He used to be a member of one of our famed tribal corps, the 117 Blades. The Blades are some of our best swordsmen Mech pilots in the tribe. Each of them are renowned sword masters, both in person and in the cockpit." The revelation surprised VS quite a bit. Why is Commander Mare hanging around at these halls if he possesses such a good background? "He screwed up," Calandra said succinctly. "The 117 Blades only fields 117 Mechs and Mech pilots in total. That is unusually small for a tribal corps, but that is also why they are regarded as one of our premier elites. The Blades have developed an elaborate and complicated procedure to allow for new Mech pilots to take the place of the old ones. Oren Mare was the son of a Blade, and he's been training all his life to take over the seat of his father." "I take it that went wrong." "Very much so. His training results are excellent, and his dedication is not in question. Yet to become an honored Blade, more is needed. A Blade must be capable of fulfilling the same kind of missions that a regular Kinner mercenary is supposed to complete." Full with confidence, Mare threw himself into these missions. It went wrong right away. He failed to stop a suicide Mech from bypassing his machine, allowing it to blow up and take out the client's life. VS frowned. That did sound serious. What was the consequence? "The client died, so Mare failed the mission in the worst possible way. After numerous investigations, it turned out that Mare spent too much time in the simulator pods and lacked too much sleep. He had been maintaining this pattern for several days despite being on the job. According to the logs of his own Mechs, his responsiveness dove off a cliff and he momentarily dozed out just as the assassination attempt went through." According to Calandra, Mare had been found to be grossly negligent and received a very damaging black mark on his record. While a black mark could be wiped away, the stain would always remain. For an honorable tribal corps like the 117 Blades, taking in a Mech pilot with such a stained record would lead to a massive outcry among its members. "So the Blades kicked him out?" VS asked. "Worse. His own father, the Blade who Oren sought to replace, disowned his son outright. You have to know that receiving a black mark on your record is one of the greatest shames of our people.
We Kinners prize our word highly. If we accept a mission, we will never fail our responsibilities. We might be beaten, we might be outnumbered, we might be outfoxed, but we will never accept a defeat that's caused by our own actions.
Oren Mayer dozed off on the job. He skipped out on sleep and injected himself with anti-sleep stimulants instead, figuring that the chemicals would be enough to keep him sharp. This severe lapse of judgment ruined his entire reputation and forced his own father to treat Oren like a stranger.
"What a tragic story," Gavin said. "Since he disgraced himself so heavily, how come he's still in business?" "We Kinners might not look favorably towards him, but the Mercenary Association threw him a lifeline. With their support, he managed to put his superior skills to use and slowly completed a string of high-risk missions that other mercenaries would balk at. With the abundant pay he received for his services, he began to hire a band of misfits and problem cases among our people and put them through excruciating training until they shaped up into decent mech pilots. He's doing quite well, it seems."
Calandra did not appear to be too happy about that.
"Not really. His mercenary corps, the Edge of Redemption, are only doing well because they take on tougher missions than most other mercenary corps. The pay is high, but the risks are higher. There have been many times when the Edge of Redemption lost a third of their battle strength after a nasty mission. Attrition is horrendous. Many mech pilots who used to serve alongside him are long turned to dust. If you asked me, the Edge of Redemption is riddled with bad luck."
To punctuate her words, Commander Mayer did not appear to be having a good day. Most Kinners who passed him openly directed sneers and other rude gestures at him. The clients, witnessing this behavior, all veered away from the pariah of his own people. Yet to VS, Commander Mayer was like a diamond in the rough. The man's strong spirituality as well as his remarkable story were deeply attractive. How could the Kinners despise such an amazing mech pilot? Such a man would be perfect in the avatars of myth. Not only did he enjoy excellent training, but he possessed an abundant amount of experience in leading and training an eclectic mix of mech pilots. Best of all, as long as VS was able to guide Commander's spirituality into developing a force of will, the avatars might be able to gain their first expert pilot. As much as VS wanted to see Melker or his other relatives become an expert pilot, it would not bring him any benefits. Any time one of his avatars broke through to expert candidate, the Mech Corps would just swoop in and poach the lucky mech pilot, leaving VS with nothing but empty gratitude. Yet such a cheap incident would never happen with Commander Mayer. As a Kinner who pledged to serve VS for his entire life, the mech pilot would never break his word, especially after incurring such a shameful black mark early in his career. The fact that Commander Mayer called his outfit the Edge of Redemption already spoke volumes of his determination to do better. With an unbreakable Kinner oath of fealty secure, the Mech Corps would never be able to pry off Commander Mayer from V's grubby hands if the fellow ever surpassed the extraordinary threshold. "He's interesting. I want to speak with him," VS boldly declared. Before Calandra could discourage her client, VS already strode straight towards the proud mercenary commander. Chapter 1308 Unfair Currency. Oren Mayer noticed the approach of the group. In fact, with his perceptiveness, he long knew he had been stared at specifically. To VS, the man's demeanor reminded him of the war-hardened Larkin sons. That gave him a bit of comfort as well as quite some consternation. Well-trained, veteran mech pilots had their own pride. They stuck to their principles and did not chase after blind opportunities like their younger and more adventurous counterparts. VS automatically adjusted his own demeanor when he recognized the tough customer he was facing. His memories flitted back to his days with the Vandals and the frontier. While he had lost much of his edge after returning from the war, he never truly forgot the depths he had sunk into in order to survive. "Calandra, off to guide another spoiled brat to a bunch of our kids? You've come to the wrong place." Commander Mayer grinned at the guide.
Please indulge my client. He has become oddly interested in your story. Am I a circus freak to be laughed and jeered at? I have to admit, you're different from the other brats, kid. You've got some spine in you despite being a mech designer. My name is V.S. Larkin's son. I come from a military lineage in my state. Oh really now? Don't think that makes us friends. I care not for the military of other states. V's smile turned a bit harder. Calandra spoke right. I can't help but be interested in you and your edge of redemption. The mercenary commander took another look at V.S. Though the two of them recognized an intrinsic quality between them that all veterans of conflict shared, that did not automatically earn the Kinner man's respect. What are you looking for? A Kinner mercenary corps that can be depended on. I'm touring half the Star Sector for a year and I need an experienced and adaptable crew to escort me and keep me safe. After I return to my home state, I'd like to see whether it's possible to buy out the Edge of Redemption if possible. Mare grunted. You better look elsewhere, kid. Other Kinner outfits in these halls will be glad to run an easy escort mission. The Edge of Redemption isn't in the business of babysitting little brats like you. We do serious work for serious institutional clients. I'll make it worth your while. Money is just a possession. The Edge of Redemption is not for sale. After a stilted back and forth, V.S. eventually stepped away. The negotiations failed. While he had made multiple offers to hire or buy out the Edge of Redemption, Commander Mare simply refused to entertain any offers. Why is the commander even present in ornament halls if he ends up rejecting a job? Isn't that counterproductive? Gavin frowned. Though he had been met with refusal, V.S. did not look displeased. The most valuable soldiers are always the hardest to recruit. Does that mean you'll try again, boss? I don't know. V.S. shook his head. I already had a notion that Commander Mare will be difficult to persuade. When people like him say no, they really mean it. No amount of nagging or haranguing will change the equation. I'm not surprised he refused to engage with you, Calandra said with a calm expression. Commander Mare is accustomed to performing missions from established institutions and companies. As employers, they are more reliable, dependable, and much less likely to undergo any upheaval that changes the mission parameters. In contrast, working for a supposed brat like V.S. came with a lot of disadvantages. His prosperity and his company's prosperity depended highly on himself. If he fell sick or if he made a stupid decision, then he might provoke a very dangerous enemy or suffer a deadly accident. His relative youth did not make it easier to earn Commander Mare's respect. While V.S. had matured a little bit since the start of his career, he looked too much like a rich student who went off to Bloodstone to play with mercenaries. A client like V.S. appealed much more to mercenary bands that lacked the confidence to take tough missions and to survive as an independent outfit. Every man has a price, V.S. said with a low voice. I just haven't mentioned the right offer yet. You're the devil-tongued boss. Why not just talk him into accepting your offer? Back then, I got the feeling that you didn't try your best. I know you've got a lot more verbal tricks in reserve. V.S. reached out and patted Gavin's head. Do you think it's a good idea to manipulate someone I want to entrust my life to? If I want to obtain Commander Mare's service, I need to appeal with honesty. He'll only resent me if I resort to manipulative practices. It was the same as if V.S. got screwed by a spy like Calabast or Leland. He couldn't afford to make his own bodyguard feel the same way about him. He may suffer from occasional lapses of judgment, but his paranoia did not allow him to make this specific mistake. His remark happened to meet Calandra's approval. Good judgment. We Kinners may not be as sophisticated as the citizens of other states, but we have our own principles. Even a disgraced Kinner like Oren Mare has his own pride. He's a soldier. He deserves at least that much.
VS grunted. Although Gavin did not necessarily agree, he knew better than to argue the point further. Meow. I know, Lucky. Commander Mare is the most remarkable mercenary we've met so far. It will be hard to find someone else who matches or exceeds his quality. Even though VS privately likened the Kinner tribe's practices as a disguised form of slavery, the truth was that the Kinners still possessed a lot of choice. The younger and more inexperienced ones might have very little say, but those who had been in the mercenary business for decades and thrived were considerably more challenging to buy. They knew their own worth and pursued their own goals. VS guessed that Commander Mare might still be hoping to redeem his honor in the Kinner tribe. Is Commander Mare's father still alive? He asked. Yes, but he's long past his prime, Calandra answered. The elder Mare has relinquished his position as one of the 117 Blades and is involved with training the next generation of Kinner Mech pilots. He had hoped that his son would inherit his seat, but in the end another promising Kinner took over as a Blade. Perhaps that must be what was holding Commander Mare. If VS read the mercenary right, then the disgraced Kinner must be looking for a way to earn back his father's respect and acknowledgement. The difficulty of this goal must be immense. To VS, Commander Mare already undertook a lot of dangerous experiences. His sheer dedication to service should have been worthy of recognition. Yet was it enough to change the mind of what appeared to be a very stubborn and honor-bound Kinner elite mech pilot? Though VS was not a Kinner, he already had a good glimpse of local customs. The reason why the Kinners gained so much fame as mercenaries was that they actually took honor and promises seriously. So much so that any Kinner who broke this custom became the eternal shame of their tribe. VS idly scratched Lucky's chin. Part of the reason why the Kinners look down on oath breakers is because they tarnish their credibility. Their current success is derived from the reliability and trustworthiness they are known for in the mercenary community. Yet a reputation that took centuries to establish can be tarnished in mere moments by a couple of high-profile failures and betrayals. Reputation was an unfair currency. Good service and good results did not attract that much attention. It took an extremely long span of time and constant excellence to build up a solid reputation. Yet a couple of cheap scandals might easily cause the house of cards to come crashing down. For this reason, many Kinners appeared to have adopted a very hardline stance towards the sinners of their tribe. No matter how much Commander Mare toiled as a mercenary, the tribe would never fully forgive him of his previous transgression. VS suspected that the mercenary commander knew this truth as well, but still held on to his dream of redemption. Perhaps if he worked and suffered hard enough, Commander Mare might be able to earn back his father's recognition. It depended whether the elder Mare's love for his son surpassed the values and principles instilled by his tribal core. VS even suspected that this psychological restraint may have been holding Oren Mare back from breaking through to expert candidate. He sighed. Let's leave the edge of redemption aside for now. While they are interesting to me, they're not the only viable choice available in these halls. The group continued to wander the halls and the grounds, talking to various mercenary reps. While VS did not encounter anyone with such a remarkable amount of spirituality, he did encounter several mercenaries with at least some hint of perceivable spirituality. Sadly, these individuals were far behind compared to Commander Mare. They needed a lot more training and investment before they could knock on the door to the extraordinary threshold. VS had to suppress his disappointment as he chatted with the mercenary representatives. Inwardly, his heart wasn't in it, and his attention occasionally drifted off to possible ways he could secure the edge of redemption. The most convenient way would be to assassinate the elder Mare. Although the older man used to be a formidable member of the 117 Blades, VS doubted the retired mech pilot was near a mech these days. A mech pilot without a mech was as vulnerable as a regular human. That left the question how it could be done without tracing the deed back to VS. It would be difficult for him to sneak off on his own to attempt an assassination with his inept combat skills. He eyed his pet thoughtfully for a few seconds. Meow? His cat still wore the miniaturized stealth generator on his neck. Most people thought it was a collar or an accessory, but its power was so much more. If VS could find out the Elder Mayor's location, he could pass on the information to Lucky and instruct his cat to go end the man's life. With Lucky's uncommon stealth and infiltration abilities, it was child's play for him to slit the throat of an old and retired Kinner Mech pilot in his sleep. Though was that really the right way to go about it? Assassinating a former member of the 117th Blades would provoke a scandal of massive proportions. Let alone the extreme reaction of the tribal corps in question, Commander Mare himself might sink into an uncontrollable depression. If VS wanted to avoid a greater backlash, then the Elder Mare needed to pass on from his life as peacefully as possible. Perhaps VS could obtain some poisonous substance somewhere and pass it on to Lucky so that his cat could sneakily apply it to the intended victim and induce a quiet and seemingly natural death. As long as the Kinner authorities uncovered no evidence of foul play, an extreme reaction wouldn't take place. After all, wasn't the former Mech pilot already getting it on in years? Dying a bit earlier in their old age was not an unusual outcome to veterans who suffered a lot of battle injuries in their careers. The only variable remaining was Commander Mare himself. VS could not predict how the mercenary commander would react to the peaceful death of his father. Without a way to redeem himself to the person he looked up to the most, what would Commander Mare do next? Would he despair and give up his pursuit? Or would he pick himself up and find another reason to live and fight for now that his main goal was forever unattainable? "What are you thinking about, boss?" Gavin asked with puzzlement. "You haven't been paying attention lately." VS drew himself out of his thoughts. "Nothing important." Chapter 1309 Ethical Boundaries. The group took a break from their hunt for Kinners to hire. Calandra took them to an exclusive restaurant adjacent to Ornament Halls and guided them to a private room to eat lunch. As VS chewed some sort of crunchy insect that happened to be a highly prized delicacy on Bloodstone 2, he continued to contemplate the plan he formed in his mind. Commander Oren Mare was valuable. Not only was he a Mech pilot trained according to the standards of an elite tribal corps, his spirituality also signified great potential. From what he knew about Mech pilots, VS guessed that as long as Commander Mare adjusted his mentality, there was a strong chance he could break through to expert candidate without requiring too much help. This would be very convenient to VS, especially if he succeeded in buying out the mercenary commander and the rest of his outfit. With a near unbreakable loyalty to VS, nobody could take the newly emerged expert candidate from him, not even the Kinner tribe themselves. Even if the Kinner tribe was willing to rehabilitate Commander Mare due to his risen status, they could never openly act in conflict with their own principles. The Kinners relied so much on their credibility. Their loyalty was absolute, and their promises could always be relied upon. Once a Kinner was sold, they remained with their new owners forever, barring some exceptional circumstances. He did not foresee any problems on this end. The only challenge on his part was that VS needed to overcome Commander Mare's resistance to being sold before he advanced to expert candidate. "Even if he doesn't agree to my offer to buy out his mercenary corps, I still have an entire year to do so," VS softly muttered. Meow. For some reason, Lucky hopped away from VS and adopted a wary attitude. The cat seemed to detect that his owner was contemplating something awful again. "Oh, come on, Lucky! I'm just thinking about it. Who can blame me for contemplating a solution? I'm a mech designer. Solving problems is in my nature." Meow meow. VS looked despondent. "Yeah, you're right. Even if I can, it doesn't mean I should." On one hand, he was really greedy to obtain the services of Commander Mech. VS had met a lot of mech pilots in his life and developed a pretty good sense of what they were capable of. Commander Mech absolutely held promise, both as a regular mech pilot and a potential expert. To let such a human treasure slip past his fingers left a very sour taste in his mouth. It was like walking past a shining treasure in the mud. As long as VS wasn't afraid of getting his hands dirty, he'd be able to obtain a valuable asset. Yet, Lucky's disapproving glance made VS hesitate. Should he really sink to such a depth to secure the loyalty of a promising mech pilot? It would be so much easier if Commander Mech was a pirate or some other scum, he softly muttered. Yet despite his earlier failings, Oren Mech had gone above and beyond to obtain redemption. Such behavior and drive was worthy of respect and admiration. It reminded VS of some of the greater Larkin sons in his family, those who took their duty and integrity seriously. Should VS give in to his more honorable side and afford Commander Mech the respect he deserved? Or should he set aside his misgivings and enact his plan, leading to a result that in the end provided a lot of benefits to both VS and the mercenary commander? VS did not necessarily intend any ill towards Commander Mech. To VS, the Kinner was still suffering from a disgrace that should have been forgiven years ago. The man was fighting an uphill battle for redemption, not knowing that the hill he was climbing was endless. One of the complicating factors was that VS truly believed that Commander Mech would be better off under his care. Who in the galaxy possessed a deeper glimpse in the creation of expert pilots than him? Hardly anyone could match his unique advantages. So why was VS still hesitating? He turned to Gavin and asked a sudden question. Does the end justify the means? What? If I can achieve a great result by doing something awful, is it worth it to do so? What brought this about? Gavin frowned. Just humor me for a moment. I think humanity is better than that. Our civilization's long history says otherwise. That's because it was necessary for our survival. Gavin flicked his hand. Our race acted like two-faced, backstabbing bastards during the Age of Space and Age of Conquest, but so what? The pompous alien races who terrorized the galaxy were all worse. They deserved everything we unleashed upon them. In this way, the end indeed justified the means back then. It all depends on who will pay the price. In other words, the end only justifies the means if the victim had it coming? Yeah. Nowadays, I think we've outgrown that period in our civilization. Do we really need to revisit our darker sides? Look where that has gotten us. As soon as we stop targeting the aliens, we turn our darkness against ourselves. VS had to admit that his assistant had a good point. If VS indeed decided to enact his plan, he might be able to achieve his desired result, but at what cost? Would he be more inclined to make a dirty move towards people who really didn't deserve to be subjected to this kind of treatment? Perhaps. He needed to rethink his priorities. At the very least, if VS was facing some kind of criminal or a bastard, he would have no scruples getting his hands dirty. Yet that wasn't the case here. Neither Commander Mech or his retired father deserved to be subjected to dishonorable means. You were asking me this because of Commander Mech and his edge of redemption, right? Gavin asked. VS nodded. Yeah, but I shelved my plans. As I stated earlier, Commander Mech is a soldier who deserves to be treated with respect. I don't want to resort to my devil-tongue ways to fool him into working for me. Yet without any special means, I don't have any means to change the stubborn Kinner's mind. Earlier you said that everyone has a price. Instead of trying to cheat him into your service, why not try and find a way to give him what he wants? VS grimaced. I don't think a foreigner like me can interfere in this matter. The entire Kinner tribe, including his own father, thinks he's irredeemable. No amount of hard work and excellence in his mercenary career will earn Oren Mare forgiveness. He had reached a dead end. While VS could have offered other rewards to the commander, the man himself stated that money was just a possession. What Commander Mare truly valued was his honor and his father's acknowledgement. Something which VS could not give unless he was willing to resort to very ugly means. To be honest, I still don't understand why you are so hung up over Commander Mare, Gavin said with a hint of confusion lingering in his eyes. He's definitely something, but is he truly the only choice out here on Bloodstone? There are countless mercenary corps who are more than eager to work for a wealthy mech designer like you. I don't see any reason to tunnel vision on a single mercenary. He doesn't want to work for you, while you don't want to resort to any radical means to change his mind. Though VS felt very regretful about passing by a golden opportunity, he accepted Gavin's viewpoint. I think you're right. I'll forget about him and turn my attention to other Kinners. No matter how much I want to obtain someone, not everyone is for sale. I just have to accept that some people will always remain out of reach to me. The Mercenary Association did warn me about encountering this reaction. The Kinners valued reputation and credibility highly, not just among their own tribesmen, but also to the foreign clients looking to enlist their services. While VS achieved numerous feats of heroism back home, all of his shiny medals and accolades meant little this far away from the Bright Republic. The Kinners lacked the context to appreciate his achievements. They only saw him as a young, wealthy journeyman. VS, Gavin, and Lucky finished their lunch. To be honest, either VS or Gavin found the Kinner delicacies palatable. Only Lucky enjoyed a decent meal among the three as VS fed him some exotics he bought at a nearby shop. Meow. Lucky lazily dozed on V's shoulder after his sumptuous meal. His tail flitted back and forth with contentment. VS sighed and booped his pet in the nose. Meow. Maybe I should leave the search to you, Lucky. Calandra ignored the antics of her client and led the group to some of the outer halls. Not as many mercenaries and clients frequented these areas as they were usually taken up by less established mercenary corps. More foreign-owned outfits showed up as well, providing potential employers with more affordable alternatives. It was at one of the outer halls that Lucky suddenly sniffed and raised his head. Meow! What is it, Lucky? Meow meow! There is something remarkable about that pair of mercenaries? Lucky pointed him towards a pair of despondent-looking foreigners sitting by themselves in the corner of the hall they were in right now. The two, a man and a woman, looked fairly young and also shared an obvious family resemblance. Nothing about their appearance appealed to potential clients. Their grumpy faces and haggard faces suggested they were part of a mercenary corps that was down on their luck. Yet now that Lucky directed VS to turn his attention on them, a couple of details stood out. First, their clothes may have started to look like rags, but they used to be part of a military uniform. VS could easily imagine the badges and insignia that used to adorn their outfits. Second, though the two mercs looked despondent, they still possessed some steel in their spine. They must have enjoyed a very proud position in the past. These weren't the first foreign mercenaries he'd seen on Bloodstone who fled in disgrace. In fact, such stories were actually the norm than the exception. It was just that the losses the two mercenaries suffered must have been fairly recent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have looked so out of place compared to the other mercenaries who learned they needed to let go of their pasts in order to begin anew. As VS came nearer, he discreetly brushed them with his spiritual vision. Both happened to possess a mote of spirituality. Did that instantly make them special? Not necessarily. VS already encountered numerous mech pilots like them. Numerous Larkin sons shared the same condition. Therefore, aside from the peculiarities he observed, V.S. did not note anything else that caused Lucky to take interest in the pair. It didn't hurt to talk, though. Looks like the two of you aren't exactly eager to enter the mercenary business. V.S. started off on a strong note. The male looked up with resentful eyes. We did not choose to be mercenaries. It was forced upon us due to unforeseen circumstances. You can say that about half the foreigners in these halls. What makes you so special? The mercenary shrugged. We competed for power and lost. Our noble house is in ruins and our titles are struck from the records. Are you happy now, or do you want to laugh at us some more? Ah, fallen nobles. It always hurt more when you fell from a greater height. I do not mean to disparage the two of you. V.S. gently raised his hands. I'm just curious. Are the two of you in charge of a mercenary corps? No. The woman shook her head and spoke up for the first time. They cut and run on us when we arrived at Bloodstone. They took the Mech owned by our house and started their own outfit without us. We've appealed to the Kinner tribe and the Mercenary Association, but they aren't doing anything to return our stolen property. Well, that explained why the pair of foreigners looked so crushed. V.S. became increasingly more interested in their story. What was it about them that attracted Lucky's notice? Chapter 13:10 House Ingvar. The two fallen noble scions turned out to be twins. They came from one of the oddest named states in the local star sector, the Kingdom of the Three Flowers. The reason for this name dated back to the flowers who founded the kingdom. The three were natural triplets. Each of the women who went on to become the flowers all shared the same genes. Yet from their youngest years, they had been separated from each other and grew up in isolation from each other. Although they knew they had sisters, the lack of interaction with them led to very little sisterly love. For what reason their parents chose to raise their children in this fashion, V.S. had no clue. They deserved to be whacked in the heads for bringing up their children without coming in touch with each other. In any case, once the three flowers grew up and reached adulthood, they each possessed a claim to the territory that would eventually become the Kingdom of the Three Flowers. Therein lay the complication question. Which flower should inherit the kingdom? A lot of proposals had been bandied back and forth. All of the flowers were so different from each other that every faction in the kingdom favored a different one. To cut the long story short, the factions never came to an agreement. The political fights became so ugly that a civil war to determine the succession seemed inevitable. Yet at the brink of war, the factions oddly managed to calm down long enough to hash out a compromise. Rather than deciding upon one of the flowers, why not elevate all three of them to the throne? It was an extremely flawed compromise that pleased none of the factions, yet what else could they do to stave off the fighting? A civil war would tear apart the kingdom and make it vulnerable to outside invasion. Everyone would lose out in the end if that happened. Ever since then, the Kingdom of the Three Flowers formally came into being. They imitated the shared rulership structure of the hexadric hegemony, but flowers weren't nearly as good as the matriarchs in sharing power. A lot of inner conflict still ensued to this day. While the royal houses no longer fought directly against each other, their vassals were often pushed to fight in their stead, either openly or covertly. The royal houses of the Grey Rose, Black Poppy and White Dandelion each struggled to power while simultaneously keeping each other in check. As a result, the balance of power had never experienced a shift since the founding of the houses. Even so, that did not stop the flowers from continuing their toxic competition for power. The two fallen nobles that V.S. had met used to be the scions of House Ingvar, which was subordinate to Black Poppy. While they were not born into the main branch of their house, they turned out to be potentates. This caused House Ingvar to invest in their training in the hopes of assisting the head of the house in the future. All seemed well to the two nobles. Their privileged upbringing and decent skills allowed them to become fairly notable mech pilots. Once they graduated from the mech academies and returned to their house, they were placed in charge of a household mech company.
We thought we'd be able to serve with distinction during this period, Ayman Ingvar explained to VS.
The female, Casella Ingvar, continued the story.
But then Black Poppy turned to our house for an important mission. Even now, we still don't know what the Black Poppy wanted from our house. We merely received some vague orders to mobilize our company and head to a lifeless star system to await our next orders.
They arrived at their destination and waited for their next instructions. They never came. As the communication channels remained silent, the Ingvar pair finally decided to loosen the restrictions to their quantum entanglement nodes to check up on the latest on the galactic net. That was when they learned that House Ingvar had fallen.
How did your house fall all of a sudden?
VS frowned in puzzlement.
Shouldn't you have protocols in place to warn the two of you of disaster?
Ayman shook his head.
We were engaging in very covert movements. We took a lot of precautions to hide our presence. Too much, it turns out. A sudden assault struck House Ingvar with such might that none of our relatives and retainers who knew about our deployment could spare any attention to us. We were left in the dark.
What followed afterwards was a lot of doubt and confusion. This was because the main culprit behind the destruction of House Ingvar turned out to be Black Poppy. For whatever reason, the royal house turned on its own vassals and employed the full might of its mech divisions to crush every Ingvar they could find. After the two Ingvars truly realized their house was gone, they led their household mech company out of the Kingdom of Three Flowers and meandered their way over to the Kinner tribe.
When we arrived, we were short on money and supplies,
Ayman despondently noted.
Casella and I left our ship to access the backup accounts that House Ingvar maintained on Bloodstone. That was a mistake. Our household troops betrayed us. The mech pilots appropriated the mechs provided by our house while the spacers crewing our carrier hacked our authorizations and took over complete control. What's worse was that they had the audacity to register themselves as a new mercenary corps called the Horseless Riders.
The Mercenary Association approved of the establishment of the Horseless Riders. Though Ayman and Casella Ingvar strongly objected to this move and cried foul, the fallen nobles made very little progress through arbitration.
Did the arbitration from the MA achieve anything substantial at all so far?
VS curiously asked.
Ha!
Ayman resentfully laughed.
They refused to force the Horseless Riders to return the stolen assets. All of the mechs along with our carrier still remain in the hands of our treacherous servants to this day. The only concession the MA deigned to give us was to return our personal mechs. 2 mechs. That's all.
Both Ayman and Casella gritted their teeth at the thought of this result. They only regained a fraction of what they lost, and the MA seemed unwilling to cede them anything else. VS shook his head after hearing this sad tale.
If you asked me, the Mercenary Association protected you and gave you a lifeline.
What? Casella burst out.
That's absurd. The MA totally sided with the thieves. They wanted to shut us up by handing back our mechs in exchange for acknowledging we've lost the right of possession of our remaining mechs and ship.
VS chuckled, which seemed to make the Ingvar pair even angrier.
Let me explain how I see it. House Ingvar is no more. Their own superiors, the royal house of the Black Poppy, crushed your house themselves. All Ingvar assets should have been formally seized by Black Poppy. Except for ours,
Ayman protested.
Says you?
VS raised his hand.
Let me continue. Suppose what I said has happened. Now your household mech company should have been the property of your house. Neither of you own the assets of your former mech company, correct?
Both Ingvars reluctantly nodded.
So properly speaking, the assets of your household mech company actually belongs to Black Poppy.
Now, if you continue to annoy the Mercenary Association with your useless demands, who says they won't confiscate your mechs and send them back to their rightful owners at the Kingdom of the Three Flowers? They can't. We will never allow the murderous Black Poppy to take what little we possess. Have you ever heard the saying that possession is 9/10 of the law? VS raised. Well, from what I've learned, the Mercenary Association often defaults to this rule when it handles arbitration in cases like these. House Ingvar is no more, and while Black Poppy probably claimed all of your fallen house's assets, it's customary that a few bits and pieces fall through the cracks. If we count your household mech company among them, then they were technically ownerless. It should have still belonged to us then. We are the remaining surviving heirs of House Ingvars, Iman exclaimed. Yet VS shook his head. House Ingvar is dissolved. It doesn't exist in any legal sense. Its estate and all of its assets has been absorbed by Black Poppy. What this means is that your last name has become worthless. This revelation came as a huge shock to the two. Both Iman and Casella possessed a lot of pride in their house. Even if it had fallen, they still harbored ambitions to take revenge and restore their house. However, such an endeavor was much harder to do if no one recognized their house and in turn their noble status. In the perspective of the Mercenary Association, a deckhand aboard your carrier has as much of a claim to your ship than the two of you. It all comes down to who can manage to claim and secure possession of the ownerless assets first. Most likely, the former household mech pilots each claimed their own mechs. Meanwhile, the spacers collectively split the ownership of the carrier, with the captain claiming the largest proportion. The former soldiers and retainers of House Ingvar probably left no room for Iman and Casella Ingvar in registering their salvage claims. Likely, the only reason Iman and Casella regained their personal mechs was because the horseless riders hadn't recruited mech pilots and assigned them to the mechs fast enough. The brutal truth had been laid bare to the ignorant two fallen noble scions. Both Iman and Casella appeared devastated. Apart from your mechs and some backup funds, the two of you have nothing left, right? Iman listlessly nodded. Well, far be it for a stranger like me to advise you, but I suggest you pick yourself up. You may have fallen to your lowest point, but at least you are still better off than most. What has been lost can be regained, but you won't come close to doing so if you keep moping around. Move forward. Think about what you can do in the future, rather than beat yourself up over past decisions that have already been made. What's it to you? Casella narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Why are you trying to help us? Are you pitying us? I only paid attention to you two because my cat thinks you're interesting. VS patted Lucky's back. Meow! Lucky seemed pleased at V's recognition. The cat always prided himself for his observation ability. I don't see anything worth paying attention to, if I'm being honest. I suggest you rethink your current actions and evaluate whether you are doing something productive. I hope you'll wake up and move forward. At that point, I hope you consider working for me. I'm a great boss, and as a mech designer, I can provide you with some great mechs. VS had Gavin pass their contact information to the Ingvars before they left. Calandra spoke up now that they had walked out of earshot from the fallen nobles. I don't see why those foreigners are worth your time. Nobles who have lost their houses are some of the worst mercenaries imaginable. They constantly pretend they are still special when they are no different from a mercenary. In fact, even our worst Kinner mercenaries are better than those two crybabies. It is true that the two Ingvars don't make for good mercenary material, VS conceded, though a grin quickly plastered on his face. Though it's a different story if I can manage to persuade them to join my avatars of myth. Only when he came in close proximity and studied the pair up close did he manage to perceive what Lucky had already sensed. There was something special about the two Ingvars. Chapter 13:11 Voice of Reason. We haven't achieved anything so far, Gavin noted to VS after the end of the day. They had returned to their hotel as the sun faded over the horizon.
There were plenty of mercenary corps who seemed decent, but you didn't look enthused.
Calandra was wrong, VS remarked.
At the very least, she hasn't told me the complete story.
How so?
Money talks. This is true. Yet sometimes the currency that matters more isn't hard credits, but reputation. If I was a senior or had a few more years to burnish my name, I would have been able to persuade the likes of Commander Mech to work for me. As it is, I'm far too obscure to recruit the truly valuable mercenaries. We always knew that to begin with, boss. In my eyes, you are setting your standards way too high. Don't forget what we are here for. You wanted protection for your trip and loyal mech pilots to bolster the growth of the avatars of myth. While it's great if you can get the best, you can still meet these goals with any other Kinner mercenary corps.
The reminder put VS to thought as he stared at the bloody red sunset over Bloodstone's crimson surface.
I think you have a point, he admitted as he relaxingly drank a glass of wine. I think a bit of Gloriana washed over me. I focused too much on getting the best that I lost sight of the bigger picture.
Lately, Gloriana's insertion into his life made him feel a lot of pressure. He couldn't afford to rest on his laurels. He needed to improve and build up his strength significantly faster than he previously thought. Yet he got so caught up in trying to squeeze out advantages everywhere that he was starting to lose sight of his boundaries. Growing wealthier, powerful, and more capable opened a lot of options that VS could have never imagined. With his overactive imagination and his creative mind, he became capable of designing great mechs. However, his barely constrained imagination also led him to develop dangerous ideas just because he was capable of putting them into fruition. VS noticed that this tendency became increasingly worse over time. When he reflected on his recent actions, he recognized that his common sense and grounded mindset had both been deteriorating for a while. Was this what all mech designers had to deal with? Or was his artificially augmented mental attributes to blame? Maybe VS was experiencing the same kind of degeneration as all of those infamous admirals and battleship captains back during the Age of Conquest. The constant pursuit to improve one's raw attributes often led to unintended side effects. VS thought that genetic modification had advanced and learned from the mistakes of the past. Perhaps he was wrong. The problems might be more intrinsic, making them an unavoidable part of improving oneself. The so-called side effects were so ingrained that they might as well be a core component of the total package. How many leaders, military officers and dignitaries were running in the galaxy concocting wild schemes and plotting all manner of crimes in order to get an advantage in the current age? The greater their capabilities, the greater their capacity towards destruction. The worst part of this realization was that VS suspected that he was on track to join their ranks. Did he want to stop or reverse this development? Not necessarily. With all the experiences he had been through, he would rather suffer from too much paranoia than be too trusting and naive against a potential threat. Yet even if he accepted this inevitable transformation, did that mean he had to resign himself to becoming a monster in human skin? Right now, VS realized that he always had a solution by his side. It was the people he kept by his side. For example, VS kept Gavin by his side in order to keep him informed and to assist him in passing on instructions and making appointments on his behalf. Yet VS did not call his assistant Benny for no reason. Though Gavin harbored suspicions that VS was suffering from brain damage when he stopped calling his assistant by his real name, the actual reason was much more profound. At first, it was a conscious way to remind VS of the danger of letting a gatekeeper gain too much control over his life. Each time VS spoke out the name Benny, His mind kept harkening back on how Axelar's bodyguard and assistant practically dictated much of the Terran wastrel's life. After VS returned from that master experience, he resolved to never make such a mistake himself. He should always be the one in charge of his own organization instead of the other way around. However, in his drive to keep up his guard against a trusted subordinate, he overlooked the truth that sometimes a gatekeeper may be right. Gavin accompanied VS constantly ever since he returned from the war. Both of them grew up on the same planet, but whereas one became a wildly successful mech designer, the other one still retained much of his common cloudy curtain sensibilities. Each time VS made an extreme decision, he always did so alone. Yet each time he deliberated on his choices in the company of Gavin, his assistant often acted as a sounding board and a voice of reason. From the perspective of a mech designer like VS, it was a matter of specialization. VS was very much in charge for a reason, but his judgment was only sound in some areas. In other areas, the judgment of a common space peasant like Gavin was plainly better. The instance of trying to find a way to recruit Commander Mare clearly illustrated this point. Perhaps the best way to restrain his more unreasonable urges was to have someone at his side who was ready to offer a second opinion. This was the other function of a gatekeeper: to be a voice of reason whenever their bosses required one. VS also had more companions. He had Kedis, Kalsi, Melker, Calabast, his grandfather, and so on to help manage his affairs and to provide him with relevant advice. Just like Mechs, no one excelled in every aspect. Multipurpose Mechs might claim otherwise, but VS personally experienced that even they possessed shortcomings. He was realistic enough to admit that he was nowhere close to a multipurpose mech. He was just good at designing mechs, that was all. In everything else, VS was far from a knowledgeable expert. Perhaps VS should direct his paranoia towards his own judgment once in a while. Benny? Yes, boss? Thank you for being with me. Thank you for providing me with sound counsel. Sometimes I need a good whack to my head whenever I'm contemplating something crazy. Gavin nervously released a laugh. You're the boss. That's what you're paying me for, right? Right. Seriously though, if there's anything you need that you can't do yourself, just hire someone. Bloodstone may be famed for its mercenaries, but there are more people for hire besides mech pilots. Maybe it's a good idea if you shop around for other experts and specialists while you still have access to one of the best job markets in the star sector. That did sound like a great idea to VS. You're right. Why didn't I think about that? However, hiring someone trustworthy is not going to be easy. Then just buy out a Kinner expert, boss. Not every Kinner tribesman is a poorly educated menial or a mech pilot who doesn't have a life outside fighting, though it may seem that way sometimes. There are plenty of Kinners who studied other vocations that are looking to sign on to a wealthy benefactor like you. Best of all, they aren't as expensive to buy out as a mercenary corps. A bulb went off in V's mind. You're right. It's difficult, if not outright impossible, to hire assistants who are both trustworthy and capable. One of the only places where this rule doesn't apply is one Bloodstone. Everyone knows that a Kinner's fealty is ironclad. Even so, his lingering paranoia cautioned him to take it easy for now. If he relied too much on this assumption, it might come back to bite him in the butt. They began to trade ideas on which positions to hire in order to bolster the staff. How about hiring a financial manager? You need someone to manage your personal fortune. Maybe. VS hesitated. He really did not want anyone touching his personal funds at all, but he recognized that he may inadvertently squander his money due to his lack of financial acumen. Put it on the list. If we find a Kinner who can be trusted with my personal assets, I'm open to buying them out. They traded more suggestions, most of which VS rejected because they didn't seem necessary. Why should he hire a personal cook when nutrient packs and auto chefs already did a decent job in filling his stomach? He was not a picky eater. A small idea crept up to VS. Please add a spy master to the list. A spy? Why would you have need of that kind? Gavin frowned. Perhaps I misspoke. I meant a security expert. VS rephrased. Corporate espionage is very real, as we both found out at the Elvain Protectorate. I truly need someone who knows how to spy and who can beat them at their own game. Proficiency in counterintelligence is my main priority, but if I ever need someone to snoop on my behalf, I want to have someone capable on hand. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. It's not just for me, Benny. The expert we hire can also assist the Avatars of Myth in setting up its virtual security division. After another 10 minutes of trading different possibilities, Gavin suddenly mentioned the most obvious option that they somehow overlooked. You need a personal bodyguard. Isn't that why I'm here in the first place? Kinner Mercenary Corps are all geared towards piloting mechs to protect you against other mechs. They might be great against fending off hostile mechs, but that doesn't mean they're adept at foiling assassins in disguise and such. A personal bodyguard who isn't a part of the Avatars of Myth but reports directly to you and only you can be your greatest shoulder to lean on in hard times. That was true, but a personal bodyguard with great power over VS might also turn into another Benny. VS fell silent as he weighed the merits against the risks. Eventually, he decided that Gavin's suggestion had more pros than cons. While he held great trust in his Avatars of Myth, they weren't exactly around right now. In addition, if they ever became compromised for one reason or another, VS would not be left completely alone no matter how low he sunk. Okay, add that to the top of the list. A personal bodyguard is my #1 priority. Though they both came with plenty more suggestions, VS begged off on filling up any other functions. Just like with the Avatars of Myth, expanding his staff too fast might result in more harm than good. You can always return to Bloodstone in the future to hire additional staff, Gavin remarked. Even if you don't want to travel all the way to the Kinner tribe again, you can order them from the Galactic Net or send someone like me to take care of this errand. True. The whole reason for VS to hire a staff was to rely on them to do the jobs that needed to be done much better than himself. They weren't only there to offer to put their expertise to use in advising him, though that was a very important additional benefit to someone like VS who possessed sketchy judgment in areas outside of mech design. VS idly petted Lucky, who was lounging on his lap. Naturally, my closest companion will always be you, Lucky. Meow. Gavin, who watched the interaction from the side, shook his head. Sometimes I wonder whether you truly understand your pet, or you are merely making up your own meaning in Lucky's meows. Who knows? VS smirked. Perhaps I'm talking to myself all the time after all. Meow. Chapter 13:12 Lingering Nostalgia. The next day, VS and Gavin woke up and prepared for another day of Kinner shopping. This time, VS resolved not to go back empty-handed this time. His extensive talk with Gavin pulled him out of his obsession of collecting the best of the best, regardless whether they were available to him or not. Continuing to pine over Commander Oren Mare after the mercenary captain resolutely ruled out working for him should have been the end of the matter. It's truly a pity to leave behind a gem in the rough. VS shook his head in regret. Still, the price I have to pay in order to obtain an unattainable treasure may be greater than I can stomach. His actual demands were nowhere near as high. Hiring a decent Kinner mercenary corps ought to satisfy most of his immediate needs with regards to his security. Rounding that out with a personal bodyguard and an experienced spy adept in virtual security filled up the other gaps. Though VS could always hire more, his budget wouldn't allow it at the moment. He would just have to stick to the safer parts of space. After heading down to the hotel lobby, Calandra greeted them both with an amiable smile. "Good morning, Mr. Larkin's son. Shall we resume our search at ornament halls, or do you prefer to visit the smaller recruitment venues instead?" "Let's return to ornament halls," VS decided after a brief moment, while holding Lucky. "There are plenty of mercenary corps we haven't encountered yet. I've also readjusted my priorities, so I might want to revisit some of the mercenary representatives that I've spoken to before." "All right. We can do that." As they began to walk towards their aircar, VS also mentioned his other demands. "After discussing my lack of qualified help with my assistant, I'd also like to hire some other bodies outside of a combat force." "Such as?" VS listed out his list of priorities. "I was wondering if you would turn to the rest of our job market." Calandra nodded in understanding. "Many clients who visit Bloodstone have the same needs as yours. While we are famed for our loyal Kinner Mech pilots, not everyone is destined to follow their vocation. Aside from raising logistical personnel to assist our Mech pilots, we also excel in raising Kinners who can fulfill other jobs. While low-skilled labor is our most abundant export product, we do offer a fair amount of specialized, high-skilled labor." "What is their quality?" Gavin asked. "Do not expect to encounter any exceptional talents. Our systematic education system is geared towards educating a large amount of qualified Kinner experts instead of trying to raise a small number of exceptional talents. Those that do happen to turn out exceptional often join the tribal corps or auction themselves out to our most wealthiest customers." In other words, VS should not expect the best. Just like with hiring a mercenary corps, he still lacked the wealth and reputation to buy out the most premier Kinner tribesmen. The aircar lifted off from the hotel grounds and flew towards ornament halls. The short trip ended quickly and the passengers disembarked in order to enter the bustling grounds. They first resumed touring the halls where the Kinner outfits hung out. VS talked to numerous representatives, finding out their history, their track record, their fighting strength, their price, their willingness to be bought out, and so on. Most reps happily answered his questions. He kept his spiritual senses peeled for remarkable individuals, but he found no one that came close to matching Commander Mare. Although VS could keep looking for better options, he did not wish to prolong his search any longer than necessary. He decided to take a brief break and discuss his options with Gavin and Calandra. "What about the Uliverdorn shields?" their guide suggested. "While their mech pilots are on the younger side, they are very enthusiastic about signing on to you, Mr. Larkin's son." Gavin shook his head. "They are rather lacking in experience. None of them have ever traveled beyond the region surrounding the Kinner tribe. I'm not sure they'll be able to handle the situations we encounter as we travel further away from their home state." "That's a good point," VS remarked. "While younger Kinners have the advantage of a longer shelf life, their lack of experience can be a serious detriment. We can't afford to train them on the job. I need mech pilots who are already competent and capable of adjusting to different environments." A short pause ensued as Gavin perused the notes he took on his data pad. "Remember the Pulsar Thieves? They've been around for several decades, experienced various ups and downs, and undertook missions on both the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony sides of the Star Sector." VS shook his head. "They are kind of washed up, though. You can see the tiredness in the eyes of their representative and accompanying mech pilots. They just returned from a mission gone wrong and are on the lookout for an easy retirement." "Yeah. Their drive is obviously lacking. Their average age is also on the higher side, so their shelf life isn't very long. Despite these factors, they still dare to price themselves as if they are still in their prime." The group entertained other suggestions. Though VS did his best to lower his standards, he still found some issue that disqualified a particular Kinner outfit from consideration. Gavin became increasingly more exasperated at the nitpicking going around.
Fine. What about the battle criers? Sure, they're a bit cruder than the other outfits, but they tick most of your boxes. The battle criers?
VS seriously considered the suggestion.
They're a bit unorthodox.
Calandra knew more about them.
No one expected the battle criers to last, to be honest. They rose up from humble beginnings after their founder, Hugin Cinnabar, joined hands with a band of like-minded former cadets after graduating from the Mech Academy. Somehow, despite their shabby mechs and limited numbers, they've grown to a respectable height over the years, mostly due to their penchant for accepting odd missions. That has backfired on them several times, though. True, but it is admirable how the battle criers never came close to dissolvement even after suffering a loss. Unlike the pulsar thieves, they still managed to retain their fighting will.
The representative of the battle criers was a bit colorful. Frankly, the battle criers reminded him of both Lydia's sword maidens and the flagrant vandals. They simultaneously possessed the savageness of the sword maidens while pairing it up with the occasional cunning and lack of scruples of the vandals. Unfortunately, the battle criers did not possess the single-minded devotion to training of the sword maidens or the military discipline of the vandals. The impression that VS got out of observing the representative and accompanying mercs was that they were a bunch of courageous but dim-witted ruffians. Yet how stupid could they really be if they managed to survive for a couple decades? VS developed an interest in their mercenary commander. While Hugin Cinnabar was just as old as Oren Mare, the two were completely different leaders. Whereas Commander Mare enjoyed a privileged military upbringing, Commander Cinnabar rose up from the lowest ranks. While Commander Cinnabar lacked much of the training and sophistication of Commander Mare, the founder and leader of the battle criers still managed to climb to the same height from a much lower starting point.
Commander Cinnabar must be quite resourceful despite his humble origins,
VS surmised.
It's not easy to start a mercenary corps from scratch and keep it going for 2 decades.
Though their story was quite remarkable, Calandra did not entirely approve.
I'm not so sure whether the battle criers are the most suitable mercenary corps to protect you. They are much more capable of performing offensive missions. While they are still willing to serve as protective duty, it goes against their instincts. I've heard stories that their men can get unruly if nothing exciting happens. I think I can handle that,
VS determined.
If not me, then Commander Cinnabar will surely be able to keep them in line. He's got them this far. If he's willing to accept a protection mission, then he's surely prepared to address this problem.
There were plenty of reasons to hire the battle criers. They were a mixed mercenary corps. They fielded one land-bound mech company and one space-borne mech company. Whether in space or on land, VS was assured of all-round protection. They possessed 2 serviceable light carriers along with 1 small logistics ship and 2 transport ships. Such a fleet was sufficient for them to operate in deep space and cut off from civilization for half a year or more. Their mech pilots were a mix of younger and older kinners. While they suffered occasional battle losses, they always recruited young blood to invigorate their ranks. In this way, they pooled together youthful enthusiasm with tempered veterancy. They possessed a good employment history. Only a few failed missions marred their record, and none of them placed the bulk of the blame on their forces. Best of all, their buyout price was very reasonable, regardless whether VS opted to obtain their assets. All in all, as long as VS didn't mind being around some rough men and women, he'd be able to obtain the dependable and trustworthy Kinner mercenary corps he originally set out to hire. Their mechs and ships are still kind of shabby, though. Commander Cinnabar is not a believer in paying for quality. Gavin pointed out one last flaw, as if to deter VS.
While it's all well and good to replace their old mechs and ships with brand new ones when you return home, right now we are far away from the Bright Republic. Do you really want to entrust your protection to a bunch of mechs that already look second-hand when bought? That happened to be one of the reasons why VS initially dismissed the battle criers. Commander Cinnabar's haphazard command style frequently resulted in losses. This development likely steered him towards purchasing cheaper and more expendable assets. For this reason, as a fighting force, the battle criers depended more on their quantity rather than their quality to win battles. The overall level of training among the battle crier mech pilots also left something to be desired. Compared to Commander Mech and his Edge of Redemption, the disparity in strength was significant. Yet the more VS thought about the battle criers, the more they started to grow on him. His nostalgia towards the Vandals and the Sword Maidens left him with a lingering attachment towards crude but earnest mech outfits. Alright, I've decided. VS stood up with gusto while picking up Lucky. We don't need to hire a crack mercenary troop to fulfill a mere protection duty. The battle criers are more than sufficient for the job. Let's go and speak to their rep. Though both Calandra and Gavin still possessed some doubts, this was one choice that VS was determined to follow through. After referencing her calm, Calandra led the group to a hall at the periphery of the grounds that they visited before. Once they squeezed through the crowd of clients and mercenaries, they eventually reached a corner where a rough-faced mercenary representative sat on a chair with his feet propped on a table. VS observed the squished carcass of a native bloodstone bug stuck on the sole of the representative's boots. Its blood and insectal juices had dripped down on the surface of the table long enough to turn dry. His lips curled up in a rueful smile. He had already resolved to endure some uncouth behavior from his guards. Hello again, he began. We've spoken to you before, remember? Huh! The representative blearily directed his bloodshot eyes as VS before taking a huge swig of his cheap beer. I done remember you. Fag. When am I finally done with this boring duty? PTUH. A beer-laden glob of spit landed awfully close to V's impeccably clean shoes. He was starting to have second thoughts about this idea. Chapter 1313 Commander Hugin Cinnabar. Calandra took over after VS expressed his disgust. After a half-coherent chat with the drunken mercenary representative, their local guide managed to get the man call for his boss for a potential job. 20 minutes passed by. VS stepped well away from the battle crier assigned to represent his mercenary corps, not willing to risk getting soiled by the drunken kinner's vomit and spit. Despite the disgraceful display, he did not take it to mind. The other battle criers sitting deeper looked a bit more sober and decent. They also possessed a confident and energetic demeanor, which meant that there shouldn't be any problems concerning their motivation. Eventually, the man they had been waiting for arrived at the hall. A large, heavy-set man with ragged red hair came to the drunken representative and whacked the fellow in the cheek. The force of the blow was so significant that the rep immediately collapsed onto the floor. You dumb pig! Is this how you're supposed to attract a client? Go wash yourself up and report back to base. Why yes, Commander! The big man then turned around and spotted Calandra. So who's the foreigner interested in the battle criers? I am. VS confidently stepped forward and offered a hand. Are you the mercenary commander of the battle criers? That I am. Hugin Cinnabar, at your service. The commander smacked his palm against the offered hand and attempted to shake it in a crushing grip. Yet the grip from the soft and delicate hand did not buckle from the Kinner tribesman's strength. Instead, it exerted a strength beyond any human reason. Commander Cinnabar's eyes widened as he quickly ended his pathetic power play. You're not an ordinary mech designer. You're not an ordinary Kinner mercenary commander. VS smiled like a shark. Towards brash types like these, he found it better if he established his dominance first. I've been through some scrapes in my life. Clearly you do, the commander replied with evident respect. It's really refreshing to meet a mech designer who spent some time outside their stuffy labs. You're interesting. Let's talk. The group, along with Hug and Cinnabar, moved behind the table where the rep used to sit. All right, you layabouts. Clear some space for us. Once the lounging mercs left their places, everyone sat down at the seats that had been freed up. VS did so reluctantly as he spotted some dried stains on the surface of his chair. Commander Cinnabar noticed his actions and chuckled. Well, let's get down to business, shall we? Who are you and why are you looking into us? My name is V.S. Larkinson, a journeyman mech designer from the Bright Republic. I'm looking into hiring a dependable mercenary corps to escort me and protect me during a year-long tour through the Star Sector. As V.S. gave his spiel, the commander keenly kept his ears open. All the basic points came up. V.S. not only wanted to hire an all-round mercenary corps that could cover him both in space and on land, but he also wanted the possibility to buy out the battle criers if he became satisfied with their service. This really caught the mercenary commander's attention. We don't get many offers like this. Most employers don't want to spend any more time with us than necessary. Our special kinner charm is too much for them to handle, you see. I like a man with personality. V.S. chuckled. I used to spend some time with mech pilots who are somewhat closer to the bottom of the barrel. While hiring better trained and better armed mech pilots is what most people in my position would do, I don't necessarily think that's a good idea. What are you looking for, Mr. Larkinson? I want a mercenary corps who cares. I want the men and women fighting on my behalf to have some spirit. I want the people who I entrust my life upon to be loyal to me not just because their upbringing as a kinner says so, but because they believe in my cause. Interesting. The commander paused. The intrigue in his eyes had never diminished. I never expected to meet with a client as unique as you. Most mech designers I've worked for are so stuck up that they can't even look at the floor anymore because their necks are too used to looking upwards. We don't exactly offer the qualities they are looking for. They wanted well-behaved, good-looking lap dogs. V.S. grinned. That's the thing. I'm not looking for lap dogs. I'd rather spend my time with hunting dogs. Do the battle criers fit in that category? Hee hee. I would liken us more to jackals than thoroughbred dogs. We've got a bit of wildness in us. While we don't make for the best guards, as long as you point us at a target, we'll make sure to tear it into pieces. Obviously, a mismatch still existed in what V.S. demanded and what the battle criers could provide. The mercenary corps mainly undertook offensive missions and only occasionally guarded people or facilities. They did not make for the best guard mech force. A lot of other kinner mercenary corps were much more adept in defending a VIP against external threats. V.S. ought to consider hiring them instead. Yet he refused to do so. As he continued to chat with Commander Cinnabar, he became increasingly more comfortable at the thought of hiring the battle criers. Though his nostalgia towards the Vandals and Sword Maidens played a major role in driving him towards this decision, more factors played into his decision. First, studying Commander Cinnabar's record beforehand and talking to him in person made it clear that Cinnabar was a reliable if flawed commander. Though he did not possess that much tactical and strategic acumen, he was very capable leading and inspiring his men. V.S. thought very highly of this particular ability. It reminded him of Major Verl's manipulative but effective means of raising morale among the Vandals. The tougher the times, the more the ability to motivate and inspire the men became vital to maintaining the cohesion of a force. It could mean the difference between abandonment and sticking to the end. Although properly speaking the battle criers already ought to be loyal to VS due to their kinner values, he would rather gain some more assurances. As long as he managed to stay on the good side of Commander Cinnabar, then he could trust in the mercenary commander to keep the rest of his men on their side.
This led to the second reason why VS became enamored by the battle criers. He went along well with Commander Cinnabar. Although the Kinner mercenary leader obviously wanted to play nice to the person with all the money, the two hit it off quite nicely from the start. VS liked the honesty and lack of sophistication from Commander Cinnabar. The older man may exaggerate the merits of the battle criers by a bit, but he was not ashamed to mention the points they were lacking or needed to work upon. "We don't own the best mechs," the commander shrugged. "Unless you can supply us with new ones, we won't be able to beat every opponent we come across." "That's not a problem." VS dismissively waved his hand. "I'll reserve replacement mechs for the battle criers when we return to the Bright Republic. Perhaps by then, I've decided to buy you all out sans your existing assets and integrate you into my avatars of myth." The possibility of being absorbed into another outfit evoked mixed feelings from the commander. "I'm not sure whether I can accept that outcome. I spent so much time building up the battle criers that I don't want our hard work and our martial tradition to die out." "Your men can still form distinctive mech companies within the avatars." VS offered a concession. "While I will still demand that you get along with the avatars and align yourself with their martial tradition, I do not object if your Kinners still maintain a distinct grouping within my personal force. The battle criers will still live on, if not on paper then in spirit." Using the word spirit evoked a mixed feeling inside VS. If there was one regret about his decision, it was that Commander Cinnabar did not possess any detectable trace of spirituality. This meant that the man was unlikely to become an expert pilot in his lifetime. VS did not take this observation to heart. Even if Commander Cinnabar lacked the potential, perhaps VS might be able to resolve this issue one day if the Kinner performed exceptionally in his service. Even if VS ruled out this option, he could always see if any of the other battle criers possessed the potential. If it turned out that none of them possessed the potential, then VS would just have to accept this outcome. Picking up mech pilots with the potential to break through the extraordinary threshold was more of a bonus objective than a necessity in his eyes. At the end of their back and forth, both sides gained a good insight on what they wanted from each other. VS wanted to try out a Kinner mercenary corps for a year and see if they had what it took to serve him on a more permanent basis. Commander Cinnabar wanted to draw back from the life of a mercenary who constantly danced on the knife edge for a very simple reason. "I'm married," the rough-looking man stated. "Ever since I tied the knot, I realized I can't keep going like this and expect to be there for my children. I grew up without knowing my parents, you see. While I love my tribe and my culture, I don't want my sons and daughters to experience what it is like to be raised by nanny bots and overworked matrons." VS believed the commander. No normal parent would want to bring up their children in such loveless camps or institutions. Even if this practice was somewhat more acceptable in the Kinner tribe, that was only because the market always hungered for more Kinners. Commander Cinnabar was in his mid-40s and was almost reaching 50. While he was still in the prime of his mech piloting career, how long would it last? At some point in time, age would begin to catch up to him, no matter what kind of treatments and augmentations he received. For him to plan for a transition to an easier life of service at this point in his life was a very logical move to make. Though not all of the battle criers were as enthused to leave their freewheeling mercenary days behind, the commander was confident he could get his men to agree to the changes. VS smiled. "Family is important. Your children are important. I'll make sure to give you and your battle criers the opportunity to spend sufficient time with both. The avatars of myth are already set in a way that allows for such. I'm looking to bring you in not because I have a need for hired thugs. I want people who are willing to fight for something greater." What that something greater actually turned out to be, VS hoped that it would be him, or at least his ideals. Trying to convert the battle criers into worshipping his ideals would definitely be a long-term project. VS intended to spend a lot of time in indoctrinating the battle criers into becoming his most dedicated avatars. At the end of their exchange, Commander Cinnabar drew back. "You've given me a lot of food for thought. I'll have to think over your offer and discuss it with my men. This is not a decision to be taken lightly, I think." "Go ahead. I'll be sticking around on Bloodstone for some time." VS smiled and waved. "My assistant here will leave behind our contact information. If you have any questions or made up your mind, feel free to call us, Commander." VS extended his hook. Now he needed to wait and see if the fish would bite. Chapter 13-14 Trinity Halls. So far, VS extended offers to both the battle criers and the Ingvar siblings. Because of the huge implications of accepting the offers, both parties needed some time to consider them carefully. Not only would they have to accompany VS as he meandered his way through the star sector for a year, they would also end up on the upper side at the end of the mission. If they happened to refuse a further extension of employment, then they needed to cut all the way down to the lower side of the star sector. Such a trip not only took a lot of time, but it could also be expensive if they failed to nab an escort mission heading in that direction. All in all, VS did not dare predict whether Commander Cinnabar or the Ingvars would accept or not. A good impression at the first meeting might help tilt the decision in his favor, but there were lots of other considerations to take into account. The battle criers are obviously at the stage where they are open to settling down, Calandra explained as she guided them to an air car that would take them out of ornament halls. However, most of them prefer to settle down closer to the Kinner tribe. This is because it is easier to get in touch with family and friends and to allow for easier access to its various institutions. This is especially important if the bot Kinners want to send their children back to the tribe. I take it the younger mercenaries are less eager to settle down than the older ones, right? Gavin asked. That is generally the case. The younger Kinner Mech pilots are always full of fire and ready to prove to the star sector that they have what it takes to reach the top of their profession. The ones in their 30s and 40s have gone through enough missions to know that their youthful dreams are nothing but unattainable fantasies. They're much more concerned with spending their time with their spouses and raising their children. The unspoken warning here was that these were just generalities. None of them knew what the sentiment was like at the battle criers. VS already knew that they were a bit abnormal compared to a run-of-the-mill Kinner mercenary corps, but their colorfulness was exactly why they appealed so strongly to his nostalgic sensibilities. As for the Ingvar twins, while they seemed to be a bit too inexperienced and problematic to work for VS, they possessed a special quality that even caught Lucky's attention. This reason alone was enough for VS to try and see if he could exploit the fallen nobles, but it was up to them to decide whether they should serve a different master and leave their vendetta against the royal house of the Black Poppy unresolved. VS quietly shook his head at the thought. Two lone mech pilots with expired noble credentials could never measure up against an entire royal house. It sounded as absurd as VS trying to fight against the seemingly weak but incredibly deep royal house of Vija. They entered an available luxury aircar which swiftly lifted up in the air. The vehicle quietly flew across the capital city to yet another hiring market. Both the Sky Halls and Ornament Halls are fine destinations if you want to hire mercenary corps and batches of mech pilots, ship spacers, and other support staff, Calandra noted. However, if you are looking for other skilled Kinner labor, then we'll have to travel to Trinity Halls. What's special about Trinity Halls? VS asked as he idly stroked Lucky's back. The former two grounds are much more martial-oriented, while Trinity Halls is explicitly oriented towards civil purposes. It isn't managed by the Mercenary Association. All the employment contracts are instead handled by smaller and more local institutions. This didn't matter much when it came to hiring Kinners. Their background and upbringing already guaranteed their loyalty upon being hired or bought out. The difference mainly mattered when it came to hiring foreign personnel. Due to the distinct mediocrity of Kinner educational institutions, Trinity halls featured a much higher proportion of foreign-born and educated job seekers. Just like in the prior two halls, these job seekers ended up on Bloodstone under irregular circumstances. A lot of tragedies happened in the galaxy every day, and the Komodo star sector saw its fair share of defeats and disasters which necessitated abrupt flights from home. Education was expensive. Skilled people still possessed a lot of value. Just because these people fled from their homes didn't mean they no longer served a purpose. According to Calandra, while there were always risks associated with hiring the foreigners at Trinity halls, most of the time they were glad to be taken far away. If not for the considerable expense of leaving for a different star sector, then they would have left for better pastures. What kind of guarantee do employers have that they won't cut and run as soon as we bring them back to the Bright Republic? Not a lot, to be honest. Calandra shook her head. Oh, they'll be persona non grata at the Kinner tribe and will have a debt on their name, but in practice it rarely matters. Then why hire a foreigner at all if that's the case? This was a question that Calandra often heard from her clients. She smiled. Most of the time, the foreigners don't intend to pull off a scam. They're already in big trouble. Burning yet another bridge with one of the few institutions that are willing to give them a second chance is a stupid decision, because we are in touch with all the legal job markets in the star sector. Their only other options after spurning our arrangements is to go underground or go pirate. The galaxy never ran out of pirates for this reason. There were always people who were stupid and irrational enough to run afoul with the law. Pirates constantly received an influx of new criminals and fugitives and turned them into the next generation of pirates to terrorize the stars. One curious question arose within VS. Are there mech designers for hire as well? There are, Calandra replied with a smile. Although they generally seek other options, some mech designers who are really down on their luck can be found at Trinity halls. The truly useful ones have already found employment, though, so don't expect to pick up betrodden journeymen or talented apprentices who have been backstabbed by their rivals. That dimmed his enthusiasm. Oh. He had little use for the cast-offs that other employers found unworthy. Although he could always pick up some young, desperate mech designers and mentor them until they bloomed under his care, VS had no reason to go through so much effort. Mentoring Keddies into a promising mech designer had been an intensive effort. While VS felt very proud at what he accomplished at the end, it also taught him that mutual trust and respect were vital components of a good teacher-student relationship. Who could tell if a mech designer he picked up at Trinity halls would turn out to become another Carlos? VS still couldn't believe his old friend just up and left the LMC after hearing about his supposed girlfriend. To be honest, his long years of separation from his former classmate and subordinate left him with remarkably little regret at the departure. The LMC was bigger than just him, Carlos, and a couple of other employees. It employed thousands and pumped out hundreds of mechs from the mech nursery a month. Aside from that, VS also moved on. He went through a lot of experiences and made new friends and acquaintances. To him, Keddies had always been 10 times more useful to him than Carlos. He cut off his musings when their aircar finally landed at the parking zone next to Trinity halls. Compared to the hive of activity at Ornament halls, Trinity halls was a lot more open and less trafficked. VS and the rest did not have to squeeze between crowds or bump into disorderly mercenaries who drank cheap Kinner beer for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. After entering the premises, they immediately entered the largest hall on Calandra's advice. You don't want to visit the other halls. They're filled with rabble. The main hall was larger and more exquisite than any other hiring venue VS had visited so far. Well-placed booths and seats interspersed with tasteful plants and chic Kinner artwork gave the place a sophisticated air. It was also multi-storied, offering even more space for Kinners and foreigners to meet their next employers. Let's start with finding you a bodyguard, Calandra said, and guided them to an expansive section that had partially been converted into a training space. A firing range, sparring ring, and various exercise equipment offered the prospective hires a way to showcase their abilities and to keep themselves in shape. A decent number of fit men and women were already making use of the facilities. Fortunately for everyone, an inbuilt suppression system muffled and isolated the noises they made, causing them to be confined in their immediate area. You wanted to find a Kinner bodyguard, right? Correct. Preferably a high-class one, but I'm open to other options. I'll have to see for myself and see if we can click. If that is what you want, I'll take you to the highest-graded bodyguards first. The Kinners operated elite schools and training academies for a variety of demanding professions, including one for bodyguards. It was actually one of their most profitable ventures, as the yields they earned were very extravagant. It probably cost the equivalent of a few million bright credits to train a competent bodyguard that possessed proficiencies in all the major skills. This was not that remarkable in isolation. It was only when their well-trained skills combined with the characteristic Kinner loyalty that their effective value ballooned. Paying the equivalent of 10 million, 100 million, or even a billion bright credits for successively better bodyguards was not unusual at Trinity Halls. To many clients, the value of an excellent and extremely loyal Kinner bodyguard absolutely surpassed that of a fantastic Mech. That was because bodyguards could accompany their clients everywhere, even indoors, while Mechs were mostly stuck outside. VS himself spent a lot of time indoors, either inside his lab, his ship, or his office. He also spent significant amounts of time at someone else's premises. While VS and Lucky could take care of some threats himself, they weren't specialized in defending themselves. Hiring a professional who dedicated their entire life to protecting their clients made a lot of sense, especially since VS continued to become more prominent and therefore attract more danger. In the next hour, VS toured the section while Calandra introduced him to various well-trained Kinner bodyguards. Each of them equaled an elite guard or commando in the sheer amount of skills they possessed as well as the depth in which they polished them over the years. The more expensive ones also made use of genetic and biological modification to increase their physical attributes. They were noticeably stronger, tougher, and more enduring than a run-of-the-mill bodyguard. Different gene mod templates applied different sets of alien genes in their genetic code, causing them to acquire different inhuman traits. Some were visible, such as turning someone's skin into tough, heat-resistant scales, but most of the changes happened internally. Our Kinner medical experts aren't good at developing new gene mod templates, Calandra said. We also aren't in the habit of buying the latest versions of templates when they come out. We prefer to stick to tried and tested gene mod templates that are renowned for their stability and consistency. We tried to avoid unpleasant-looking mutations and tried to keep the side effects to a minimum. As a result, most gene mod templates applied to the bodyguards were decades or even centuries old. While this meant that their positive effects couldn't match up against newer templates, the Kinners didn't have to be afraid of extreme shifts in mentality or premature breakdowns. Such a stance neatly showcased the practical attitude of the Kinners. They didn't fancy after the best or latest solutions. They were already content with the affordable ones that worked. VS could learn a thing or two from their culture. Chapter 13-15 Secretive Order. VS did not find a bodyguard he wanted to buy out on the spot at Trinity Halls. Certainly, he met many competent and athletic Kinners who knew how to triage, how to survive in a wilderness, and how to operate dozens of different weapons. Some of the more expensive ones even incorporated alien organs in their body that gave them capabilities that might prove invaluable. The ability to sniff out toxins, see infrared, fire out bone shards from an organic arm cannon, and more offered additional flexibility when their equipment failed. With the prevalence of hacking, relying too much on technology was a common vulnerability that many unscrupulous actors exploited. Yet despite all these fancy offerings, the bodyguards themselves seemed to be a bit devoid of personality. Similar to elite mech pilots, these top Kinner bodyguards underwent the most intensive training programs to become so good. This left very little time for self-expression and other activities. They're too much like bots. VS shook his head. I don't doubt their competence, but I never like to surround myself with people who don't think for themselves. Calandra looked surprised at that. Oh? That is not what other clients think. They prefer to hire consummate professionals. They're easier to control and they don't have to divert extra attention to keep them happy. I'm looking to hire a person. I'm not looking to acquire furniture. He said this for a very specific reason. Even though spirituality did not appear to play a significant role to people other than mech pilots and mech designers, VS knew better than to take this assumption for granted. Throughout his career, he encountered a fair amount of abnormal incidents related to spirituality. The frontier especially showed him that different applications of spirituality did indeed exist. Although the possibility was faint, VS wanted to try his luck and see if he could uncover a Kinner with spiritual potential among the bodyguards for hire. Two of the most iconic examples of humans wielding spiritual power in a personal capacity stood out to him. The memories still haunted him whenever his paranoia flared up at times. One was an assassination attempt that happened early in his career. Some sniper armed with a railgun of all weapons seemingly marked him with a touch of spiritual energy that hearkened to a cold wind snuffing out a flickering candle. The other was the weird stealth tricks employed by the cultists of the Church of Hadamak. VS did not have any hopes of uncovering a Kinner who could do something as crazy as the latter. The worshippers of Hadamak were only able to develop these extreme abilities due to their hidden connection to the Five Scrolls Compact. In truth, even if he found a bodyguard with dormant spiritual potential, VS had no clue how to develop it into an actual power. For this reason, VS did not perform his search for a bodyguard with high expectations in mind. After passing over the elites, VS began to trawl through the lower tiers of bodyguards. While they lacked the proficiency and augments of the former group, they were livelier and more motivated to attract his attention. VS found that kind of odd, but Calandra quickly explained the reason. When these bodyguards sign themselves over, they have accepted the possibility that they might have to sacrifice their lives to perform their duties. They do so willingly because they invest all of their pay into their children. I see. Perhaps it is a little odd to a foreigner like you, but some of the elite bodyguards you've encountered before are products of such sacrifice. The Kinners were very much oriented towards martial service. They elevated fighting professions above civil professions. For this reason, wanting a child to become a much better bodyguard than themselves did not sound odd to the tribesmen. VS privately considered them weirdos, but he knew better than to voice his opinion. As the hours went by, VS patiently sounded out a lot of prospective bodyguards. Most of them share similar backgrounds, so none of them diverge too much from each other. Despite that, VS still took a liking for a couple of them. Gavin noted his selection and already started to research their background details. As VS encountered more and more bodyguards who didn't appear to possess any special qualities, VS finally diverted his eyes towards a large and athletic woman who entered the sparring ring. The woman challenged a shorter but equally tough-looking woman for a light spar. Both of them began to circle around each other while darting close to exchange some quick punches and kicks. A remote cushioning system built into the sparring ring made sure that none of the strikes delivered any severe damage. While VS hadn't noticed the tall woman with medium, braided blonde hair before, the spar she engaged in had tickled his spiritual senses. The others also stopped to see what caught his attention. The blonde woman made for a remarkable sight. Not only was she taller than VS, she also possessed an excellent, balanced musculature that reminded him of professional athletes. Her training outfit did not show off too much skin. What the female bodyguard did reveal was plenty of tattoos, each of them harmonizing with each other in some profound, tribal meaning. Though her appearance did not conform to the prevalent beauty standards, she attracted plenty of stares even from other kinners due to her Amazonian physique.
Don't you already have Gloriana, boss? Gavin frowned. How would your girlfriend react when she finds out you've been ogling at another woman? Or are athletically strong women your type?
It's not like that, Benny, VS hissed. There's something special about her. She's different from all the other bodyguards I've approached so far.
I don't see how. Her appearance might be more exotic, but the other bodyguards look much stronger when they spar.
VS couldn't adequately explain what he found so remarkable about the female bodyguard, not without bringing up his secrets. Instead, he turned to Lucky, who was perched on his shoulder.
What do you think, buddy?
Meow.
You agree, right?
Meow.
Thought so.
Gavin looked askance.
Boss, is it really wise to trust the judgment of your cat? Did he come with a human resource management software package or something?
No.
Lucky is just astute when it comes to sniffing out remarkable people.
Well, you're right about that, sir. Calandra spoke up.
She's a famous one at Trinity Hall.
Who is she?
She's called Faynita, and she's not a regular kinner. She used to be a trainee of the Order of FL-19.
The way she pronounced FL-19 sounded so odd that VS had the impression of hearing an alien.
What is this Order of Flicks all about? It's pronounced FL-19. Don't let anyone of the Order hear you butcher that word,
their local guide warned.
The Order is a secretive organization in the Kinner tribe. I myself don't know what they do, exactly, but most of us guess that protecting our most revered tribesmen is among one of their duties. Since this order is so secretive, why is Miss Nita at Trinity Halls looking for another job? She failed to meet the Order's standards. The Order of FL-19 is an elite institution. Every FL Shishian that has appeared in public has always left an unforgettable impression. Miss Nita falls short. She has no place in the Order.
That sounded fairly brutal to the woman in question. It was very difficult for someone to pick themselves up after investing all their time and effort into meeting the Order's unattainable standards. Still, Faynita maintained a stoic face. If VS did not hear her story from Calandra, then he would have thought that Faynita was just an odd bodyguard. Now, he found out that the odd bodyguard possessed a complicated past as well.
What do you think about Miss Nita? It seems like you're familiar with her already.
For a bodyguard, she's good enough, I suppose, Calandra replied.
She's not as good as the elites who have been trained for the job from birth, but many of her existing skills cross over with what is expected from a personal bodyguard. You'd expect someone like her to get hired already,
Gavin noted from the side.
Since you know her by name, that means she's been hanging out in this hall for a while. Why hasn't she been snapped up yet?
Now that VS thought about it, that did sound odd. Calandra shook her head.
She refused their offers. A lot of clients, particularly men, offered her cushy positions, yet she refused their offers outright. It didn't matter if they wanted to hire her for a fixed period or buy her out for an indefinite time, she all said no to them. For what reason, none of us know.
That sounded like another tough customer to VS. He already grimaced as he feared another instance like Commander Mare. It was so excruciating for him to find a promising treasure, only to leave it behind. Nonetheless, nothing ventured, nothing tried. He had to see for himself if Faynita proved to be an equally unattainable hire. VS sent a look to Calandra, who got the message. She stepped forward and approached the edge of the ring. She sent a hand signal to the sparring combatants that prompted them to separate from each other. A slightly winded Fei Nita stretched her limbs a bit before approaching the guide. The two leaned close and whispered to each other. After this brief exchange, Nita took a deep look at VS with her yellow eyes. The exchange lasted for a minute before they separated again. When Calandra came back, VS expected a rejection. Why else would Nita turn away? She accepted your offer of buying her out. Wait, what? Gavin spluttered. We haven't even extended her an offer yet. Even VS was taken aback. He took another look at Nita, but all he saw was her back as she entered a side corridor in order to shower and freshen herself up. According to Nita, Mr. Larkin's son qualifies, Calandra said with an odd face. Even she was confused. She accepts any contract you give her. It matters little to her if you want to employ her for a year or for the rest of her life. Even if you pay her enough money to buy a single nutrient pack, she will still take an oath to serve you as a personal bodyguard for the rest of her life. What? Gavin simply couldn't get his mind around this absurd circumstance. Even VS didn't know what had happened. He was too suspicious to believe that Fei Nita just took a liking to him after rejecting so many other offers to employ her services. There was something fishy about Fei Nita's premature acceptance. Even Gavin could tell that something abnormal went on. He turned to VS. Maybe you should reconsider, boss. Normal kinners don't offer themselves to a random client for free. At least even slaves think they are worth something. VS turned back to Calandra. Do you know why Miss Nita offered those conditions? Is it an imposition from her former order, maybe? No. Calandra shook her head. The order of FL-19 has produced plenty of dropouts. Many kinners aspire to join their ranks. Few actually manage to pass their tests. She has not been forthcoming with her reasons to me. Perhaps you should ask her yourself. That was a good idea. So far, Fei Nita only expressed verbal approval at any employment arrangements that VS might wish to make. They hadn't signed any contracts yet. As long as either of them recorded their agreement in a legally recognized document, VS could still walk away if he didn't like what Fei Nita had to say. The special quirk in spirituality that he and Lucky sensed during her spar might be interesting to him, but it wasn't worth a blind leap into the unknown. Chapter 13-16 Bloody Nose. It took some time for Fei Nita to re-emerge. She changed out her workout clothes for a stiff, formal-looking suit common to bodyguards. VS knew that her suit was probably padded with a thin layer of armor in order to help her withstand infantry weapon fire. Her suit might also hide all manner of weapons, from knives to collapsible rifles. Even if VS wore his shield generator, he still felt threatened by her proximity. So long as she hadn't pledged to serve him, she would not prioritize his life over hers. At least that was how it should have been. Mr. Larkin's son. She spoke with an impassive voice as she bowed in front of him. My name is Fei Nita. I pledge to serve you for all my life until you deem fit to dismiss me. By the ancient customs of the Kinner tribe, I agree to serve you in a manner befitting my tribe. In return, I hope you treat me with the dignity and respect of a Kinner. The pledge is not valid until it is formally registered at the Kinner tribe. Calandra stepped in. Nita, we should first draw up a contract and negotiate on its terms. I will accept any terms Mr. Larkin's son deems fit to set as long as it abides by Kinner standards. Nita, are you out of your mind? As a fellow Kinner, I highly advise you to make a careful decision. You are throwing away your negotiating position. At least consult a contract lawyer. There are plenty of them hanging around here at Trinity Halls. No need. Nita shook her head.
I have pledged to serve Mr. Larkinson. Contract or no, my word is sufficient. That's not how it works. Ladies, V.S. forcefully interrupted. Calandra, I understand your concerns. I do not wish to take advantage of Nita. How about you go and call for one of those contract lawyers and prepare a proper document? Meanwhile, I'd like to talk to Nita in private. Is that all right? Though she still had a lot of misgivings, Calandra reluctantly nodded. At the very least, getting Nita outside counsel was a lot better than leaving her to negotiate by herself. Once the guide left their side, V.S. turned to the tall and imposing woman and directed a sharp smile at her. Now that the distraction is gone, can you finally tell me why you want to work for me? I believe there must be a very special reason why you offered such uncommon conditions. Nita directed her eyes towards Lucky and Gavin before sweeping the rest of the hall. Not here. I have my reasons, but they are not meant for other ears. There are private conference rooms not far away from here. They quietly followed her outside of the hall and into a set of corridors that led to various meeting and conference rooms. As Nita walked up to an unoccupied room, she turned to Gavin. Not you. Pardon? It is best for Mr. Larkinson to hear what I have to say alone. Oh, come on. I'm his executive assistant. But does he trust you? Nita asked. For some reason, that question cut very deep. Before Gavin considered the question seriously, V.S. held up his arm. I'll humor her for now, Benny. For now, stay outside. I'll see what she has to say. Your cat is a security vulnerability. She spoke. Not really. V.S. shook his head. Let's get inside. He did not brook any further suggestions and went on to enter the room. This forced Nita to accept his decision and follow suit, though she did so with a frown. Once they closed and locked the room, V.S. patted Lucky's head. Activate your ECM. Put it in a higher strength this time. A moderate interference field encompassed the entire conference room. It was so strong, in fact, that it even spilled over into the corridor. The display was enough to take Faye Nita by surprise for the first time. I did not expect your mechanical pet to be capable of projecting an interference field of this strength. This is high technology. That is very knowledgeable of you. Do all bodyguards possess the knowledge to make this kind of observation? V.S. pointedly asked. His suspicion towards Faye Nita deepened. What I am about to reveal to you is utmost sensitive, Mr. Larkinson. For your own good, you do not want us to be observed. Are you absolutely confident that your ECM can block every form of observation? I'm pretty confident. It's derived from CFA tech. As expected. A small smile appeared on the tall woman's face. As expected. V.S. raised his eyebrow. What was that supposed to mean? Seeing that V.S. possessed a very strong means of blocking outside observation, the woman no longer hesitated. In a display that absolutely dazzled him, Nita began to bow and prostrate before his feet. All hail the holy son of the immortal gods! All hail the holder of one of the sacred scrolls! Wawayet? V.S. practically jumped out of his skin. His shock and fear was so immense that Lucky immediately yowled in alarm and took on a fighting posture in the air. Meow? Meanwhile, V.S. took a few steps back to get some distance from the physically strong fighter and drew out the peaceful repose from his belt holster. He immediately aimed the muzzle of his custom ballistic pistol at the woman who knew one of his secrets. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? Why do you think I'm this holy son? After years since his return from the frontier, V.S. quietly buried the incidents related to the metal scroll and the 5 scrolls compact to the back of his mind.
While the secretive transgalactic cult that rivaled the MTA and CFA in scope had its tentacles everywhere, their strength was very dispersed. VS always suspected that the compact only inserted a handful of informers and offshoot organizations in the Komodo Star sector. The chance of encountering one of their ilk was very low. For them to be able to figure out that he was a mythical holy son should have been an even more unlikely occurrence. Yet all of his calculations couldn't account for coincidence and bad luck. Nita continued to kneel in supplication, taking no notice at V's barking tone or the fact that he pointed a deadly weapon at her head. "You need not be concerned, Your Holiness. I am not a member of the Order of FL-19. If I was, my responsibilities would be very different. At this moment, I represent myself kneeling before your august presence." The hell? VS wanted to scream in frustration. Out of everyone in the galaxy, he just had to meet another person who knew one of his secret identities. Worse yet, Nita managed to sniff it out from a distance. Wasn't his true status supposed to be undetectable aside from a special blood test? "How did you know? Tell me!" VS barked. He didn't bother to deny Nita's assertion that he was a holy son. The situation had already moved beyond that point. "Does the rest of the Order of? Can other Kinners do what you have managed to do?" You are not of the compact?" Nita frowned even as she faced the ground. "No. I've been trying to avoid their detection for years." "I see." Nita sighed. "You have no need to fear me, Your Holiness. While the Order of FL-19 is indeed connected to the compact, I am different. I am certain that they do not have the capacity to detect your brilliance." "How so? What makes you different from the others? How sure are you that no one else can do what you can?" "Because I am no longer a formal member of the Order," Nita admitted. "They use me. The Order, the compact. I devoted my life to them, yet they treated me as a failure and an experiment. If not for my oaths, I would not have left the Order peacefully." "What was this experiment supposed to accomplish?" VS narrowed his eyes. "I can sense a sacred scroll in you with my special nose. I have never smelled this immaterial scent before, but as soon as my special nose picked it up, I received an unspoken message in my head." That immediately set off additional waves of panic inside VS. If Nita could already do such, how many other people were out there in the galaxy sniffing around for any trace of the metal scroll? The woman took no notice of his distress. "There are some in the compact who believe that the metal scroll has never been destroyed. Such an incredible artifact should never be vulnerable to material means of destruction. Even if you throw a sacred scroll into a black hole, it should still be able to escape under its own power." VS grimaced. Nita sure knew a lot for a Kinner. How deep was she involved with the Five Scrolls compact? Though his mind was roiling in turmoil, the crisis he faced forced him into adopting a more decisive attitude. He suppressed his panic and forcefully asserted control. This was not the time to run around like a headless chicken. Seeing that Nita not only recognized his status as a holy son, but also supplicated herself in front of him without any hesitation, VS began to take that as a sign that Nita might not have any malicious designs on him. He relaxed a bit and tried to assert more control over the situation. "Tell me your connection to the compact." "I was part of the Order of FL-19 as a trainee. Every trainee comes into contact with the existence of the compact, although we are very much aware that we are only loosely connected to it. Those who pass will have the opportunity to know more. Those who perform best may even be rewarded with a referral to the compact." "What about the failures like you?" VS asked. "I would have thought that your order would tie up loose ends." "There is no need for that among Kinners. We have taken an oath not to reveal the existence of the compact." Failed aspirants such as I are expected to make ourselves available for hire or purchase in order to expand the reach of the order and assist them as long as it does not conflict with my other oaths. Then, why are you so free with me? Aren't you supposed to report me to your old masters? You are the Holy Son. I have always been taught to revere the brothers and sisters of the Five Scrolls Compact over even the most senior members of the Order. The hierarchy is clear. Of the Compact, there is no one who is more holy and more deserving of obedience than the holy sons and daughters. This was the first time V.S. heard of the existence of holy daughters. That was a small detail that he buried in his mind. I see. I am not connected to the Compact, though. It doesn't matter. A holy son is a holy son. V.S. understood what was going on. Fei Nita essentially exploited a loophole in her oaths and instructions. The question was why. You could have chosen to do something else, he stated flatly. Why betray the intentions of the Order and the Compact? Why choose to reveal your cards to me so openly? Because I am no longer a formal member of the Order, Nita admitted. Although I have been given a set of instructions, I have no obligation to follow all of their strictures anymore. The Order, the Compact, even if I devoted my life to them, they treated me as a failure and an experiment. If not for my oaths, I would not have left the Order peacefully. Apparently, Fei Nita harbored a considerable amount of grievances against the Order of FL-19. If she was to be believed, the reason why she was so eager to make use of the loopholes in her oaths was because she wanted to spite the Order and the Compact. Even knowing that V.S. was not part of the Compact, she still chose to side with him. In fact, it was better for her that V.S. didn't possess any ties to the notorious cult. The two actually had a lot more in common than V.S. anticipated. While all of this sounded great, V.S. never believed in free gifts. Fei Nita's odd submission towards him was so convenient that it only stoked his paranoia even further. Why should he believe Nita's story? What if she lied? Although she claimed to abide by her oaths as was expected of a kinner, what if she wasn't? What if she only pretended to be a kinner? Even if she was a kinner, who said her oath truly allowed her to betray the Order to side with V.S.? Chapter 13-17 Chains of Disconnect. A huge headache threatened to engulf V.S. When he planned to go on a tour through the Star Sector, he never expected to confront one of his latent fears in the first leg of his journey. What was the chance of meeting an agent of Five Scrolls Compact? Extremely low. Yet V.S. inadvertently bumped into one just because he wanted to find a personal guard. To hear that the secretive and mysterious Order of FL-19 in the Kinner tribe was actually another splinter organization of the Five Scrolls Compact shocked him immensely. It made him wonder how many other assets the Compact inserted into other states. Did the Bright Republic have its own branch of the notorious organization? A shudder went through his back. Right now, V.S. faced a huge dilemma. On the surface, Fei Nita spoke truthfully. She expressed complete willingness to place his own interests over the Order of FL-19 and the Five Scrolls Compact. According to her, the will of the holy sons and daughters trumped above all. This instruction had been hammered into her over and over again. They were the figureheads of the Compact and the absolute authorities of the expansive cult. Evidently, despite the immense size of the organization and its loose, cell-like structure, the leadership at the top was very centralized. The holy sons and daughters had absolute say. Yet when Fei Nita and the other prospective members of the Order swore their kinner oaths, her teachers made a small oversight. Her first and most important priority is to revere and obey the instructions of the holy sons and daughters. Her second priority was to revere and obey the instructions of the brothers and sisters of the Five Scrolls Compact. Her third priority was to obey the instructions of her superiors in the Order of FL-19. The hierarchy here was crystal clear. The holy sons and daughters held absolute control. Their direct instructions superseded every existing arrangement. Yet these simple instructions came with a very significant hole. It was a mistake typically made in programming where the programmer in question failed to account for an unlikely but faintly possible scenario. What if the holy son or holy daughter did not belong to the compact? What if they were enemies? The brothers and sisters of the compact should have known that some of the scrolls landed in the hands of others. In particular, the CFA and MTA should have obtained the Fire Scroll when they supposedly rebelled against the secretive organization that used to control humanity behind the scenes. VS decided to ask this question directly. Faye Nita, your instructions supposedly compel you to obey a holy son over the rest of the compact. I understand that the implication of this instruction is that a holy son or daughter is always a part of the compact. But what if this is not the case, like now? A short silence stretched. I do not think the leaders of our order ever contemplated this possibility. We hear very little about the core secrets of the compact. To be honest, this is the first time I've learned that a holy son exists that is not aligned with the compact. After a brief round of questioning, VS clarified the situation a little. The Order of FL-19 may be an influential organization in the Kinner tribe, but it was a non-entity in the larger scheme of things. The Kinner tribe was one of the smaller and weaker third-rate states in the star sector. The Komodo star sector itself was one of the most remote and underdeveloped star sectors in human space. To a behemoth like the Five Scrolls Compact, which was likely the third most powerful transgalactic organization in human space, how much attention did they really pay to their cat's paws? Perhaps not even the regional leaders of the compact in the star sector knew the order even existed. From what VS could surmise from his prior encounters, the compact operated an extensive network of offshoot organizations. The Church of Hotamak, the Angel's Wing Foundation, and now the Order of FL-19. All of these organizations and more served as the low-cost eyes and ears of the compact. Their loose, distant, and indirect connection to the compact turned them into disposable entities that could instantly be cut off whenever they became exposed. It was also due to their low importance that the compact never filled them in with all of the core secrets of the cult. VS tested this out by asking her whether she knew the whereabouts of the Fire Scroll. I don't know. Such information is never passed to lowly ones like me. Faye Nita shook her head. My fellow trainees and I always presumed they were safely in the hands of the holy sons and daughters hiding in the galactic center. There was no conceivable way we would ever suspect that the most eminent leaders of the compact would ever stray into the galactic rim. So his guess was right. The Order of FL-19, or at least their trainees, never knew that the compact lost most of its sacred scrolls. While this was a major oversight on the part of the compact, in practice it was unlikely to bite them in the butt. What were the odds this unimportant order would ever come into contact with the holy son of an enemy faction? It was too ridiculous to contemplate. A combination of laziness, excessive secrecy, and lack of investment meant that the Order of FL-19 had never been prepared to face an existence like VS. Certainly, due to the persecution of the Big Two, the Five Scrolls Compact was forced to adopt a decentralized, cell-like organizational structure throughout the galaxy. It established numerous regional cells, each of which would not harm the main organization if they ever got uprooted by the relentless hunters of the MTA and CFA. These cells in turn set up their own cells throughout the star sectors they occupied in the form of offshoot or splinter organizations. The additional layer of disconnect meant that these disguised organizations lacked much of the knowledge that a typical brother and sister of the compact possessed. Has the compact truly never thought about instructing the Order and other offshoot organizations of the existence of enemy holy sons? VS frowned. Nita shook her head. She stopped supplicating completely. but still remained on her knees. From what I've learned from my basic teachings about the compact, the sacred scrolls are more than scrolls. Their material forms are just containers of an immensely powerful artifact that is capable of thinking for itself. They have always chosen their holy sons from among the compact. This was a very interesting detail. If true, that meant that even if the CFA and MTA got their hands on a scroll, it might not be a given that they would have their own holy son. As for the claim that the scrolls were self-thinking, VS already accepted it. The system's very existence confirmed it. Perhaps the only point of doubt was why the system did not seem so eager to reunite with the compact. That was a question for another day. He turned to another issue that caused him to feel some doubt. For someone who knows so little, you still managed to determine that I'm a holy son. Earlier, you said you received a message in your mind. What was that all about? When I turned my attention to you back when I was at the sparring ring, I directed the senses of my special nose at you. I immediately encountered a very strange and overpowering presence that was mixed in your scent. As I explored it further, I received a direct message in my mind. It told me that you were a holy son. VS frowned. Directly? In plain standard language? She nodded. The message was loud and clear. It left no room for doubt. Another grimace appeared on his face. He sure did not transmit such messages himself, and Lucky would never pull off a stunt like that. This left only one remaining self-thinking entity on his person who could have conveyed this very message. The system. For all these years, VS had grown used to the system's inaction. It seemed content to act out the role of an impersonal, passive virtual interface. He treated the system like a virtual shop front, essentially. As long as VS did not spend his DP, he always assumed the system went dormant and never acted out on its own initiative. This time was different. If his suspicions were correct, then the system proactively reached out to Faye Nita, directly spilling one of its users' secrets. The worst part about it was that the system acted without his express consent. The thought of it made him want to tear his hair out. It was as if the Barracuda suddenly gained a mind of her own, decided to crash into the sun instead of existing a star system. VS could not blame the system for acting against his own interest. This time, it probably did the both of them a huge favor. Yet just because he benefited this time did not mean the next time would be the same. VS always believed the system never acted in his interest. Instead, it pursued its own goals. For now, both of their goals aligned with each other, but how long would it last? One day, decades or centuries from now, their priorities might diverge. What would happen then? He would have to be stronger than the system by the time this fateful moment took place. Otherwise, he could forget about surviving the system's betrayal. Whether the system would ever do so, VS didn't know, but he never discounted the possibility that the worst might happen one day. His paranoia didn't allow him to dismiss this potential threat. What a headache! He shook his head and turned his attention back to the present. Okay, I understand what went on. It seems my disobedient little sacred scroll decided to spill the beans. The worship in Faye Nita's eyes intensified. How could she not revere him? Each sacred scroll was a mythical entity that lowly ones like her would never have the privilege to be in contact with in their lives. To encounter a holy son in the wild all of a sudden uprooted all of her assumptions. Though VS wasn't sure yet whether Nita told the truth and sincerely cooperated with him, he became more inclined to believe him. The system wouldn't reach out to someone at random. In effect, Nita already carried the system's seal of approval. That wasn't quite enough for him, though, considering that VS didn't fully trust it in the first place. He turned to Lucky, who had always remained alert and on guard in the air ever since VS became distressed. Lucky? What do you think about Nita?
Do you think she tried to deceive me in any way? Meow. No. Meow. She's sincere? Even Lucky vouched for Nita's honesty, which was a huge point in her favor. Although he couldn't explain why, VS trusted Lucky more than the system. With all signs pointing out that Nita was being honest, VS finally let down his guard a bit. He reluctantly embraced the assumption that Nita was just as she said, a former member of a splinter organization of a regional cell of the Five Scrolls Compact. Tell me one thing, Nita. Are more people capable of sniffing me out? I don't know the answer to that question, Your Holiness. She shook her head. The experiment was so unsuccessful that the visiting compact researcher aborted it when it kept producing failures. In truth, he may have been too impatient. A year after the experiment, my nose transformed. By concentrating my mind on my nose, I managed to empower it in some way that allows me to smell scents that I never knew existed. This may have been the ultimate goal of the experiment. The Five Scrolls Compact may have wanted to develop a nose like the one that Nita possessed in order to track down the metal scroll, which they might have suspected hadn't been destroyed at all. Though the researcher presumed the experiment failed, what if that wasn't true? What if other survivors of the experiment like Faye Nita possessed the same ability? Also, the compact researcher was just one among many. What if other brothers and sisters of the compact engaged in similar research? What if one of them succeeded? Perhaps right now, the compact might be spreading human bloodhounds throughout the entire region in order to catch him in a net. Chapter 13-18 Spicy Snack. Faye Nita was so low on the totem pole that she knew nothing about the intentions of the Five Scrolls Compact in the region. I'm just an experimental subject to the Order of FL-19, and a failed one at that. She raised her eyes. However, if you wish to avoid detection from others like me, perhaps I can help. That caught his attention. How so? There are ways to interfere with my special sense of smell. The two began to dive in deeper on the nature of her so-called special nose. From what Nita could tell, the experiment performed on her messed with her olfactory senses. Her nose had been modified to sense smells that ordinary people could never sense. At least that was the intention. For some reason, this ability came online months after the compact researcher declared his experiment to be a failure. What is the nature of the new smells that you're able to sense with your empowered nose? I don't know. All I know is that I am not smelling something in the air, but something that exists in another medium. I know this because I've smelled something unusual even when I'm wearing an airtight vac suit in space. It might be spirituality that she sensed. VS decided to put this assumption to the test. He flared out his spirituality, causing him to be surrounded by a nearly perceptible aura. Do you sense anything different about me right now? She frowned. No. I do sense something, but not with my nose. Then how did her special nose even work? If she didn't smell any physical or spiritual sense, then what was it about him that triggered her olfactory senses? Your Holiness, although I am unable to explain how my special nose works, I can tell you that other objects trigger it as well. You may be able to mislead those with similar senses like me by masking your scent with other overpowering smells. VS easily understood her suggestion. It was just like jamming a sensor by blasting it with noise and junk data. The only difference here was that the jamming happened through a mysterious medium instead of conventional signals. What kind of smell can mask my scent? He eagerly needed to know the answer in order to take steps to avoid the compact's sweeping search. Spicy Nick's dogs. What? Spicy Nick's dogs. It's a variation of the classic hot dog, and it's a specialty in the Nixian Gap. After I developed my special nose,
I began to explore all over Bloodstone in order to see what triggers my smell. Aside from sensing something unusual from a small amount of random, seemingly unconnected people, I also encountered a number of anomalous smells from other sources. What makes these spicy Nix dogs so special to you, then? Their scent is overpowering. Although I would have to be close to detect them, once they enter the range of my nose, I'm hit with a burst of intensity that is unlike anything else I've smelled. Anyone who eats one will continue to carry its scents for days. While VS never heard of spicy Nix dogs before, it was a prevalent snack in the Nixian Gap. So much so that it even spread throughout the lower half of the Komodo Star sector. After I began to investigate this snack, I found out that only a small number of them triggered my special nose. The majority of the spicy Nix dogs sold on Bloodstone elicited no reaction. VS chuckled. Because they're fake, right? Right. The most authentic recipe calls for using a blend of spices native to the Nixian Gap. One of the spices responsible for adding most of the heat happens to be gerrospice. It's difficult to come by in the Kinner tribe, and it's so expensive that most food vendors resort to substitute blends that are sourced locally. I see. So the key is gerrospice. As long as I eat a spicy Nix dog or something else flavored with gerrospice, I can mask the scent of my sacred scroll. That is my guess, Your Holiness. I am unsure whether it works, but even now, my memory of the intensity of its smell is significantly more powerful than your current scent. Though VS was unsure if her special nose worked that way, it was worth a try. If her suggestion worked, then VS had a very effective way of misleading the Compact's efforts to track down the metal scroll. Unfortunately, while it might delay detection, it did not solve the problem entirely. People who came in touch with gerrospice and other substances that overpowered the special nose they developed would definitely attract closer scrutiny. If the Compact ever performed a follow-up investigation, then eating a dozen spicy Nix dogs a day might not be enough to keep him out of their reach forever. However, that was a problem for another day. Right now, VS focused on avoiding the initial sweep. As long as he did not get caught immediately, he would have plenty of time to figure out how to avoid the subsequent investigations. He turned his gaze back to the kneeling woman. Despite being taller and more physically imposing than him, Fei Nita utterly showed no hint of dominance towards him. In fact, VS happened to be the one that loomed over her like a master inspecting a slave. Oh, stand up already. She did so, forcing VS to crane his neck upwards in order to meet her eyes. He never considered himself to be too short or too tall, but in this instance, VS felt very insecure about his height for some reason. He liked it a lot better if Nita kept kneeling. Still, it would be awfully petty of him to order her back to her knees. A sigh of exasperation escaped his lips. All right, that's enough for now. This isn't exactly the most secure place to talk. Let's resume this discussion for another time. If that is your wish, Your Holiness. Don't call me that. Exercise some prudence, please. Either in public or in private, it's unacceptable to refer to me as the Holy Son. No one except myself, Lucky, and a handful of other people know the truth. Everyone else is in the dark, including my closest companions. I understand. I will address you as if you are a normal employer's Mr. Larkin's son. VS smiled. That's better. Let's head back out and meet with Gavin and Calandra before they think we are doing something untoward. We'll handle your contract as well. At this point, VS implicitly accepted the existence of Fei Nita in his life. Though she possessed a definite connection to the Compact, he believed her when she stated that she held no loyalty towards the cult or the Order of FL-19. Multiple sources aside from herself backed up this assumption. Even his intuition hinted that Fei Nita did not harbor any ill intent towards him, at least consciously. That still didn't rule out more exotic possibilities. Perhaps she had been bioprogrammed to act as a deep cover spy in his circle. Once she encountered a trigger, her entire personality might flip from a seemingly honest servant into a dastardly compact agent. Still, how likely was this true? VS did not wish to entertain endless suspicions. Though he planned to perform some additional investigations, he was highly inclined towards making a leap of faith and put his trust in Faye Nitta. Lucky, you can deactivate your ECM field now. Meow. Once VS, Lucky, and Faye Nitta emerged from the conference room, they met a small crowd of bewildered-looking people. You sure took your time in there, boss. Gavin began. Are you? Let's move on with forming Miss Nitta's employment contract. VS quickly waved his hand. I've agreed to buy her out as my personal bodyguard. It didn't matter what VS said because Nitta would agree to his words regardless. Though Gavin kept looking at him in a funny manner, they eventually moved to a different and smaller office space in order to hammer out the terms of the contract. Half an hour passed by as the contract author served up a standard model contract and modified it to suit the current circumstances. Overall, VS did not suggest any significant changes. He even demanded he pay the full market value of buying out a personal bodyguard of Faye Nitta's caliber, which amounted to the equivalent of 60 million bright credits. This was a rather steep price. But then again, the loyalty of a competent Kinner bodyguard made up of at least 80% of that number. VS could have saved himself enough money to buy an extra premium mech. Faye Nitta would not have objected if he bought her for just a single bright credit. He would never do such a stupid thing. Not only would such an event be incredibly newsworthy, thereby attracting a lot of unwelcome attention to the transaction, but it would also thoroughly offend the Kinner tribesmen. Valuing one of their own at such a price was the equivalent of saying that a Kinner was worth as much as a nutrient pack. Every Kinner who recognized him on the streets would beat him up. Nonetheless, Nitta showed obvious discomfort. The market price for her eternal service was way too much to the woman in question. VS already had the right to command her for free. This might be more money than you have ever handled in your life, but did you forget who I am? VS pointed his thumb at himself. I'm a mech designer. I can earn this much money in my sleep. If you say so, Mr. Larkin's son. After concluding a completely standard contract with no abnormal clauses, no one should have cause to scrutinize or object to the trade. Once VS and Nitta signed the virtual document, the latter kneeled down in front of her new employer to swear her Kinner oaths, as was tradition. I pledge to serve you in the Kinner ways, to uphold your well-being and interest over others. I swear to prioritize your life over my own, and will not hesitate to reactively and proactively protect you against any possible threats. I acknowledge that I will always be a Kinner and hold on to the customs and traditions of my tribe. Each oath was different as the Kinners weren't really good at sticking to the exact same forms. However, every Kinner generally stuck to the same points, as was required by tradition. Just like VS, Faye Nitta did not stray from the convention. She did not show VS any abnormal favor and merely made a standard pledge to bind herself to VS while affirming her rights as a Kinner. At the end of the brief but solemn ritual, VS gained his first Kinner. He felt very strange about it. Though he merely acquired the services of a permanent employee, it felt a lot like buying a slave. Fortunately, everyone was happy with the trade. The contract lawyer smiled and shook everyone's hands before he left. As the person who facilitated the transaction on behalf of the tribe, he stood to earn a tidy commission. Calandra looked relieved as well. She turned towards Nitta and patted her shoulders. I'm glad you did not sell yourself away for a pittance. I can give it back to my owner, Nitta flatly replied. What? You shouldn't. As Calandra pulled Nita aside to give her fellow Kinner a stern lecture, Gavin approached VS.
Is there something funny going on between you and your new hire?
No. There's nothing going on.
Then why did you hire her? She's not even that good compared to the other bodyguards for hire. That can always be changed as long as I invest in her training. I believe that anyone can be trained to become an elite as long as they receive sufficient investment. I favored Nita over the other possible candidates because of her unrestrained loyalty and other qualities that can't be improved no matter how much money I throw at them. Some traits can only be stumbled upon, not found.
Encountering a discarded asset that used to be tied to the compact was an amazingly opportune find. Even though it took a push from the system to pull them together, VS carefully embraced this development. The only problem was that Gavin kept looking at him in a weird fashion.
Whatever you say, boss. Just make sure you square it away with Gloriana. She might not be pleased when she hears about what you've done.
VS looked confused.
What does she have to do with this?
Chapter 13:19 Craving for Dog. After concluding the transaction, Faye Nita formally entered into V's service. From now on, she was sworn to serve him as a loyal Kinner bondwoman. The only way she would leave his service was if he crossed the few lines that shouldn't be crossed. Among them was deliberately driving Kinners to their deaths or harming their children. Another notable rule that VS needed to abide by in order to retain the loyalty of his Kinners that he could not make overt moves against the Kinner tribe. Any action that harmed the interests of the state would be met with heavy disapproval from the Kinners in his service. If the transgression happened to be severe enough, then the Kinner bondsman had the right to set aside their oaths and pledges and leave his service. This was a very impactful rule, because it tied the hands of many people. How many people employed Kinner bondsmen? A lot. Once they bought out a Kinner, they effectively renounced any possibility of launching any attacks against the Kinner tribe. This single restriction was one of the most prevalent means of protecting the Kinner tribe. As long as they kept selling their Kinners to every influential person in the Star Sector, hardly any state could muster up the support to attack the Kinner tribe directly. Although his move to buy out Faye Nita was partially a sham, the oaths she swore were very real. If VS ever forced her to choose between her loyalty to a holy son or her loyalty to the tribe, she would fall into an incredibly difficult dilemma. It was best if VS never pushed her to this point. VS, Gavin, Lucky and Calandra waited for a half hour more for Nita to finish her business. Now that she sold herself to VS, she needed to check out of Trinity Halls, pack her luggage, get her paperwork in order and bid farewell to her acquaintances. During the wait, Calandra wore a sour face. She did not seem pleased at Nita's abnormal reaction to VS.
I hope you don't mistreat Miss Nita, Mr. Larkin's son. She is an unfortunate woman who has never been right in the head ever since the Felsixians kicked her out of the order.
What did Calandra think he was, a slave driver?
You don't have to be concerned. I plan to employ multiple Kinners, remember? They'll keep each other company and make sure that they're treated right.
The excuse was enough to placate their guide. Once Nita returned, she positioned herself behind VS, making it abundantly clear that she had begun her duty.
I think I've had enough for the moment. VS spoke. Let's take a break before I resume my search for other positions to fill. Where would you like to go? Calandra asked. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Is there a notable food market nearby? There is one not too far away. Many clients and Kinners here at Trinity Halls frequent the stalls when they are hungry.
The group did not need to take an aircar this time as the distance was only a couple of minutes' way on foot. As they exited the premises of Trinity Hall and neared the bustling food market, they looked no different from any other well-heeled tourists. We Kinners love food, Calandra said as she guided them to a stall that sold candy made on the spot. After many years of subsiding on nutrient packs and other cheap food in our distant past, we have developed a craving for real food. An old Kinner smiled at them as he manipulated the controls of his machine to produce a unique blend of flavors into a single piece of solid hard candy. While Bloodstone offers many restaurants that offer fine dining experiences that are not too shabby, most Kinners like to eat out in the streets. Their guide gestured her arm down the street, which was filled with rickety, dusty stalls. Various chefs and vendors cooked up authentic meals using simple ovens and furnaces. Despite the somewhat shabby cooking progress, lots of Kinners happily sat on the cheap chairs as they ate their hearty meals. A wonderful blend of aromas suffused the air. V's nose constantly twitched as his mouth started to leak saliva. He quickly shook his head and wiped his mouth. This was not the time to give in to temptation. He was here for only one goal. Ahem. Let's tour the market. Perhaps I'll find something yummy enough to eat. Though the market streets were rather tight and crowded at some places, giving Fei Nita an immediate problem in ensuring his safety, VS liked the atmosphere. No pretentiousness could be found among the patrons as they each let down their guards and enjoyed their meals. Some of the food here is cooked with love, he said with a smile. This spoke right to the heart of his own design philosophy. Although VS was incomparable to a mere street chef, they both worked to satisfy their customers. Some of the local Kinner chefs at the market were passionate about their craft. They cooked with a smile and prepared their meals with gusto. Despite the effort they put into their cooking, they never charged excessive prices for their items. This was not a fancy market, and the vast majority of patrons consisted of local residents. Yet Calandra was right that Kinners loved food. Aside from selling local Kinner staple foods, many vendors also served foreign delicacies. Gavin bumped his elbow against the S. Hey, look at that stall! Isn't that our cloud rice? The group drifted over to a stall that sold fried rice bowls. A steamy and oily aroma overcame their noses as they stared at the chef tossing his big, dented wok. VS and Gavin both shook their heads after a few seconds. It's fake. There was no way authentic cloud rice would be sold this cheap at a street stall. The true cloud rice was a premium staple that already cost a fair bit to eat on Bentheim, let alone import to a state on the other side of the star sector. While VS couldn't figure out what kind of rice the stall was using, he was familiar enough with the real thing that it couldn't be the same. Neither of them made a fuss about it, though. That would only land themselves into trouble over a cause that neither of them cared about. The two turned away from the stall lest they developed a greater animosity towards the Kinner who thought it was a good idea to butcher one of their local specialty products. It's an unfortunate fact that many of the specialty foods sold here use adapted recipes. Nita spoke out on her own accord, relaying the results of her own prior research. We Kinners have fallen in love with regional specialties, but that doesn't mean we are willing to pay half of our daily wages to enjoy a meal. In order to meet the expanding palates of their customers, the enterprising Kinner chefs resorted to substitute ingredients. For this reason, a lot of pricey specialties were sold at just a tenth or just a hundredth of their actual worth. Do all of these Kinners even know they're eating unauthentic versions? Gavin frowned. The deception taking place in this market went a bit too far even from him. Chefs could get into real trouble if they pulled something like this off in the Bright Republic. Our people are not very refined, Calandra stated. If we never tasted the authentic version, how would we know if we are eating fakes? Besides, plenty of chefs here state that they are using their own recipes instead of the classic ones. VS shook his head. It's still a form of misrepresentation. Do the customers here even know they are eating imitation meals? When I looked into it, I found out that they aren't particularly interested in finding out the truth. Nita spoke from behind. Whenever I confronted someone with the facts, they took offense. It can be a very prickly matter to expose that they weren't consuming the real thing for many years. Then how do the authentic recipes even get sold here if all these fakes are undercutting their prices? Nita smiled and gestured at one of the less frequented stalls. There are certain Kinners and plenty of foreigners who can tell the real from the fake. Look at the chefs charging vastly more for their meals. Though not a lot of customers frequented the stall, it nonetheless served a small handful of customers, which meant that it was doing good business. As VS looked around and spotted similar stalls around him, he noticed that most of them were frequented by better-dressed Kinners as well as foreigners. I see, VS murmured. It's kind of an open secret then. Those who can't afford anything better can enjoy the illusion of eating foreign delicacies. Those who are more informed usually have the money to afford the meals cooked with authentic ingredients. Something like this would never take place in the Mech market on a wide scale. While counterfeit mechs did exist and sold at significant numbers in the underground markets, everyone who bought them knew what they were getting. Buying a mech on the black market that was 30 to 50% cheaper than the legal version meant that the buyer certainly knew that some corners had been cut. Instances where mech buyers got fooled into buying a counterfeit mech while paying the price of an authentic version happened very infrequently. Any mech buyer knew that their mechs should come with NTA certification. Counterfeit mechs didn't come with this essential proof. VS didn't ask why the local Kinner authorities refused to crack down on the chefs that were lying to their customers. This kind of deception may not be entirely ethical, but it was largely harmless seeing that the customers all enjoyed their meals. As the group slowly meandered through the varied food offerings, VS began to engage in casual conversation with his bodyguard. His decision to hire her was rather abrupt, after all. They barely knew each other for more than an hour. Where do you come from, Nita? Bloodstone. The tall woman grunted. Born and raised here all my life, Mr. Larkin's son. I'm a Vader. That's the local slang for a Kinner born from a facility that houses thousands of artificial wombs, Calandra added. VS found that to be rather remarkable. He also held a presumption that people who lived monotonous lives were less likely to develop spirituality. Yet this rule was anything but set in stone. Despite Nita's low birth and basic upbringing, she nonetheless managed to develop a hint of spirituality with a quality that VS hadn't seen before. VS had closely studied it during their initial meeting. Her small but vigorous pool of spiritual energy had interacted with her nose, which must have been the primary reason why she could tell he was someone unusual. There is not much to tell about my youth, Nita shrugged. I grew up like any other young Kinner in one of the camps. I mostly played with my fellow yearmates back then. When I reached 10, I was disappointed to learn that I couldn't pilot mechs, but I kind of already assumed this outcome, so I quickly got over it. I still wanted to become a fighter though, so I applied for combat training. Nita had actually been a good performer when she began her combat classes. So much so that the Order of FL-19 took a liking for her for some reason and added her to the next batch of trainees. As for what happened after that, VS already knew. Her training results began to slip as the Order kept demanding more out of their growing trainees. VS didn't ask why she failed to keep up. This must be a very sensitive topic for her, and a busy market wasn't the place to air out something so personal. At this time, VS finally spotted what appeared to be a hot dog stand. However, what was different was that aside from selling regular buns with meat, it also sold various other variations as well, one of which happened to be the spicy Nix dogs that he craved. In fact, the tangy, hot smell of a fresh spicy Nix dog happened to pass through his nose. Strong. Spicy. Hot. No wonder Nita suggested that it might be strong enough to overpower his system scent.
I don't know about you guys, but that smells great.
Chapter 13:20 Lackluster Choice. As VS took a bite of the bun, a ball of spice exploded in his mouth.
Hot!
A mixture of spices prickled his mouth and barraged his tongue with a grand feast. Chief among them was the much-anticipated Gerald spice. The taste of it was indescribable. All he knew was that his mouth would faintly carry the odor for hours if he didn't cleanse his mouth afterwards. While everyone else enjoyed their spicy Nix dogs, VS quietly tried to analyze his food. What was it about Gerald's spice that made it so exceptional? His spiritual senses revealed nothing of note. However it worked, it did not do so on a spiritual level. While its material properties were already quite remarkable, VS doubted that any of them served as the key to its ability to overwhelm Fei Nita's special nose. He needed to perform some thorough research.
Benny, he said after swallowing a bite of spicy Nix dog, please inquire where we can buy the Nix dogs or more preferably the ingredients in bulk. I've taken a liking for this snack. Pardon? Am I not clear? I've fallen in love with spicy Nix dogs. Let's bring it back to the Bright Republic. It's best if you order a container's worth of ingredients or more.
Though Gavin looked bewildered by V's sudden love for a peculiar but relatively simple hot dog variation, he nonetheless did as ordered. Initially, the food vendor adamantly refused to divulge his source. No one liked to facilitate a competitor, after all. It was only when VS urged Gavin to pull all the stops did the negotiations proceed. Anything could be bought with money. After offering a modest bribe and a very generous commission, Gavin negotiated a deal for a single container's worth of ingredients. Several barrels filled with Gerald spice happened to be included as well, though it was by far the most expensive ingredient. When Gavin returned to VS, he shook his head.
I don't know why you're so insistent on getting the ingredients for spicy Nix dogs. The vendor knew you were rich enough to care nothing about the expense, so he drove a hard bargain. I think we must have overpaid for the ingredients by a factor of 10.
How could this paltry amount of money ever compare to evading the nosy hunters of the dreaded 5 Scrolls Compact? Let alone spending a few 100,000 bright credits, he would gladly pay 1 billion credits to secure the ingredients.
Some pleasures in life are worth pursuing. Who knows if I can find any authentic spicy Nix dogs when I return to the Bright Republic. Make sure the vendor arranges the delivery of authentic ingredients to the Barracuda. With how much we're paying, I absolutely don't want to see any fakes. Hire a food inspector if needed in order to verify that nothing is amiss.
The weird emphasis on spicy Nix dogs confused Gavin to no end, but he did as instructed. To her credit, Calandra managed to maintain a polite facade. She had dealt with plenty of eccentric clients.
Do you wish to explore the food market any further? No thanks. I've already seen most of what it has to offer. Let's go.
The group began to exit the food market and returned to Trinity Halls. While finding Fei Nita had been an unexpected find for him, he still intended to expand his staff by at least another hire. He definitely couldn't do without a spy master. This might be the only opportunity in years for him to hire a reliable Kinner spy or security expert, so he definitely couldn't leave empty-handed. During the journey back to the halls, VS casually drifted over to Nita by slowing down his pace.
Are there any others like you at Trinity Halls?
Nita nodded.
Order rejects like me are not uncommon, sir. I am unsure of their priorities, however. Not all are resentful of the Felsixians after they had been rejected. Hiring them on without ascertaining their true sentiments is not wise. I understand. Are you able to detect anyone that shares your Former loyalties? He didn't refer to the Order of FL-19 this time. Faye Nita should be clever enough to figure out his true meaning. She shook her head. Not as much as I wish. We come in many forms. Disguising my true self is a habit that I've learned by heart. Does that mean that anyone from the Order can sneak into my employ without me getting the wiser? I am capable of detecting most of those who have been trained by the Order. I'm also capable of recognizing those who possess the same enhancements as mine. As for those who are only related to the Order, they come in so many forms that I cannot guarantee that I can identify them in a crowd. In other words, Nita could detect other members of the Order as well as the humans employed as bloodhounds by the Compact. She couldn't detect the brothers and sisters of the Compact, though, which was a big shame, because VS feared them the most. Nonetheless, he shouldn't look at a gift horse in the mouth. Nita brought a lot to the table. Aside from her detection capabilities, she also possessed a deeper insight into the Five Scrolls Compact than other people. VS definitely intended to question her about the Compact in further detail once they had some time alone. Considering Nita's peculiar spiritual attribute, VS became reasonably confident he could detect others like her. That did not mean she was redundant, as VS could not keep up his spiritual senses active all the time without expending his reserves. Once they returned to Trinity Hall, Calandra guided them to the third floor of the main hall. She led them to the back of the hall where a number of virtual security experts, hackers, and other people with related professions lingered. Did you take us to the right place? VS asked. His words caused Calandra to smirk. Please recall who you wish to hire. Would anyone of their ilk broadcast their capabilities? Of course not. A spy would have a much harder time to do their jobs if their identities were in the open. How many of them are here? Not much, Mr. Larkin's son. Perhaps 1 out of 20 among the job seekers are the ones you wish to find. Then how will we know we got the right one? Leave that to me. Calandra smiled. This was the benefit of hiring an insider. VS didn't know how she managed it, but she began to guide the group towards specific individuals sitting or standing in wait to appeal to a potential client. At least half of the job seekers consisted of foreigners, though. Since VS firmly wanted to obtain a Kinner spy, that did not leave him with much choice. Don't expect too much from the ones who have been waiting here for a while. Very keen employers already took the good ones away, Calandra warned. I'm aware. The search and negotiation for Kinner spies turned out to be a very subtle dance. Neither VS, Calandra, or the prospective hires mentioned the truth. Trinity Halls was a very public venue, and it was a given that every interaction would be recorded. For this reason, on the surface, VS simply appeared to be on the lookout to hire a mundane virtual security expert. He asked relatively standard questions while the men and women looking to get hired by a rich mech designer did their best to showcase their actual skill without giving away any clues about their true vocation. Most of the spies also tended to be on the younger side. Their lack of experience meant that they did not have any prior ties to other employers, which was good. Less good was judging their actual competence. Without a track record, VS found it difficult to evaluate how much they exaggerated their capabilities. His visit to the food market earlier in the day taught him that Kinners were still capable of lying. The aid of both Nita and Calandra proved to be invaluable. His guide had a better sense of judging the truth coming out of the mouth of her fellow Kinners. She possessed an abundant amount of experience in helping clients, so she could tell when a prospective hire went too far with their boasts. As for Nita, her tall presence was sufficient to restrain the job seekers. The intricate tattoos on her face made it clear that she used to be a part of the Order of FL-19, which commanded a lot of respect and apprehension from the Kinners. After interviewing the handful of spies hidden in the crowd of security experts,
Calandra could find no more.
That's not all of them, she said with a mild frown. There are more people in their midst who might be interesting to you. It is just that they refuse to expose themselves.
Just like with Commander Oren Mayer, they looked down on VS. He lacked the reputation or institutional weight to reassure their concerns. Every Kinner wanted to latch on to winners, but especially to known quantities. Someone like VS, who emerged fairly recently, did not have the track record to prove that he would be a stable employer. For all they knew, the new boss they promised to serve for the rest of his life might go bankrupt next year, putting all of them on the streets. His ample connections played much less of a role than he anticipated. What did it matter if his girlfriend was a notable member of the Woden dynasty? Partnerships and alliances always ended at the most inconvenient times. If VS lost the protection of others, how well would he be able to fare in the galaxy by himself? He was still confident he could make it somehow, but the spies looking to serve a master lacked the same confidence. For this reason, VS could only choose among a paltry selection of 6 spies. Each of them were rather bland and unexceptional. While being unassuming was definitely an asset to spies, none of them inspired a lot of confidence in VS. At best, they might be able to hold their ground against Leland. His hopes of finding a hidden gem who might possibly stand equal against Calabast were dashed. He should have known better.
Are there any other places where I can obtain what I want? I doubt it, Calandra replied. More exclusive venues exist, but they will not open their doors to you. Only the most generous and loyal clients are eligible to receive invitations. What about places similar to Trinity Halls? I would not advise you to frequent those venues. Every person at Trinity Halls is vetted by the Kinner tribe. The other establishments do not offer the same level of assurance. Bloodstone was a huge planet, and the amount of Kinners educated as spies looking for employment was quite considerable. It was just that most of them had already been taken away by foreign organizations in need of extremely loyal spies. What VS essentially got was a selection of their leftovers. He sighed. While I'm sure they're competent, none of them stand out to me. I might as well leave the decision to my cat. Meow? That's right, Lucky. You get to choose. Which one do you like the most? Meow. Lucky carefully extended his paw towards a thin, reedy man. What do you think, Nita? I don't detect anything of note that raises my concern. Neither Lucky or Nita expressed any misgivings about the man, though they didn't look very enthusiastic either. The choice was merely sufficient. Enough to fulfill the job, but nothing more. One of the biggest disappointments to VS was that none of the prospective hires possessed any noticeable spirituality. While he could still visit the other job markets to find a spy with spiritual potential, they wouldn't be as reliable despite their Kinner upbringing. He shrugged. Not every member of his staff needed to be a latent superhuman. Someone like Gavin already proved to be invaluable to him despite his utter normality. All right, let's see if he makes the cut. Chapter 13:21 Glaring Vulnerabilities. Michael Crinden looked no different from the other computer and virtual security experts among the crowd dressed in business attire. Of course, none of the other spies gave themselves away. He even wore the same kind of bolt-up comm module on his wrist. While the ability to blend into a crowd or to assume another identity sounded useful, VS sought something different. Ideally, he wanted to get his hands on a spymaster, someone capable of setting up a network of spies and informers that worked on his behalf. Crinden fell short of that. He was probably a reasonable spy in an individual capacity, but it would take time for him to gain experience and acquire the necessary learning for him to be able to set up a larger organization.
What Crinden did have in his favor was that he was quite competent in the field's counterintelligence and virtual security. Working with computer systems happened to be one of his specialties, which was something that VS always felt he lacked among his existing staff and personnel. Hiring Crinden meant that VS would immediately be able to put him to work in bolstering the security systems of his ship and many of his gadgets. They'd be much less vulnerable to outside intrusion. And this was just the start. He intended to invest in all of his personnel. Michael Crinden was young and had plenty of years to earn back his value. Spies happened to be one of the specialty products of the Kinner tribe. Their loyalty premium was significantly greater than others. In fact, he was 3 times more expensive than Fei Nita, which meant that VS had to fork over the equivalent of 180 million bright credits to buy him out. No wonder nobody else snapped him up yet. VS shook his head. Anyone who wanted to hire a regular spy could easily do so with a fraction of the cost. Yet how reliable would they turn out to be? The absolute trustworthiness of Kinner tribesmen who pledged to serve their employers afforded them a value that was unsurpassed throughout the Star Sector. Just like Nita, Crinden shared a similar background. Born as a Vader, he never knew or met his parents. Crinden grew up in a crowded camp on Bloodstone and began to excel in computer-related classes. This allowed him to transfer to a different institution which specialized in turning Kinner kids into Kinner spies. Aside from gaining competences in the main fields related to spycraft, Crinden further excelled in examining computer systems and protecting them from tampering. Unfortunately, many other spies excelled much better in these areas than Crinden. While a man like him was always useful, plenty of clients balked at the thought of paying the equivalent of 180 million credits to secure his services. Even VS was having second thoughts. Crinden was perceptive enough to notice that. He smiled at VS. "Mr. Larkin's son, you will not regret buying me out. I am well versed in detecting potential vulnerabilities. For example, I can see that your mechanical cat is an extremely advanced creation, likely custom-made from the Galactic Heartland or even the Galactic Center. However, most of your other gear is not as secure." "Oh?" VS raised his eyebrow. "What stands out to you, then?" "Your smart clothing is a standard Coalition product," Crinden pointed out. "It offers many advanced features, such as allowing you to float in the air. However, did you know that second-class hackers can intrude in its systems with some effort and forcibly disable its anti-grav modules?" A few seconds passed in silence as the horror of this possibility dawned upon VS. If anyone hacked his smart clothing while he activated it to reach a floating structure, then he would definitely fall to his death if the altitude was high enough. "Your holstered pistol appears to be a very expensive custom piece. While the software suite of a custom firearm is always better than that of standard weapons, it is not impossible for someone to pervert its programming. The weapon might misfire upon pulling the trigger, thereby robbing you of your ability to defend yourself." Crinden was just getting started. "The multi-tool on your tool belt appears to be extremely advanced. It is definitely not a product from this Star Sector. Its risk factor is low. From the material and appearance of your comm, it's a luxury civilian model. It's a fine product for most working professionals, but a journeyman like you belong to a different caliber. I wouldn't be surprised if it's already compromised by half a dozen organizations. The underlayer vaxxit you're wearing underneath your smart clothing is a standard commercial product. Most people don't think about it, but a vaxxit runs on processors as well. I wouldn't trust its integrity with my life." VS felt like he was on the receiving end of what he usually dished out to others as Crinden factually exposed his weaknesses. The man already started to move on to Nita's gear before VS raised his hand. "Enough! You have proved your point, Mr. Crinden. Since you are adept at recognizing these vulnerabilities, are you capable of addressing them so they will no longer pose any problems?" The spy for hire let out a mild smile. It depends on your budget. Some of your gear, particularly the more expensive ones, are fine as long as I replace their security suites with better ones. As for your cheaper gear, I highly advise replacing them. Not just your own, but also that of your staff. Everyone in your orbit is a potential vulnerability. His words rang true. VS appreciated Crichton's honesty. The Kinner spy did not hesitate in criticizing the glaring vulnerabilities that VS had always overlooked. Even if Crichton's spying skills were not very exceptional, his worth as a trusted virtual security expert made it a lot easier for VS to stomach the 180 million credit price tag. Though VS already decided to hire Crichton, he did not show too much enthusiasm on his face. Instead, he turned to Gavin and gestured to his assistant to negotiate a buyout contract. The negotiations didn't last very long. While Crichton wasn't a pushover like Nita, he didn't have that much leeway in setting the terms. To put it simply, Crichton was essentially a product of the state. This meant the Kinner tribe essentially reaped the bulk of the payment. This is how it works for most Kinners, Calandra clarified. Our tribe invested significant resources in his training and upbringing. They expect to earn a healthy profit from his sale. Considering that the state dictated the terms, Gavin failed to draw down the price. The most he could do was demand some adjustments to the contract to make it a little bit more favorable to VS. Once they hashed out the terms, they quickly formalized the contract. Once VS and Crichton both handled the necessary paperwork, Crichton performed the same ritual as Nita did earlier in the day. Once he finished swearing his loyalty to VS, he made a very helpful suggestion. Before you proceed with anything, I highly advise you replace some of your more vulnerable gear. I know some stores on Bloodstone that sells premium vacsits and other equipment that is much more secure than what you and your staff are currently using right now. Since Crichton swore his oath, VS did not have any qualms in trusting his latest hire's judgment. Check with Calandra to decide where to go. Maybe she has some suggestions as well. It turned out she did. Both Calandra and Crichton held different ideas where they should go to buy the most secure gear. In the end, they took an air car to the nearest store that served well-heeled customers like journeymen. The place reminded him of Rennie's Outfitters, though it was a bit less classy. Everything was being taken care of by bots. Only a single human manager oversaw the store. An afternoon went by as Crichton thoughtfully selected replacement gear for VS, Gavin and Nita for equipment that was too vulnerable to patch with software fixes. As for their more advanced gear, the store also sold various specialty security suites. With his new boss' approval, Crichton bought plenty of spares for every member of the staff, including himself. Fashioning Faye Nita with an entirely new set of combat gear took up the most time. While her normal gear was already serviceable, VS could easily afford better. I've frequently faced threats to my life, he explained. While I haven't been targeted directly lately, who knows if this streak will last? I'd rather spend some of my hard-earned fortune now than regret it later when we find ourselves outmatched and outnumbered. Though Nita expressed some reluctance at the thought of buying expensive, custom combat armor and weapons, she quickly changed her tune once she tried them out. VS gave her a budget of 200 million bright credits, because why not? Even converted to the local currency, that was still a lot of money. In the end, Nita opted to purchase a set of concealable light combat armor. Called the Swiftback, it added a very subtle hump to Nita's strong back underneath her formal clothes. Upon a single activation, it could fold out and encompass the Kinner bodyguard's entire body in less than half a second. Her choice surprised VS a bit. I would have thought a big bodyguard like you would opt for something more robust. The tougher the armor, the more it slows me down. Although the servos and the anti-grav modules built into the heavier combat armor mitigates this problem,
My agility and reaction time will never be as good as now. In the event of an incident, her main priority was carrying or escorting VS to safety. The faster she moved, the sooner she was able to drag him behind cover. Neutralizing the threat wasn't her main priority. She would only fight back when their way was blocked or if there wasn't any other choice. I'm not as defenseless as you think, VS said. Meow. Nita violently shook her head. I would never allow you to come to harm, sir. My life is never as important as yours. She would rather die than let a holy son come to harm. VS pressed his lips but let the matter go. She'd learn in time that this mech designer was anything but a toothless coward. In the meantime, Nita continued to outfit herself with other pieces of gear. They didn't buy anything fancy this time as the Swiftback already expended most of the budget that VS had set. By the time the group stepped out of the store, Nita not only wore the Swiftback under a deceptively plain suit, but she also hid some premium weapons and gadgets underneath her clothes. Among the gear she carried was a pair of foldable swords, a pair of laser and ballistic pistols, a multiscanner geared towards detecting and analyzing toxins, and more. Michael Crinden stepped out of the store with his own new set of gear as well. Unlike Nita, VS did not fashion him with an extravagant purchasing budget. The spy simply made do with a simple-looking but deceptively durable business suit. His outfit offered reasonable protection against distant blasts, environmental hazards, and limited weapons fire, but it was no suit of combat armor. Aside from gearing himself up with some concealed knives and a noiseless ballistic pistol, he also carried a much slimmer comm. In fact, it looked no different from a civilian model comm. Despite its smaller size, it featured much better hacking, security, and communication capabilities than his old comm. Most of its internal parts incorporated exotics that vastly improved its processing power, storage capacity, and more. Though VS inwardly smarted a bit at all the money he spent today, he didn't regret his choices. All of that money wasn't doing anything rotting in his bank account. He might as well trade it away in exchange for vastly improving his physical and virtual security needs. He should have done this sooner. Chapter 1322 Human Products. With 2 new members on his staff, VS finally had someone other than Gavin to talk to on a daily basis. After comprehensively upgrading everyone's gear at Crinden's advice, they retired to the hotel. They upgraded to a larger hotel suite to accommodate the extra additions. Though VS could have rented another room for his 2 Kinner bondsmen, they both suggested they room together in a larger suite. If anything happens to you, we'd be able to react in an instant. VS still had to get used to the Kinners he bought. Different from Gavin, the latest 2 members of his staff didn't have a choice in their employment. Despite their similar births as Kinner Vatters, Faye Nita and Michael Crinden both diverged from each other in many aspects. The Kinner tribe had been in this business for so long that they became very good at differentiating their human products. Yet despite their differences, their addition to his staff significantly improved his security situation. Though VS would never be able to defend himself against every possible attack, he shouldn't make it easy for his enemies either. Both Kinner bondsmen added valuable expertise to the table that he desperately needed but always held back because of his lack of trust in others. It said something about him that he only gave in when he had the opportunity to buy some slaves. Oh, the Kinners weren't technically slaves. Yet despite all the rules, customs, and traditions surrounding their job markets, they were pretty much engaging in a polite form of slave trade. Instead of shackling their own tribesmen with physical shackles, they instead bound their minds from birth. The Kinners spent a lot of effort in instilling their distinctive culture into the minds of their children. By the time they grew up, their beliefs in the values of the tribe was so strong that they would rather die than betray the tribe. Still, VS found it rather odd that the Kinners managed to succeed so well in keeping every Kinner loyal.
Instances of betrayal happened very little. This made him suspect that the Kinners might have perverted the genes or bodies of the Kinners. Since the order of FL-19 was tied to the Five Scrolls Compact, who could say that the rest of the tribe had been left off? VS shook his head. Such a suspicion was a bit spurious, since the MTA and CFA would have found out by now if an entire state was tied to their mutual enemy. In any case, everyone believed that once a Kinner swore their oaths to someone, their loyalty was virtually assured. Barring obvious abuse or neglect, VS should be assured that Nita and Crinden would never stop serving him for the rest of their lives.
That still sounds like slavery, he sighed.
In truth, the practices of the Kinner tribe did not meet with universal approval in the Star Sector. The notion of buying and selling humans, even if done willingly, reduced them to commodities rather than unique individuals. One of the few collective values that the overwhelming majority of humanity agreed upon was that they were special. As a whole, their race was the strongest in the galaxy. Although their individual might and prowess may be negligible compared to the 7 apex races, their quantity and birth of exceptional people more than even out the score. The huge accomplishments humanity had secured during the Age of Stars and Age of Conquest made every human proud. This individual pride manifested in a belief that every human, even the most lowliest of space peasants, was worth more than the most exceptional alien leader. In practice, few people took human supremacy to such extremes. Instead, they took the middle ground and elevated the value of humans slightly above a typical alien race. Essentially, the prevailing belief was that while humans and aliens were mostly equals, the latter were just a tad bit inferior.
Humans are still proud of themselves, though, he muttered. Slave trade is still a taboo, hence why it only takes place outside human space or in a disguised form.
The pirates in the frontier not only found slavery to be acceptable, but they depended upon it to keep their ships, mechs, space stations, and other facilities running. Compared to the open and undisguised form of slavery practiced in the frontier, the Kinner tribe managed to do the same without incurring public outrage. How can Kinners be slaves if they willingly sold themselves to clients for eternity?
They got paid.
They retained their rights. They were never coerced. None of this screamed slavery, so most people simply shrugged it off as a weird Kinner quirk. The people that did take offense at the resemblance to slavery did not enjoy strong support. They were mostly idealists, and mostly came from the middle classes of their states. The upper echelons never expressed a lot of objection to the Kinner tribe's practices, because a significant portion of them happened to be their customers.
The Kinner tribe is quite ruthless,
VS quietly snorted.
By selling its own people, they keep their states secure and free from political opposition.
The practice of bonding Kinners to foreigners for substantial sums went on for so long that VS began to doubt whether it was even necessary. Surely the Kinners must have earned enough money to diversify their economy and develop new means of creating wealth, right? Yet throughout all the centuries since the Kinner tribe first turned to desperation, they never scaled back their Kinner trade. In fact, the opposite happened. Industrial birthing factories became more prevalent, and more vatters came into the galaxy only to be told throughout their entire youth that they were nothing but products in the making. Was this what humanity was supposed to be like? Raising children en masse in conditions that were barely acceptable enough to stave off criticism, only to sell them to other humans in order to protect the tribe and provide a future for the next generation went way beyond a desperation strategy. How much money were the Kinners at the top earning these days? How much did they spend on developing the tribe, and how much did they siphon the sums into their own pockets? The worst thing about it was that the slaves themselves fully supported the practice, as evidenced by Nita and Crinden's attitudes.
Your sympathy is appreciated, but unneeded,
Crinden said back at their hotel suite.
We can tell you have misgivings about buying us, But we are very pleased to work with you, Mr. Larkinson. Nita nodded in agreement. She didn't even bother to suppress the glee on her face. That goes double for me. Working for a mech designer as exceptional as you is my greatest honor. I earnestly believe that you will go far. Both of them expressed their devotion towards VS in different ways. While Nita was almost fanatical in her service to him, Crinden maintained a calmer and more professional demeanor. At least VS could pretend that Crinden was just a normal employee. Now that they were by themselves, VS could finally have a moment alone with Nita. Mr. Crinden, please work with Benny to see if the Barracuda, my personal ship, requires any upgrades. Who is Benny? It's me. Gavin sighed. Let's go in the other room and let VS have his fun with his new bodyguard. Oh. Gavin and Crinden snuck away, leaving VS and Lucky alone with Nita. Lucky, activate your ECM field. Also, make sure no one is snooping in on us, including the two who have just left. Meow. An ECM field came alone, giving them some measure of security. VS had also dimmed the windows of the room, turning them completely dark. Yet VS did not feel completely assured. Considering that he was in the company of someone related to the compact, he felt a bit more willing to reveal some of his tricks. His bodyguard would likely be accompanying him for a long time, after all. Though VS did not dare to guess whether Nita would still be around after a century, he needed to at least show some trust in order to maintain a good working relationship. Her adoration towards the so-called Holy Son might fade one day when she realized how weak he truly was. By then, VS hoped he appealed to her in a different way. With a single mental command, his system comm materialized on his wrist. It rested above his new premium comm that Crinden assured was one of the most secure models on the market. Mainly because it was fairly basic and limited. It offered as little vulnerabilities as possible, while still offering the basic functionality that everyone expected from their comms. Only when VS activated his privacy shield did VS feel assured. Perhaps it was a little overblown on his part since Lucky hadn't detected anything amiss, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Alright, it's safe to talk now. VS began. Tell me what you know about the Five Scrolls Compact. First, do you know where they are based in the Star Sector? His new bodyguard grimaced. I can't tell you much. The Order of FL-19 barely knows anything to begin with. A failed trainee like I know even less. Still, I did hear rumors. We trainees talk a lot to each other. I'm not sure whether they are true. Just tell me. I'll keep your words in mind. The Five Scrolls Compact maintains a very small presence in this region. It can never match up against the local CFA and MT garrisons in a head-to-head fight, so they are holding themselves in the only region of space that even the Big Two are reluctant to enter. The Nixian Gap. Exactly. While it's already difficult for the warships of the CFA to penetrate the gap, the Compact makes it even harder by employing various spatial warp machines or something that destabilizes the surrounding space. Not a single ship that enters this region can maintain integrity. It made sense. The Komodo Star Sector and its surroundings did not offer a lot of hiding spots that could block the Big Two's pursuit. Only in dangerous, anomalous regions of space did the notorious cultists have a realistic chance of staying a step ahead. He nonetheless grew concerned. If the Five Scrolls Compact maintained a hideout in the depths of the Nixian Gap, how did his father fare? His choice of hiding out in the Nixian Gap was an extremely daring choice. While hiding in the close proximity of the Compact was extremely risky, the same conditions that made it hard for the Big Two to hunt them down also applied to his father. Keep your friends close. Keep your enemies closer. Pardon? Nothing.
VS waved his hand. How sure are you about this rumor? She shrugged. I can't say. Some of the older trainees are closely in touch with the senior members of the Order. Are there any other places in the star sector where the compact has a presence? Nita thought long and hard and managed to dredge up a couple of scraps from her mind. The compact is very reluctant to maintain a permanent presence in civilized space. From what I hear, they prefer to rotate a small number of their brothers and sisters from their bolt hole in the Nixian Gap. This meant that a number of compact cultists were definitely roaming around the star sector, likely in disguise or in very deep hiding. How many? Maybe 10? She guessed. Not that many, but each of them are extremely formidable. They're mostly scientists who extensively modified their bodies. That did not sound like much to VS. The chances of stumbling upon a cultist member among the trillions of people that lived in the star sector was extremely improbable. Just as VS started to relax, Nita dropped a bombshell. However, I did hear some news about a dignitary from the Galactic Center making a personal visit to the Nix branch of the Compact. He's been on his way here for decades, and word is that he's about a decade away from arriving in our star cluster. Word is the dignitary is a representative of the ruined temple, which is the core of the entire compact. What? VS immediately became concerned. For what reason would someone from the central headquarters of the compact travel all the way to the periphery of the galaxy? Seeing that VS did not realize the significance of this news, Nita offered some clarification. They say that every dignitary who is stationed directly at the ruined temple is a direct subordinate of the holy sons and daughters of the compact. If VS already became distressed, now he erupted into full-blown panic. There was only one reason for the compact to dispatch such a major figure to this star sector. Chapter 1323 Getting Answers. Several years after receiving the system, VS often thought of his parents. Both his father and mother turned out to be more than met the eye. VS sometimes wondered if he ever truly knew his mother. His memories of her before her death and after she reappeared as a ghost were as different as night and day. The more he thought about it, the harder it was for him to deny that the gentle and completely normal mother who raised him was a facade. His real mother turned out to be a whole other beast, a wolf in sheep's clothing who attempted to raise VS as another sheep. If VS did not come into contact with the system, then he likely would have never learned the truth. Yet this course of events did not come to pass. As soon as VS obtained the system from his father, his entire life took a radically different turn. His mother didn't want him to become a wolf. He became one regardless as various events stripped him of his sheepskin and unearthed his true nature. While his transformation brought him great benefits, it also exposed him to a very huge vulnerability. Ever since he first heard about the 5 Scrolls Compact from Dr. Jutland, his fear towards the origin of the system kept growing. To hear that a dignitary from the most central portion of the compact was on their way to the Komodo star sector alarmed him to no end. Why would someone so important travel all the way out to the most remote and underdeveloped star sectors in human space? He bet it definitely involved the metal scroll. Over the years, VS figured out that the 5 Scrolls Compact might not know as much as he feared. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have fled civilized space while simultaneously dumping the system on his lap. Yet even if the Compact was in the dark about VS, the experiments their researchers conducted meant that they probably suspected that something iffy was going on in this region of space. Something important enough for the so-called ruined temple to take note. What is the ruined temple? He asked. It's the ancestral temple of the compact, Nita explained. We were always taught to revere the temple and the dignitaries that are fortunate to be selected by the holy sons and daughters to serve them in person. Each dignitary from the ruined temple holds absolute sway over the brothers and sisters stationed throughout the galaxy. Why is it called that way? Do you know that? It's due to the Great Betrayal. Rebels turned against the Compact and launched a surprise attack against the Great Temple. The blow they struck was so awful that they subsequently formed the CFA and MTA, suppressing Compact influences throughout the galaxy and proclaiming that a new age has come. The Age of Conquest was very much a period of time where the Five Scrolls Compact held great sway. The Age of Mech that followed afterwards shaped up to be an age defined by the Big Two that succeeded the secretive cult. Unfortunately, Nita could tell VS little more than that. Unlike Virtual Rear Admiral Ordoth, who had been created by a very high-ranking informer or spy of the Compact, his bodyguard had not even entered the bottom floor of the cult. The stories imparted to her therefore consisted of basic, targeted information meant to instill awe and devotion to the Compact. If they ever defected or got caught by the authorities, the Compact wouldn't be worried because someone like Nita knew nothing of value. Perhaps most pertinent to VS was that Nita knew nothing about the disposition of the sacred scrolls. She didn't know that the Compact only retained possession of the Water Scroll and the Earth Scroll. She didn't know that the CFA and MTA snatched the Fire Scroll from the Great Temple. She didn't know the Wood Scroll went missing during the chaos of the Great Betrayal. She didn't know that the Metal Scroll was in fact only a short distance away. While she knew that VS had to be in possession of a sacred scroll, she did not know which of the five he possessed. If I may ask, sir? Which scroll? It's the Metal Scroll. Ah, I see. That's why you're a mech designer. Well, that wasn't quite right, but VS did not quibble over the details. Instead, he focused on getting answers. Do you know who this dignitary is and how powerful they are? Can you tell me anything about the forces at their disposal? Nita shook her head in regret. I have no idea, sir. The Zixians are highly excited, though. They believe that the procession that is heading towards us will bring a lot of beneficial tech and enhancements. Everyone related to the Compact is hoping that the dignitary's arrival in the star sector will massively improve their strength and capabilities, thereby altering the balance of power in the entire star cluster. This sounded incredibly worrisome to VS. The dignitary would likely stay in the region for a while considering that he took decades to travel here. VS would never be able to stay safe in the Komodo star sector once this huge figure settled in the Nixian Gap. Can you tell me anything about the time frame of this great person's arrival? No. I've heard estimates ranging from a decade to 3 decades from now. The distance from the ruined temple to our star sector is immense. I don't even know what FTL method is being used to carry the dignitary to our region of space. This left a very huge cloud of uncertainty over VS. Ever since Nita revealed that a prominent figure of the Compact was on their way, he already began fermenting plans for a long-term vacation to a different star cluster. The best way to avoid detection was to be well away from the areas being searched. The dignitary wouldn't be able to track down the system if it wasn't there in the first place. The only problem was that such a move came with severe repercussions. Not only would he have to separate himself from most of his friends and acquaintances, the LMC's momentum would also stall without his direct presence. Nonetheless, those drawbacks paled before the threat of the Five Scrolls Compact. None of his ambitions in the Komodo star sector held any meaning if he landed in the hands of their insane researchers and cultists. All of this required careful thought. Planning such a major move not only demanded careful planning, but also a reasonable excuse to avoid arousing any suspicion. Considering that the dignitary's arrival was at least a decade away, VS had plenty of time to consider his future options carefully. All right. Thank you for this warning, Nita. You've been very helpful to me by forewarning me. I really don't want to land in the hands of the Compact.
It is my honor to serve you, Your Holiness. I told you not to call me that. It's a compact custom, and neither of us are aligned with them. Just call me by something normal. A troubled expression appeared on her face. It's hard for me to do so, Mr. Larkin's son. You are the most eminent individual in the star sector. Not even the counselors of the MTA at Centerpoint can match your august height. You carry one of the 5 greatest artifacts that helped propel humanity to the dominant race in the galaxy. VS crossed his arms and sighed. I'm not as impressive as you think I am. The metal scroll I carry is not quite right. It's weaker than you think. Possessing it doesn't mean I'm capable of withstanding orbital bombardment, or stopping a mech from stomping me flat with its foot. While the scroll does provide me with some advantages, it takes time for me to match your expectations. This dose of reality disappointed Nita immensely. I see. I am all by myself. I don't have anyone other than Lucky and my parents who are in on these secrets. I haven't built up an organization around me that can help me fight back against the compact. I am constantly hiding in plain sight. He took a risk by revealing his weak state. His bodyguard would be spending lots of time with him, so she would find out sooner or later that being a holy son did not mean he held the power of life and death over everyone in the star sector. Even though VS plainly exposed himself, secretly he had been on guard. He observed her with his spiritual vision. He could summon the Amastendra within moments, and Lucky also diverted some attention to the tall woman in case she made any threatening moves. Fortunately for everyone involved, Nita displayed no hint of malice. I believe that you will one day be able to wield great power of humanity, Your Holiness. This is the destiny of all of those who the sacred scrolls found worthy to bear them. The entire galaxy will one day learn of your greatness. To be honest, VS did not know whether Nita spoke the truth or just recited some lie made up by the compact. They certainly did everything possible to elevate the stature of their holy sons and daughters. He easily came around to the idea that the scrolls weren't inert and could in fact think for themselves. Yet did they really select their own bearers? What were their criteria, and did they all have to be aligned to the compact's crazy beliefs? So far, the system did not compel him to worship the so-called immortal gods, but VS had a feeling his version of the metal scroll was brain-damaged. Recovering from its presumed destruction during the Great Betrayal must have been immensely difficult for it to repair. Perhaps it even lost a significant chunk of its memories and directives. He questioned Nita some more about the compact, but other than some meaningless rituals and unsubstantiated rumors, she did not have that much to say. I am not even that well versed in the order of FL-19, she said with regret. While it is intricately tied to the compact, we understood very early that we are primarily serving as the arm in this region of space. The implication was that more organizations like the Order of FL-19 existed in other states. VS wouldn't know which one was in cahoots with the compact as they were very good at hiding themselves. Having Nita by his side might help in identifying them, but mostly the different groupings of the compact weren't even aware of each other's identities. This was the annoying part about opposing a threat in the dark. The compact adopted a tried-and-true clandestine cell system which involved setting numerous autonomous cells. The disadvantages of such a structure were aplenty. The cells often performed redundant tasks. They couldn't pool their resources together to pursue large-scale efforts. In some cases, they might even fight against each other without knowing that they were on the same side. Yet for all of these weaknesses, the compact valued the secrecy it brought. The destruction or defection of a single cell would never be able to threaten the security of the ruined temple and the true cadre of the organization. In essence, while the 5 Scrolls Compact wouldn't be able to wrest control of the galaxy from the Big Two anytime soon, exterminating them was impossible. Neither the CFA and the MTA managed to wipe them out, so it was a complete fantasy if VS thought he could defeat the powerful cult by his own efforts.
The best he could do was figure out a way to dismantle their regional cell in the Nixian Gap. While he already resolved to leave the star cluster before the dignitary of the ruined temple arrived, it wasn't in his nature to flee without taking a parting shot at his bogeyman. Plans already began to form in his mind. His next 2 steps in his tour would bring him to the Sentinel Kingdom, which practically bordered the Nixian Gap. Perhaps he might be able to inquire more about the compact in that state. Chapter 13:24 Backdoors Everywhere. Once VS obtained all the relevant information Nita possessed about the compact, he lost interest in inquiring any further about her situation. The few crucial pieces of information he obtained already loomed heavily on his mind. He cared little about the plots of the Order of FL-19, or what the rejected trainees of the Order were doing when they sold themselves to foreigners. He turned his eyes back to Nita. Though he still held some reservations about trusting her, he was okay with bringing her on board as a bodyguard. All right, Nita. That's enough for one day. Please bring Mr. Crinden to me. I need to have a talk with him as well. While she exited the room to carry out her errand, VS deactivated his privacy shield and returned his system calm back into his inventory. Compared to his sensitive talk with Nita, he did not plan on raising any sensitive topics with his new virtual security specialist. Meow. Yeah, Nita is a lot more willing to work for me than Crinden. I have the feeling that he would have been fine with working for any other wealthy patron. Once the skinny man entered the room and closed the door, he directed an interesting stare towards Lucky. The cat was still radiating its ECM field. That is a very interesting functionality, sir, he said with mild awe. I have never seen a mechanical cat employ an interference field of this caliber. Even my new comm is rendered impotent in this field. VS smirked. It's CFA tech. Impressive. With such a function at your disposal, I have a lot more confidence in fulfilling my responsibilities. Can I ask whether your cat contains other CFA functions? An ECM field rarely comes by itself. I think Lucky has access to a lot of useful software and hardware. I'll tell him to cooperate with you so that you can take advantage of what he has to offer. Meow. Lucky objected to that. What was he, a cat-shaped comm? He was more than just a tool. Of course, VS would have none of it. Just do it. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't assimilated my CFA equipment. It's your own fault we have to make use of you to access those functions. Meow meow. Would you rather let us be hunted down by our enemies? Meow. Thought so. VS turned back to his new permanent employee. So, Mr. Crinden, what do you think about my security arrangements? I am still trying to get up to speed with all of your security arrangements. After communicating with the crew of your starship, I can already tell you though that she is reasonably secure against hacking. There's only one issue though. The Limar Institute of Technology probably built a backdoor into her systems, right? Crinden nodded. They would be crazy to let this opportunity go by. From what I heard, you received her as a prize for winning a contest. It makes sense if this institute would want to keep an eye on you. While your ship's security suite has always been kept up to date, it will never pose a hindrance to its own developers. His words rang true. Even without proof, VS could very well believe the Barracuda was riddled with bugs that relayed everything they observed back to the Friday Coalition. He never cared too much about it until recently. Before he made his last and final visit to Limar, he always considered himself to be in the Friday Coalition's camp. His distant but very real connection to Master Olsen deterred the Coalition from making any overt moves against him while he was her apprentice. Yet VS no longer enjoyed the protection of the umbrella of this status. He'd been kicked out of Master Olsen's sphere of influence, thereby depriving him of a shield to fend off Coalition probes. Now that it appeared that he was beginning to side with the Hexers, the Coalition would definitely monitor his starship carefully. Who knew what they would do with all of the data they gathered? Is there a way to stop the Coalition from snooping in our ship? I advise replacing your ship with another. The most secure ones tend to be ships imported from other star sectors or ships that are made and sold in Centerpoint. The latter are extremely expensive, though. None of those options appealed to VS. He estimated that buying an imported ship would definitely entail a downgrade in most parameters. The money earned from selling the Barracuda wouldn't be enough to buy a ship with the same level of performance. Buying a ship constructed by one of the shipbuilding enterprises related to the MTA would be even more expensive. Because they weren't built by a state, they only possessed one backdoor for the MTA instead of backdoors for both the MTA and the state in question. This was extremely valuable, as the MTA were mostly hands-off and rarely meddled in the affairs of the local states it supervised. Perhaps the only way for VS to get completely rid of every possible backdoor was if he built a starship by himself from the ground up. That was way too far-fetched to him, as designing and constructing a fully functional starship from the ground up was a huge endeavor. Their sheer size and functions meant they were incomparably more complex to build. All of these options were either too expensive or too unrealistic for VS to contemplate. Is there really no other way to get rid of the Barracuda's vulnerability to eavesdropping by the Coalition? Crinden thought deeply. With your mechanical pet's help, I think it may be possible for me to rid your ship of most software backdoors. That still doesn't address the hardware vulnerabilities, but there may be an answer for that as well. We'll simply have to replace the gate. The theory of his suggestion was simple. No matter what kind of backdoors had been baked into the components of his ship, they wouldn't be able to transmit their data to the Coalition without piggybacking on the communication channels of the ship. As long as they beefed up the security of the gates leading into and out of the castle, they could ensure that no data would be transmitted to any third parties aside from the Big Two. It will require a weeks-long overhaul to tear out all of the transceivers built all over the hull of the ship and replace them with more secure ones, the Kinner bondsman determined. The most delicate operation entails modifying the quantum entanglement node. It is crucial to replace the systems that translate and convert the data transmissions it receives before passing them on to its core components for transmission to another node that is many light years away. The entire story was a bit technical, but VS possessed enough understanding in signals and communications technology to understand what his staff member tried to convey. It was beyond VS to replicate the core portions of the quantum entanglement node that enabled instantaneous communication throughout the galaxy. Yet the systems surrounding the portion responsible for sending out messages weren't as difficult to decipher. These systems sorted the data and stuffed them into packages before sending them out. Replacing them with imitations made by a different organization would ensure the Coalition no longer had access to the sensitive data surreptitiously snuck into the packages. The only problem with that solution was that the replacement systems would henceforth carry the backdoors of their manufacturers instead. The entire operation amounted to replacing one voyeur with another. Both of them recognized this thorny problem. Crinden shook his head. The only way to address this problem is to make the quantum entanglement node systems yourself. Since you are a mech designer, it might be possible for you to do so, but it requires a lot of specialist knowledge in order to design it from scratch. This wasn't a realistic solution either. VS estimated that it would take months of focused study to accomplish something like that, and he didn't have the time to spare on an endeavor that was much more relevant to ship design than mech design. How about sourcing the replacement parts from the hexadric hegemony? He eventually suggested. Right now, my relationship with the Coalition has deteriorated. While I can't say for sure whether my ties to the hegemony are getting warmer, I trust them more than the Coalition at this point. If you fear the hegemony less than the Coalition, then it's a viable solution, sir. I still suggest you find a way to replace the vulnerable systems with more secure ones down the line, but as a stopgap solution, I can work with your suggestion. We just have to find the right time and place to put your ship into dry dock. Can we do it here? We can, but I don't advise you to. The Kinner's shipyards and dry docks aren't famed for their quality and capabilities. We'll also have to order and possibly arrange for the shipment of the replacement parts from the hegemony in advance. The two began to hash out a plan regarding the overhaul. After VS revealed his itinerary to Crinden, the Kinner advised him to book a dry dock at the Sentinel Kingdom. It's one of the largest third-rate states in the Star Sector, and it is vastly more secure than the Chuko Republic where you are traveling next. Its industrial infrastructure is excellent, so the modifications can be achieved as quickly as possible without much risk. All right. Speak with Gavin and tell him to put this plan on the agenda. Please work with him to prepare all the arrangements. If you encounter any hindrances with regards to access, for example procuring the hegemony-built replacement parts, just get back to me so I can throw my weight around. Understood, sir. Crinden nodded. Addressing the vulnerabilities of your gear and the ship will go a long way in preventing third parties from obtaining damaging data. All right. Go ahead and take Lucky and see what you can do with him. I'm sure he's been hiding a lot of goodies from me. Make sure you get everything out of him that can help us beef our security even further. Though it took some pushing from VS, Lucky grumpily allowed Crinden to pick him up and move him to a different room so that he could perform his duties without disturbing anyone. VS wasn't worried that Crinden might possibly tamper with Lucky. He instead would be a lot more concerned about his bondsman's life. He paid the equivalent of 180 million bright credits to secure his services. After all, he still wanted to get his money's worth out of his perpetual employee. Now that he had a moment to himself, VS loosened his shoulders and sank into a couch. What a day! Encountering Nita and hearing her explosive revelations seriously upended his long-term plans. He always figured he could keep his head down and quietly progress his mech design abilities in peace. Yet the Five Scrolls Compact was not content in leaving their questions unanswered. For a dignitary to depart from the Galactic Center decades ago and still be on the way to the Komodo Star Sector strongly hinted that the envoys of the ruined temple would be here to stay. This threw a huge wrench into his plans. It might even be severe enough to compel him into moving to another star cluster for a time. Holing up in Vicious Mountain or Majestic Teal won't be enough. It's too close to the Nixian Gap. He needed to move further ahead. While he didn't have to run all the way to the other end of the galactic rim or all the way to the galactic heartland, he at least needed to cross over into another star cluster. Yet how can I leave behind my ventures in the Komodo Star Sector? He questioned. Could he afford to leave behind the LMC and the Larkin Sun family? Comm calls and remote interactions helped a lot in keeping him in touch, but it was no replacement to being physically present. I'll have to think about it carefully, he sighed. Chapter 1325 Reason to Leave. After several hours of contemplation, VS developed a tentative series of steps he should take in order to mitigate the damage and make his move plausible. First, he needed to have a reason to move to a different star cluster. No normal mech designer would leave behind his company, his connections and his other endeavors in order to start anew in a completely different region of space. He would have to come up with a good excuse for him to do so, and for now the only one he came up with was to expand the reach of the LMC. It sounded premature. Expanding a company's reach to a neighbor star clusters made sense to someone like Master Olson. It did not make sense for a lowly journeyman. The general rule was that journeymen ought to focus on growing their presence in their home markets. If they specialized in niche mechs, then expanding to the rest of the star sector was an acceptable strategy to pursue. For various reasons, it was incredibly difficult for journeymen to export their mechs across star sectors. Even founding branches of their companies in another star sector in order to produce mechs abroad was rife with complications. It's already problematic for me to do business in another star sector. Moving to another star cluster is even harder. There was only one way he could succeed. He needed to gain access to the Rim Guardians' extensive logistics network and secure their guarantees. To do that, he needed to obtain their favor, which meant completing the thorny assignment they dumped on his lap. God damn it! I'll have to pull out all the stops in order to turn William Urbish into an expert candidate. If VS failed this mission, he would face a significant amount of delay in earning the MTA fraternity's favor. By the time he received another opportunity to prove his value to them, the ruined temple envoys might have reached their destination by then. While other organizations existed that rivaled the Rim Guardians in this capacity, VS did not have a convenient introduction on hand to get his foot in their doors. The Rim Guardians are my only choice, he muttered. Once he secured their favor, he could redeem his contributions for their backing in his business venture. Only when he obtained this assistance would he have a viable reason to divert to another star cluster. Yet, what would this imply for his mechs? The main reason why journeymen mostly stuck to their star sectors was because the abstruse effects of their mechs no longer worked when they moved too far away from their designers. For example, if some rich kid from the Terran Confederation took a liking for his black beak for some reason, he could order someone to import a gold label of the mech. After decades in transit, the mech that the Terran received would look completely dull and unremarkable compared to when it was in its prime. This was because the distance between the mech and VS was simply too far. According to what Delta Gina imparted to him back then, the reach of a journeyman only encompassed a couple of star sectors at most. That's basically the equivalent of a star cluster. Moving to another star cluster would help distance himself from the ruined temple envoys when they arrived at the Nixian Gap. Yet the same move would also distance himself to the vast majority of mechs designed by him and produced by the LMC and other manufacturers. The increased distance would definitely rob all of those mechs with the special qualities that his customers valued. Those qualities were the only reasons for mech buyers to purchase his products. However, does this rule even apply to me at all? The assumption that hampered the expansionist hopes of many mech designers may not apply to his own designs. That was because VS imparted his designs with their own spiritual sources. The design spirits he bestowed to his mech designs may be sufficient to empower the mechs, even without his design seed's assistance. His eyes lit up. If his guess was true, then his designs might be able to sustain their psionically empowered effects even if VS departed from the galactic rim. He came up with another hypothesis as well. He guessed the reach of his designs might actually be related to the strength of his design spirits. A relatively weak design spirit like that of the aging Black Beak likely depended more on VS than the pale images he instilled in his design. It was only when he designed the Crystal Lord did VS begin to make use of external sources of spirituality to empower his images. The strength of the spiritual fragments that VS made use of varied significantly. The Aurora Titan's design spirit incorporated Kilankso's spiritual fragment, which was the strongest spiritual entity that VS had ever encountered. It's very possible for the Aurora Titan to work throughout the entire galactic rim, VS shockingly realized. His other designs were not as fortunate, particularly the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord. Fortunately, I'm already planning to phase them out, he murmured. By the time I revise these two designs, I'll probably revisit this aspect. The Mark II editions of his Black Beak and Crystal Lord designs would fully reflect the lessons he learned since he designed their predecessors. VS had no obligation to keep the design spirits of his older designs. In fact, if he wanted to, he could probably replace or upgrade the design spirit of the current Mark I incarnations on the spot. He shook his head. There's no reason for me to do so. Not only would such revisions disrupt the piloting experiences for the people using his Black Beaks and Crystal Lords, but it was also pointless to invest in aging designs. Rather than go through all that effort into propping up a pair of old designs, VS would rather save his powder for the Mark II editions where he could introduce a host of new improvements. Both of them will fully reflect my strength as a journeyman. Getting back to the question of the reach of his designs, VS believed he possessed a unique advantage in this area. If I'm right, I'll face one less obstacle in setting up shop in another star cluster. He still needed to test this effect. He raised his arm in order to activate his newly purchased secure comm. He composed a brief message and sent it to Kelsey. It was extremely expensive for a mech company to transport a mech across multiple star sectors. All the cargo capacity of shipping vessels built for trans-sector travel were already reserved by wealthy insiders. Outsiders such as VS and the LMC needed to pay a sky-high price to transport an entire mech over such a huge distance. Not only that, but it might take years for the Aurora Titan VS wanted to send out to reach its destination. Fortunately, I can afford to wait. Assuming that the experiment would confirm his guess that his designs were able to sustain their spiritual qualities by themselves, VS would be partially unbound by geographic restrictions. Perhaps it doesn't matter as much where I design my mechs. He could conceivably design mechs for both his home star cluster and the star cluster he visited and have them at full strength in both regions. This was the unique advantage of his spiritual techniques. Once everyone else learned about this potential property, they would probably look at him in a new light. It would also attract some unwelcome scrutiny from the MTA, so VS did not plan to publicize this possibility until he could no longer hide it. He did not wish to invite their scrutiny after he successfully deflected their attention on his eccentric design philosophy. This little feature will probably be regarded as another quirk of my weird Class 9 design philosophy. Class 9 design philosophies acquired a reputation of breaking the rules and achieving unconventional effects. Perhaps he wasn't the first mech designer to violate the range rule to an extent. As long as his new assumptions worked out, VS not only faced less obstacles in moving to another star cluster, but he might even have a very compelling reason to do so. If I have the power to expand the reach of my designs, then I'd be stupid to ignore it. I have to take advantage of this property. With such a great reason for him to flex his design abilities in another region of space, the 5 Scrolls Compact wouldn't suspect he was actually trying to evade their encirclement. While he was essentially trading attention from the Compact for attention from the MTA, he vastly preferred the latter over the former. Attracting the Compact's attention meant death. Attracting the attention of the MTA meant VS would simply have to pretend to be a nut in order to explain away his irregularities. Maybe Gloriana can help me in this area. An interesting possibility came into mind when VS thought about collaboration. Perhaps the same range-breaking effect might also apply to the design philosophies of other mech designers who contributed to his designs. This would give him an excuse to take Gloriana along with him. Though her existing designs might lose their strength, she developed so few of them that she could easily offer compensation to her customers. She only designs custom mechs, after all. Replacing 20 mechs is a lot easier than replacing 20,000 mechs. VS felt very apprehensive at the thought of roping in Gloriana for his journey. Yet it might be the only way he would have permission to leave the Komodo star sector. Knowing how highly she valued their relationship, she would never allow him to depart the star sector on his own. The only reason why VS did not object to bringing along his girlfriend was because he could use her craziness to camouflage his own suspicious points. VS and Gloriana, the two crazy mech designers enjoying their decade-long holiday in another star sector. Yup, it sounded completely crazy. Hopefully, everyone else would stop thinking deeper about the reason why he really wanted to flee his home star cluster. The only challenge was that he would have to raise the suggestion to Gloriana. VS had no idea how she would react and what kind of conditions she might raise to agree to the suggestion. She would have to abandon many of her ventures in the Komodo star sector in order to accompany him on his trip. He also assumed that the two of them would still be an item at that time. Anything could happen in a decade. Perhaps Gloriana moved on to obsessing over another mech designer in a couple of years. Yeah. No chance of that happening. Their compatibility was simply too high. Though VS still harbored a lot of resentment against Callisto professional relations, their matchmaking was still largely on point despite the faulty data they worked with. The odds of Gloriana finding a more compatible mech designer was quite low. Even if they separated for some reason, VS could just make do on his own. He would just have to find some other way to come across as crazy or eccentric in order to deflect unwelcome attention. Alright, that's the plan. VS clapped his hands. He needed to make a lot of preparations before he was ready to move to another star cluster. Depending on how long the ruined temple envoys stayed in the Nixian Gap, VS might have to stay away for half a century or more. The only way he could return sooner was if the MTA and CFA managed to uproot the compact presence in the Nixian Gap. I'll have to help the Big Two make that happen somehow. Who knows how long those pests will squat in my home star sector? Despite his misgivings about this plan, a part of him felt excited as well. Journeymen were meant to travel. Stepping outside his star cluster and entering into a completely different one would expose him to vast differences in mech cultures. His mastery experiences already gave him a lot of glimpses on how mechs were used differently in other regions of space. Choosing the right star cluster would allow him to get into touch with completely new paradigms, such as immersing himself in a star sector that predominantly adopted bestial mechs.